Hey everyone. Welcome back to Proxima What If. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Harry Used His Gringotts inheritance to buy the Daily Prophet and destroy Dumbledore's reputation. If you love story content like this, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Weight of Gold. The letter arrived at 3:30 in the morning, which should have been impossible. Harry was awake when it came. He'd been awake since midnight, sitting on the floor between his bed and the wall at number 4 Privet Drive, staring at the far corner of the room where the moonlight didn't reach. He hadn't slept properly in 3 weeks. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the same thing: Sirius falling backward through the veil, the surprise on his face, the way the stone archway had swallowed him like water closing over a dropped stone. No splash. No sound. Just gone. So Harry sat in the dark and didn't sleep and tried not to think, which was the same as trying not to breathe. The tapping at the window was too sharp to be an owl. Harry reached for his wand out of habit, it was never more than a hand's length away now, and crossed to the window in 3 quiet steps. The Dursleys were asleep down the hall. Uncle Vernon's snoring was a low, rhythmic rumble through the walls, predictable as a metronome. Harry pulled the curtain aside and froze. A goblin stood on the roof of the garage below his window. It wore formal armor, burnished black steel over leather, with the Gringotts crest hammered into the breastplate in silver. It was holding a scroll in one clawed hand and a small hammer in the other, which it had been using to rap against the glass. When it saw Harry, it stopped knocking and inclined its head exactly 1 degree. Harry opened the window. "Harry James Potter," the goblin said. Its voice was like gravel in a tin cup. "I carry a summons from Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London branch, regarding the estate of Lord Charles Hadrian Potter and the last will and testament of Lord Sirius Orion Black. Your presence is required at your earliest convenience." It held out the scroll. "Earliest convenience meaning immediately, Mr. Potter." Harry stared at the goblin. "How did you get past the wards?" The goblin blinked, which involved a slow lateral movement of translucent inner eyelids. "What wards?" Harry stopped. "Dumbledore's wards. The blood wards. The mail wards that prevented anyone from sending Harry unauthorized correspondence. The wards that had kept him sealed in this house like a specimen in a jar every summer since he was 11. The owl redirection wards." "I am not an owl," the goblin said. "Nor was I sent by owl. Gringotts does not recognize unilateral wizard mail interdiction as applicable to goblin sovereign communications. Our couriers go where we send them. Your magical guardian filed the ward schema with the Ministry of Magic, not with Gringotts. We are not the Ministry of Magic." The goblin's tone suggested this was an understatement of significant proportions. "Do you accept the summons, Mr. Potter?" Harry took the scroll. The wax seal was thick and real under his thumb, the Gringotts crest, 2 crossed axes behind a gemstone. He cracked it and unrolled the parchment. Dense, precise text in a script that shifted between English and what he assumed was gobbledygook. The key phrases jumped out at him. "Full estate audit requested. Irregularities identified in account management. Unauthorized transactions flagged for review. Presence of account holder required for inheritance claim processing. Time sensitive." "What irregularities?" Harry asked. The goblin looked at him with an expression that might have been pity on a human face. On a goblin, it was closer to the look a surgeon gives a patient who hasn't yet been told the diagnosis. "Come to Gringotts, Mr. Potter. Director Ironclaw will explain." The goblin turned, walked to the edge of the garage roof, and stepped off. Harry leaned out the window in time to see it land in a crouch on the driveway, perfectly silent, and walk toward the street without looking back. At the edge of the property line, it vanished, not apparition, something different. A fold in the air, like the world had blinked. Harry stood at the window for a long time, holding the scroll. The moonlight caught the seal's impression in the wax, 2 axes, a gemstone, and words in gobbledygook that he couldn't read but somehow understood. We keep what is ours. He dressed in the dark. Jeans, trainers, the least awful of Dudley's old t-shirts. He pulled on a jacket and slipped his wand into the inner pocket. The invisibility cloak went into his back pocket, shrunk, a trick Hermione had taught him last year. The hallway outside his room was dark and still. Vernon's snoring hadn't changed rhythm. Aunt Petunia's door was closed. Dudley's room pulsed faintly with the blue glow of a television left on. Harry moved down the stairs, skipping the 3rd step from the bottom that creaked, and let himself out through the kitchen door. The night air was warm and thick, the kind of midsummer English heat that sat on your skin like a damp cloth. Harry walked to the end of Privet Drive and stopped at the corner, scanning the shadows. There. Mundungus Fletcher, Order of the Phoenix Guard, currently propped against a garden wall across from number 7 with an extinguished pipe in his lap and his chin on his chest. Asleep. Of course he was asleep. Mundungus had the survival instincts of a man who believed the world owed him a nap. Harry pulled on the invisibility cloak and walked past him. He made it 3 streets before extending his wand arm and calling the night bus. The purple triple-decker exploded into existence with a bang and a rush of displaced air. Stan Shunpike was not on duty, some other conductor, younger, half asleep, who barely glanced at Harry before taking his fare. Diagon Alley, Harry said. Leaky Cauldron stop, that'll be 11 sickles, or for 13 you get, 11's fine. The bus lurched into motion with its usual violence. Harry grabbed a brass pole and held on as suburban London blurred past the windows like a watercolor left in the rain. He watched the streetlight streak and thought about the scroll in his pocket. Irregularities identified. He'd been to his vault exactly once, at 11, when Hagrid had taken him. Vault 687. A mound of gold and silver coins that had seemed like a dragon's hoard to a boy who'd never owned anything that wasn't broken or borrowed. He'd taken a handful of galleons and followed Hagrid out and never thought about it again. 5 years. He'd been a wizard for 5 years and he'd never once asked, where did this money come from? How much is there? Who's been managing it? Why did no one ever tell me? Because Dumbledore had handled it. Like Dumbledore handled everything. Quietly, firmly, with absolute certainty that he knew best. And Harry had trusted him, because what else do you do when you're 11 and someone rescues you from a cupboard under the stairs? You trust them. You believe they're good. You don't ask questions. The bus screeched to a halt outside the Leaky Cauldron. Harry stepped off and let the cloak slip into his pocket. The pub was closed, it was barely 4 in the morning, but the door opened when he touched it. Tom the barman was nowhere in sight. Harry passed through the empty common room, through the back, and tapped the bricks with his wand. Diagon Alley opened before him, dark and shuttered. The shops were closed, their windows blank. The only light came from the far end of the street, where Gringotts stood on its hill like a marble fist against the sky. Every window was lit. Goblins, Harry had learned, didn't sleep on human schedules. The bank never closed. He walked up the white steps, past the bronze doors, past the silver doors with their engraved warning about thieves. The main hall was vast and echoing, its chandeliers casting moving shadows across the vaulted ceiling. A dozen goblins worked at their stations, weighing gemstones, counting coins, writing in ledgers with quills that scratched like metal on stone. Harry approached the nearest teller. "I'm here to see Director Ironclaw. I was summoned." The goblin didn't look up from its ledger. "Name?" "Harry Potter." The quill stopped. The goblin looked up. Something passed across its face, recognition, calculation, and something Harry couldn't quite read. "Follow me, Mr. Potter." They went deep into the bank. Not down to the vaults, sideways and up, through corridors of polished stone that grew progressively more ornate. The artwork on the walls shifted from landscapes to battle scenes to what appeared to be genealogical charts in hammered gold. They passed goblin guards in full armor who watched Harry with sharp, dark eyes but said nothing. The teller stopped before a door of black wood banded with silver. It knocked twice, paused, then twice more. "Enter," said a voice from within. The office was not what Harry expected. No desk. Instead, the room was arranged around a circular stone table covered in documents, ledgers, and what appeared to be a scale model of a building Harry didn't recognize. The walls were lined with shelves holding not books but metal cylinders, scroll cases, hundreds of them, labeled in gobbledygook. The ceiling was a dome of dark glass through which strange lights moved slowly, like stars on the wrong schedule. Director Ironclaw stood behind the table. He was old for a goblin, his skin had the texture of dried leather left in the sun, and his fingers were gnarled around the edges, but his eyes were absolutely sharp. He wore no armor, just a suit of dark cloth that wouldn't have looked out of place in a Muggle boardroom, and a single ring on his left hand that glowed faintly with contained magic. "Lord Potter," Ironclaw said. "Sit." Harry noted the title but didn't comment. He sat in the chair indicated, stone, but worn smooth and surprisingly comfortable. "I should clarify," Harry said. "I'm not a lord of anything. I'm a student." Ironclaw's mouth did something that was probably a smile. "That is one of several inaccuracies we will be correcting tonight, Mr. Potter. But first," he reached across the table and slid a thick leather folder toward Harry. "You should see what you own." Harry opened the folder. The first page was a summary sheet, columns of numbers in precise goblin script with English translations beneath each entry. He read the first line and his breath stopped. He read the second line and his hands went still. By the fifth line he'd stopped reading individual entries and was just looking at the total at the bottom of the page, a number so large it seemed abstract, like a distance measured in light years, technically meaningful but impossible to hold in your mind as something real. "This is," Harry's voice sounded strange to his own ears. "This can't be right." "Gringotts does not make accounting errors," Ironclaw said. "The Potter family is one of the 12 founding families of magical Britain. Your ancestor, Linfred of Stinchcombe, created the foundations for several potions still in common use, including Skeelgrow and Pepper-Up Potion. The family held licensing rights for 4 centuries. Your grandfather, Fleamont Potter, invented Sleekeasy's hair potion and quadrupled the family fortune before his retirement. Your family has held continuous investments in magical commerce, property, and governance for over 700 years. Harry turned the page. Property holdings. Potter Manor in the Welsh Marches, he didn't know he had a manor. A townhouse in London. A cottage in the Scottish Highlands. An apartment in magical Paris. A villa in, I have a villa in Tuscany. You have 2, Ironclaw said. One is currently leased to the Italian Ministry of Magic as a diplomatic residence. The rental income is deposited quarterly into Vault 4. Vault 4, Harry repeated. Not Vault 687. Vault 687 is your trust vault, Mr. Potter. Established by your parents for your school expenses. It contains a modest sum replenished annually from the main estate. The main estate is held across Vaults 2, 3, and 4. Ironclaw paused, and his dark eyes locked onto Harry's with something that bordered on intensity. You were never told about the main estate vaults. It wasn't a question. No, Harry said. I was told about the trust vault. Just the trust vault. By Rubeus Hagrid, when you were 11 years old. Yes. And your magical guardian never saw fit to inform you of the remainder of your holdings, your properties, your investments, your family's Wizengamot seat, or your responsibilities as heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter. Harry was quiet for a moment. The silence in the office was absolute. Goblin construction didn't permit the passage of outside sound. You said, irregularities, Harry said. In the summons. Show me. Ironclaw reached for a second folder. This one was thicker. When your parents died, the goblin said, opening the folder with precise, unhurried movements, custody of their estate passed to their designated executor, your godfather, Sirius Orion Black. As Mr. Black was incarcerated without trial, Ironclaw let those 3 words sit in the air for a moment. The ministry appointed a magical guardian to manage your affairs until your majority. That guardian was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, in his capacity as chief warlock of the Wizengamot. He assumed financial oversight of the Potter estate on November 3, 1981. Ironclaw turned the folder to face Harry and began pointing to entries with one gnarled finger. November 15, 1981. Transfer of 50,000 galleons from Vault 3 to an account registered to the Order of the Phoenix. December 1, 1981. Monthly standing order established, 2,000 galleons per month to the same account. This standing order has continued uninterrupted for 15 years. Total disbursed, 360,000 galleons. Harry said nothing. His face was very still. March 1982. Authorization to suppress all incoming correspondence to Harry James Potter from any party not on an approved contact list. The approved list contains 4 names, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Arabella Figg, and Daedalus Diggle. All other correspondence has been redirected to a holding account managed by Dumbledore's office. Redirected, Harry said. You mean blocked? We mean redirected. The letters still exist. They are stored in a subsidiary vault. There are approximately 1,400 of them. Harry's jaw tightened. Something cold was moving through his chest, not anger, exactly. Something heavier. Something that settled into his bones like ice water. Who wrote to me? Ironclaw consulted a ledger. Remus John Lupin. 23 letters between 1982 and 1991, requesting visitation rights. All denied by your magical guardian. Augusta Longbottom. 7 letters between 1985 and 1991, inviting you to social engagements with her grandson. All denied. Amelia Bones. 4 letters in her capacity as head of the DMLE, requesting welfare checks. Responded to by Dumbledore, who assured her the checks were unnecessary. The Greengrass family. 1 formal communication in 1991, a betrothal inquiry, standard among the old families when heirs come of age for schooling. Rejected without your knowledge. Harry's hand had closed around the arm of his chair. The stone was cold and unyielding under his fingers. What else? Ironclaw turned several pages. June 1993. Authorization to transfer artifacts from Potter Vault 2 to Hogwarts School. Specific items, a set of ward stones, age estimated at 400 years, and a collection of defensive texts. These items have not been returned. He took things from my vault. He relocated items from your vault to Hogwarts, under his authority as your magical guardian, citing educational purposes. Did my parents will authorize any of this? Ironclaw's expression changed. It was subtle, a tightening around the eyes, a slight drawing back of the lips. On a goblin, it was the equivalent of a human slamming a fist on the table. Your parents' will, Ironclaw said carefully, was sealed by the Wizengamot on November 5, 1981, 2 days after Dumbledore assumed guardianship. It has never been read publicly. It has never been executed. The sealing order was signed by Albus Dumbledore in his capacity as Chief Warlock. The cold thing in Harry's chest crystallized. It became something hard and clear and very, very sharp. He sealed my parents' will. Yes. So whatever they wanted, whoever they chose to raise me, whatever instructions they left, has been suspended for 15 years, at the direction of your magical guardian. Harry stared at the documents in front of him. Numbers and dates and transactions, the dry forensic evidence of a life managed by someone else. Controlled. Shaped. Every letter blocked, every connection severed, every choice made for him by a man who smiled and offered lemon drops and said, "Trust me, my boy, I know what's best." Ironclaw watched him. The goblin had seen this before, the moment when a wizard discovered what had been done to their family's wealth, their legacy, their autonomy. Most of them raged. They shouted, threatened, wept, demanded vengeance. The angry ones were manageable. Predictable. Easy to steer. The boy across the table wasn't angry. He'd gone quiet, the way a lake goes still before the water freezes solid. That, Ironclaw thought, was significantly more interesting. "There's more," Harry said. "There is always more. We can review the complete audit at your leisure. But there is a time-sensitive matter that requires your attention first." Ironclaw produced a black envelope sealed with the Black family crest, a shield bearing a greyhound, a chevron, and the motto Toujours per. The will of Sirius Orain Black, filed with Gringotts on June 3, 1996. Mr. Black named you as his primary heir. The estate includes the Black family vault, the Black family properties, and, Ironclaw paused, and something that might have been appreciation flickered in his eyes. The Black family's hereditary seat on the Wizengamot. Harry looked up. Wizengamot seat. The Potters also hold a hereditary seat. It has been held in abeyance since your grandfather's death, as you were a minor and your magical guardian chose not to activate it on your behalf. Ironclaw let that sink in. As Lord Potter Black, you would hold 2 seats on the Wizengamot. This would make you, by a considerable margin, the youngest dual seat holder in the body's history. I'm not of age. You are not 17, which is the standard age of magical majority. However, there is an older precedent, one which predates the Ministry of Magic itself. Any wizard or witch who holds lordship of an ancient and noble house is considered emancipated under magical law. You hold 2 such lordships. The claim requires a blood verification, which we can perform tonight, and a formal declaration before the Wizengamot, which can be scheduled at your discretion. Harry sat back in his chair. The ice in his chest was spreading, but it wasn't numbing him. It was clarifying everything. Every interaction with Dumbledore, every manipulated choice, every summer spent in that house with those people, it all looked different now. Not like mistakes or oversights. Like architecture. A designed life, built to keep Harry Potter small and grateful and dependent on one old man's guidance. "What can I buy with this?" Harry asked. Ironclaw's eyebrows rose fractionally. "I beg your pardon." "The estate. The combined Potter-Black fortune. What's its purchasing power? What could I acquire?" The goblin tilted his head, reassessing. "The combined estate places you among the 10 wealthiest individuals in magical Britain. You could acquire most commercial enterprises currently operating in Diagon Alley. You could fund a private military force comparable to the Ministry's Aura Department. You could, if you chose, purchase the controlling interest in any magical publication, business, or institution that is not currently held by a sovereign entity." Ironclaw paused. "Is there something specific you have in mind?" "The Daily Prophet," Harry said. "How much would it cost?" The question clearly surprised Ironclaw, which Harry suspected was not an easy thing to do. The goblin was still for several seconds, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with the intensity of a jeweler evaluating a cut stone. "The Daily Prophet is currently owned by the Southwick family," Ironclaw said slowly. "They have held controlling interest for approximately 60 years. However, the paper has been financially struggling for the past 2 years. The Ministry's propaganda campaign under Minister Fudge, which required the Prophet to publish government-approved content in exchange for continued access to Ministry press briefings, drove away a significant portion of the paper's subscriber base. Those subscribers have not returned since the Ministry's reversal regarding the Dark Lord's return. The Southwicks are, to use the human expression, hemorrhaging money. So they'd sell. I believe they could be persuaded. A controlling interest, 51% of outstanding shares, could likely be acquired for approximately 340,000 galleons. A significant sum, but well within your means." Harry thought about the Daily Prophet. The paper that had called him a liar and a lunatic for a year. The paper that had printed Fudge's propaganda without question. The paper that had smeared Dumbledore when the Ministry wanted him discredited, then fawned over him when it became politically convenient to admit Voldemort was back. It wasn't a newspaper. It was a weather vane that pointed wherever the strongest wind blew. But it didn't have to be. "I don't want my name on the purchase," Harry said. "Not yet. Can Gringotts acquire the shares through an intermediary holding company?" Ironclaw's expression shifted into something that was, unmistakably, a smile. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a predator recognizing another predator's hunting strategy. "We can establish a holding company within the hour. Peveril Holdings, perhaps. The Peveril name is associated with your family line but not widely known among the current wizarding public. Do it. And the purpose of this acquisition, Lord Potter?" Harry looked at the goblin. The cold clarity in his chest had settled into something permanent, a foundation, a bedrock. He knew what he was going to do. Not all of it, not the details, but the shape of it. The direction. "The most powerful wizard in Britain has spent 15 years controlling my life, my money, and every piece of information that reaches me," Harry said. "He sealed my parents' will. He stole from my vault to fund his private army. He blocked every person who tried to reach me and put me in a house where I slept in a cupboard for 10 years. And he did all of it while smiling and telling me it was for my own good." Harry paused. His voice was level, almost conversational, and that made it worse. "I'm going to tell people the truth. All of it. Every transaction, every blocked letter, every sealed document. And I'm going to let them decide what it means." Ironclaw regarded him for a long moment. Then he stood, walked to the wall of scroll cases, and selected one. He brought it back to the table and unrolled it, a standard Gringotts acquisition contract, dense with clauses in both English and gobbledygook. "I should tell you, Lord Potter, that Gringotts does not typically involve itself in wizard politics. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to facilitate a legal financial transaction on behalf of an account holder. That's your business." Something like respect crossed the goblin's face. "Indeed it is." He slid the contract across the table along with a quill. "Blood quill, I'm afraid. Required for transactions of this magnitude. The contract is binding upon signature." Harry picked up the quill. He'd used a blood quill before, Umbridge had made sure of that. The scars on the back of his hand, "I must not tell lies," were still faintly visible. The irony was not lost on him. "One more thing," Harry said before signing. "The emancipation. The blood verification for the lordships. Can we do that tonight as well?" "We can." "Then let's do everything tonight." He signed. The blood quill bit into his hand. The contract glowed gold along its borders, then settled into the parchment like ink into stone. Binding. Permanent. Ironclaw countersigned with a flourish that suggested he'd done this 10,000 times and still found each one satisfying. "Welcome to the publishing industry, Lord Potter." The goblin began rolling the contract with practiced efficiency. "I will begin the share acquisition at market opening. The Southwicks will receive the offer through standard commercial channels, nothing to connect it to you. I estimate the transaction will be complete within 5 business days. And the blood verification?" Ironclaw produced a stone basin from beneath the table, dark granite, carved with runes that shifted and flickered with internal light. Beside it, he placed a silver knife with a blade no longer than Harry's finger. 3 drops of blood in the basin. The magic will verify your lineage and confirm your right to claim the lordships of Potter and Black. Harry took the knife and cut his left palm without hesitation. 3 drops of blood fell into the basin and vanished into the stone like rain into dry earth. The runes flared gold, then silver, then a deep, pulsing red that filled the room with colored shadows. Text began to appear on the surface of the stone, rising from within like words surfacing from deep water. Harry James Potter. Son of James Charles Potter and Lily Rose Potter née Evans. Heir by blood to the ancient and noble house of Potter. Heir by will and magical adoption to the ancient and noble house of Black. Blood verified. Claim authorized. 2 rings materialized on the rim of the basin. The Potter ring was gold, set with a ruby carved into the shape of a griffin. The black ring was silver, set with an onyx stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Both were warm to the touch. Harry put on the Potter ring first, on his right hand. The magic settled into him like a key turning in a lock, a click of recognition, a sense of something vast and old acknowledging his existence. The black ring went on his left hand, and the sensation was different, sharper, more complex, carrying echoes of a family whose history was darker and more tangled than the Potters. He felt different. Not more powerful, he didn't suddenly have new abilities or knowledge. But grounded. Like he'd been standing on sand and someone had poured a foundation beneath his feet. The Wizengamot will need to formally acknowledge the claims, Ironclaw said. But the magic is done. You are Lord Potter Black. The goblin paused, and something in his expression softened fractionally, not warmth, exactly, but a sort of professional satisfaction. Your parents would be interested in what you're becoming, I think. Harry looked at the rings on his hands. His mother's ring, his godfather's ring. The weight of them was real. Thank you, Director. Do not thank me, Lord Potter. Thank your gold. Ironclaw began organizing the documents on the table with brisk efficiency. Gringotts serves its account holders. We are very good at it. We are also, he paused, selecting his words. Very tired of wizards who believe they can use our institution as a personal piggy bank without consequence. Dumbledore's transactions were technically legal under the authority granted to him as your magical guardian. Morally, they were theft. Gringotts has long memories, Lord Potter. We remember who respects our sovereignty, and we remember who does not. Dumbledore didn't. Dumbledore treated Gringotts as a filing cabinet. He assumed our cooperation and never once asked for it. Ironclaw's smile returned, thin and sharp. You asked. That distinction matters more than you know. Harry left Gringotts as the first grey light of dawn was touching the rooftops of Diagon Alley. The street was still empty, the shops still dark. He stood on the white marble steps and breathed in air that tasted like old stone in summer rain, and he felt the 2 rings on his hands like anchors. He had a newspaper. He had 2 Wizengamot seats. He had more gold than he could spend in 10 lifetimes. And he had the truth. Now he needed a lawyer. The sun was fully up by the time he reached Grimmauld Place. The house materialized between numbers 11 and 13 as he thought of the address, its grimy facade appearing like a gap-toothed smile in the row of terraces. Harry let himself in with a tap of his wand and stepped into the dark hallway, past the troll-egg umbrella stand and the moth-eaten curtains that hid Walburga Black's portrait. The house was quiet. Dusty. It smelled like old wood and something faintly chemical, the residue of Molly Weasley's cleaning campaigns, which had pushed back the decades of grime but never fully defeated them. Harry had avoided coming here. This was Sirius's house. Every room was full of him, not memories, exactly, since Sirius had hated the place, but his absence. The shape of the space he should have occupied. The chair at the kitchen table where he'd sat during order meetings, leaning back with that careless aristocratic slouch that was half genuine and half performance. The fireplace where he'd appeared to talk to Harry, risking everything just to check on his godson. Harry walked through the house and let the grief touch him. He'd been running from it for 3 weeks, stuffing it down, locking it in a box. But now the grief wasn't the only thing in the box. The anger was there too, and the anger had purpose. The anger had direction. He could hold both. He had to. He found parchment in a desk in the drawing room and wrote 2 letters. The first was to Andromeda Tonks. Mrs. Tonks, I need to speak with your husband regarding legal representation. The matter is urgent and confidential. I will be at Grimmauld Place today. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Harry Potter. The second was to Remus Lupin. Remus, I need to see you. Come to Grimmauld Place as soon as you can. It's important. Harry. He sent both with Hedwig, who had been roosting in the upper floors and seemed deeply grateful for something to do. She nipped his ear with unusual gentleness before disappearing through an open window. Then Harry went to the kitchen, made a pot of tea that was too strong because he couldn't find the good leaves and used the emergency stash that tasted like boiled bark, and sat at the table to wait. Andromeda Tonks responded first. Her owl arrived within the hour, a handsome tawny that dropped a cream-colored envelope on the table and departed without waiting for a treat. Mr. Potter, Ted can see you this afternoon at 3. He asks that you prepare a summary of the matter in question. We will come to Grimmauld Place. My daughter sends her regards. Andromeda. Harry spent the next several hours organizing. He'd brought the copies of the Gringotts documents. Ironclaw had provided duplicates of everything, including certified statements of every unauthorized transaction, every blocked communication, and a sealed will notification. Harry spread them across the kitchen table in chronological order, weighting the corners with teacups and salt cellars. Looking at them laid out like that, end to end, the pattern was unmistakable. It wasn't random. It wasn't careless. It was systematic. One decision building on the next, each one closing another door, cutting another connection, ensuring that Harry Potter grew up isolated, uninformed, and dependent. He was staring at the documents when the front door opened and closed, and footsteps came down the hallway toward the kitchen. Remus Lupin looked like he hadn't slept either. His face was gaunt, the lines around his eyes deeper than Harry remembered, and his hair, always more gray than brown, seemed to have lost the last of its color in the 3 weeks since Sirius's death. He was wearing patched robes and carrying a leather satchel that was older than Harry was. He stopped in the kitchen doorway and looked at Harry, and something in his expression cracked. Harry. His voice was rough. Dumbledore said you needed space. I wanted to come. I should have come. Sit down, Remus. Remus sat. His eyes moved to the documents spread across the table, scanning them with the automatic attention of a man who'd spent years reading dark creature legislation for loopholes. His brow furrowed. What is all this? My inheritance, Harry said. The real one. He told Remus everything. The Goblin Courier, the Gringotts summons, the full estate audit. He spoke clearly and without emotion, laying out the facts the way Ironclaw had laid them out for him: transactions, dates, amounts, a forensic catalogue of 15 years of manipulation. He watched Remus's face as he talked. The color drained from it slowly, like water running out of a basin. By the time Harry got to the sealed will, Remus's hands were flat on the table, pressing down as if to anchor himself. He sealed James and Lily's will, Remus said. His voice was barely above a whisper. November 5, 1981. 2 days after he took guardianship. That means, Remus stopped. His throat worked. James told me. Before they went into hiding, he told me they'd updated their will. If anything happened to them, if Sirius couldn't, they had a list. People to take you in. I was on it, Harry. Frank and Alice Longbottom were on it. Andromeda and Ted. The McGonagalls, Minerva's brother's family in Edinburgh. Remus's voice cracked on the last words. They had a plan. They didn't want you going to Petunia. Lily was very clear about that. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. He knew, Harry said. He sealed the will because he knew my parents wanted me raised by someone else. And he needed me at the Dursleys for the Blood Wards. The Blood Wards. Remus's face twisted. The Blood Wards that a Goblin Courier walked straight through tonight. Harry hadn't thought about that. The implication hit him like a physical blow: the wards that Dumbledore had used to justify every summer at Privet Drive, every year of misery, the cupboard and the locks and the bars on his window. The wards that were apparently invisible to goblins. Which meant they were either not as powerful as Dumbledore claimed, or, Remus. Did you know about the money? Remus's jaw tightened. He looked down at the table, at the ledger entries, and Harry could see him fighting with himself, the instinct to defend, to explain, to find the reading of the facts that made it all okay. I knew Dumbledore managed your finances. He told me it was standard practice for orphaned heirs. I never saw numbers. I never asked. He looked up, and his eyes were red. I should have asked. You wrote to me 23 times, between 1982 and 1991. Remus went very still. How do you know that? The goblins kept records of every blocked communication. You wrote 23 letters asking to visit me. Dumbledore rejected every one. Something happened to Remus's face that Harry had never seen before. The mild, self-deprecating mask, the one Remus wore like armor, the perpetual apology for existing, crumbled. What was underneath was raw, old, and furious. He told me the blood wards wouldn't allow it, Remus said quietly. He told me my presence, as a werewolf, would destabilize the protections. He said it was too dangerous. For you. Each word came out with terrible precision, like stones being placed on a scale. I believed him. I believed him because Dumbledore always had a reason, didn't he? There was always a reason, and it was always for the greater good, and you just trusted him, because he was Dumbledore. Yeah, Harry said. You did. Remus flinched. Harry hadn't meant it as an attack, or maybe he had, a little. The anger was there, underneath the ice, pressing against the edges. 23 letters. 10 years. If even one of those letters had gotten through, if Remus had shown up at Privet Drive and seen the cupboard, but he couldn't think about that. Not now. I'm not telling you this to hurt you, Harry said. I'm telling you because you need to know. And because I need you to decide whose side you're on. There shouldn't be sides, there are. There have always been sides, Remus. Dumbledore picked his. I'm picking mine. Remus looked at him for a long time. The kitchen clock ticked. Somewhere in the upper floors of the house, a pipe clanked. Your mother, Remus said finally, would have burned the world down over this. Harry's composure almost broke at that. Almost. He held on by the thinnest margin, and the only sign of it was a quick breath through his nose and a blink that lasted a beat too long. What would my father have done? Your father would have challenged Dumbledore to a duel in the Great Hall during breakfast, Remus said, and despite everything, the ghost of a smile touched his mouth. Lily was the planner. James was the statement. He paused. What are you? I'm buying the Daily Prophet, Harry said. And I'm going to dismantle every lie Dumbledore ever told. Remus stared at him. Then he let out a breath that seemed to carry years of weight with it, leaned back in his chair, and nodded once. All right. How can I help? Ted and Andromeda Tonks arrived at 3 o'clock, precisely. Andromeda was tall and striking, with the black family bone structure softened by something warmer, a kindness in her dark eyes that none of her sisters shared. She looked around Grimmauld Place with the complicated expression of a woman revisiting a childhood she'd escaped. Ted Tonks was not what Harry expected. He'd imagined someone like Arthur Weasley, well-meaning, bumbling, endlessly curious about the Muggle world he'd left behind. Ted was none of those things. He was compact and precise, with close-cropped graying hair and the kind of quiet presence that made you listen when he spoke. He wore Muggle clothes, a dark suit, no tie, and carried a briefcase that looked like it had survived a war. Which, Harry supposed, it had. He shook Harry's hand firmly and sat down at the kitchen table, assessed the spread of documents with one professional glance, and said, "Walk me through it." Harry did. Ted listened without interrupting, making occasional notes on a legal pad with a Muggle ballpoint pen. Andromeda sat beside her husband, her face growing progressively stormier as the details accumulated, but she too remained silent until Harry finished. "Right," Ted said. He clicked his pen twice, an unconscious habit, Harry would learn, that meant he was organizing his thoughts. First things first. The financial transactions, technically legal under the Magical Guardian Act of 1743, but only if the Guardian is acting in the ward's best interest. Funding a private paramilitary organization from a miner's estate is a stretch, to put it mildly. The blocked correspondence is harder to challenge legally, Guardian discretion over a miner's communications is broad, but the pattern is damning. And the sealed will is your strongest piece. Why? Because sealing a will requires a specific legal justification, active threat to the beneficiaries, ongoing criminal proceedings, or national security. Dumbledore sealed it under national security, the same justification he used for everything in November 81. But national security seals have a maximum duration of 10 years, after which they must be renewed with a new justification. I'd bet my practice license that Dumbledore never filed a renewal. Ted's pen clicked again. Which means the seal expired in 1991, and no one noticed because no one was looking. Can you unseal it? I can file a motion with the Wizengamot to unseal it. With your status as Lord Potter, you have standing to make the request. It'll take a few weeks, the bureaucracy is slower than death, but it'll go through. What about the emancipation? The Wizengamot seats? Ted glanced at Andromeda, who nodded slightly. Gringotts has already verified your blood right to both lordships. The emancipation is automatic once you claim them, it's old law, predates the ministry, and they can't override it without changing the Wizengamot charter, which requires a 2/3 majority they'll never get. You can formally claim your seats at the next session. When is that? August 15th. 3 weeks. Harry filed that away. And the profit acquisition? Ted smiled for the first time. It was a small, precise smile that made him look unexpectedly dangerous. That's where it gets interesting. Peveril Holdings acquires the controlling interest. You remain anonymous as the beneficial owner. You install editorial leadership you trust, shift the paper toward honest reporting, and let the quality of the journalism build credibility before anyone knows you're behind it. When the ownership is eventually revealed, and it will be, these things always come out, you'll have months of honest coverage as your defense. I didn't buy a propaganda machine. I bought a newspaper and made it do its job. Harry looked at Ted Tonks, this quiet, unassuming Muggle-born solicitor who the pure-blood establishment had been dismissing for decades, and understood why Andromeda had married him. You're hired, Harry said. My retainer is 200 galleons per month. Done. And I should warn you. Ted's expression sobered. Dumbledore will not take this lying down. He is the most politically connected wizard in Europe. He has allies in the Ministry, the Wizengamot, the ICW, and every major institution in magical Britain. He's also, Ted paused, choosing his words. He is a good man who has done a bad thing, or a bad man who has done some good things, depending on your perspective. Either way, he will frame this as a child's tantrum. He will try to paint you as unstable, manipulated, or dark-aligned. You need to be prepared for that. I am. No, Ted said quietly. You're not. Not yet. But you will be. That's what I'm for. Andromeda touched her husband's arm and looked at Harry. You should know, Sirius talked about you constantly. In the months he was living here, you were all he talked about. He wanted, her voice caught, just slightly. He wanted to give you a home. A real one. He would have done anything for that. I know, Harry said. He would also have loved this plan, Andromeda added, and her smile was pure black family mischief. Absolutely loved it. They left at 5, with copies of every document and a plan of action that Ted had outlined in his neat, precise handwriting. File for the will's unsealing. Finalize the profit acquisition. Prepare for the Wizengamot debut. Build a legal framework that could withstand Dumbledore's inevitable counterattack. Harry was in the drawing room, reorganizing the documents, when the front door opened again. The footsteps in the hallway were heavier this time, a distinctive uneven gait, one foot hitting harder than the other. Mad-Eye Moody stepped into the drawing room doorway. His magical eye was spinning, scanning the room, the documents, Harry. His wooden leg thumped against the floor as he shifted his weight. Potter. Professor Moody. Don't call me Professor. Never was one. That was the other fellow. Moody's scarred face was unreadable, but his magical eye had fixed on the rings on Harry's hands. Dumbledore's in a state. You left the Dursleys' protection. He wants you back. I'm not going back. Didn't say you should. Said he wants it. Moody stumped into the room and lowered himself into an armchair with the careful movements of a man whose body was more scar tissue than flesh. You've claimed the lordships. I have. Which means you're emancipated. I am. Which means I can't make you do a damn thing, and neither can he. Moody's real eye, the one that was his, small and dark and shrewd, studied Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with the magical one still cataloguing the room. So what's the play, Lord Potter? I'm not going to tell you that. Smart. Don't trust me. Don't trust anyone Dumbledore sent. Moody's mouth twisted into something that might have been approval. But I'll give you something for free, be careful. The old man's not evil. I've known him 60 years, and he's not evil. But he's had the world on a string for so long he's forgotten other people have a right to pull back. You start pulling, he'll fight. An Albus Dumbledore in a fight is not something most people survive. I know. Moody looked at him for a long moment. Then he stood, wooden legs scraping against the floor. You remind me of your mother, he said. Everyone always said you were James's son. You look like him. You fly like him. But this, he gestured vaguely at the documents, the rings, the cold calculation in Harry's eyes. This is Lily. James would have charged the gates. Lily would have bought them first. He turned toward the door. Watch your back, Potter. Constant vigilance. Moody. The old Auror stopped. Are you going to tell him where I am? Moody was quiet for a beat. Then, he already knows. This house is Order headquarters, boy. He'll be here himself before the week's out. He thumped out of the room, and a moment later the front door opened and closed. Harry stood alone in the drawing room. Through the window, the late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across Grimmauld Place, and the house around him was settling into its evening creaks and murmurs. He looked at the Potter ring on his right hand. The ruby caught the light and held it, a tiny point of fire suspended in gold. You remind me of your mother. I hope so, Harry said to the empty room. The next 3 days passed in a blur of meetings, documents, and strategy. Ted Tonks filed the motion to unseal the Potter will. Gringotts began the share acquisition. Ironclaw sent daily updates via Goblin courier, each message delivered with the same military precision as the first. The Southwick family, desperate to offload their failing paper, responded to Peveril Holdings' offer with almost embarrassing eagerness. Negotiations were proceeding ahead of schedule. Harry spent his evenings at Grimmauld Place learning things he should have been taught years ago. Ted brought him books on wizarding law, dry, dense texts that Harry forced himself through page by page, taking notes, asking questions. He learned about the Wizengamot structure, its factions, its procedural rules. He learned about magical property law, inheritance protocols, the 12 founding families and their historical alliances. He learned that power in magical Britain didn't flow from the ministry, it flowed from the Wizengamot, and the Wizengamot was controlled by whoever held the most seats and the most influence. Dumbledore held no hereditary seats. His power was positional, Chief Warlock, a title granted by vote. Take away the vote, and the title followed. Remus helped, in his own way. He told Harry stories about the Potters, not the fairy tale versions Harry had heard before, but the real history. The Potters as political operators, as reformers, as a family that had consistently used its wealth and influence to push back against pure-blood supremacy while maintaining enough traditional credibility to avoid marginalization. Harry's grandmother, Euphemia, had been a master of drawing-room politics, able to smile a rival into submission over tea. "Your family was never neutral," Remus said. "But they were never anyone's pawns, either. They chose their causes and they funded them, but they kept their independence. That's rare in this world. Dumbledore took that away from me," Harry said. "The chance to learn any of this. To grow up knowing who I was." Remus didn't argue. He'd stopped arguing. On the third evening, Harry was in the library, the Black family library, which was as dark and menacing as the rest of the house but contained an extraordinary collection of texts on magical law, politics, and history, when Creature appeared with a crack. "Master," the elf said. His bulging eyes were watery and suspicious, as always, but something in his posture had changed since Harry claimed the Black Lordship. Not exactly respect, Creature's hatred ran too deep for that, but acknowledgement. The ring on Harry's hand was real, and the magic behind it was older than Creature's grudges. "Creature. What is it?" "The old one is here. The one with the beard and the bad fashion sense. He is in the kitchen. He asks to see Master." Harry's pulse didn't quicken. He'd been expecting this. "Tell him I'll be down in 5 minutes." Creature will tell him. Creature will also spit in his tea. "Don't spit in his tea, Creature." The elf muttered something deeply unflattering under his breath and vanished. Harry stood, straightened his clothes, and checked the rings on his hands. Then he went downstairs. Dumbledore was sitting at the kitchen table. He'd chosen the chair at the head, subtle, probably unconscious, a man so accustomed to occupying the position of authority that he did it without thinking. He was wearing deep blue robes embroidered with silver stars, and his half-moon spectacles reflected the kitchen lamplight. He looked, as he always did, like everyone's wise grandfather. Calm. Warm. Faintly amused by the world's follies. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said. His voice carried its usual gentle warmth. "I am relieved to find you safe. When Alastair reported that you had left Privet Drive—" "Don't call me that," Harry said. He remained standing, positioned across the table from Dumbledore. A deliberate choice, he would not sit at a table where Dumbledore had placed himself at the head. "I'm not your boy. I never was." Something flickered behind the half-moon spectacles. Not surprise, Dumbledore had surely been briefed by Moody, and the rings on Harry's hands were visible. More like recalculation. A chess player seeing the board had changed while he wasn't looking. "I see you have been to Gringotts," Dumbledore said. His eyes moved to the rings. "And you have claimed the lordships." "I have. Harry, Lord Potter Black, if we're being formal. Which I think we are." Another flicker. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes, that ever-present spark that made you feel like you were sharing a private joke, dimmed by a fraction. "Very well, Lord Potter Black. I understand that you are angry. I'm not angry. I was angry when you let me think Sirius was just a crazed murderer for 3 years. I was angry when you ignored me for the entirety of 5th year while Umbridge carved words into my hand. I was angry when your precious occlumency lessons with Snape made the visions worse, not better." Harry's voice was perfectly level. Flat. Controlled. "This isn't anger, Headmaster. This is clarity." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he leaned back slightly in his chair and folded his hands, a posture Harry recognized from 100 meetings in the headmaster's office. The posture of a man preparing to explain why everything was more complicated than it seemed. "I can see that the goblins have shared certain financial records with you," Dumbledore said. "I want you to understand, you withdrew over 360,000 galleons from my family vault to fund the Order of the Phoenix. You established a standing order of 2,000 galleons per month that has been running since I was a year old. You blocked every letter anyone ever tried to send me, including 23 from Remus Lupin asking to visit, and 7 from Augusta Longbottom inviting me to play with her grandson. You rejected a standard social communication from the Greengrass family without my knowledge. You appropriated ward stones and defensive texts from my vault. You sealed my parents' will, which named half a dozen people who should have raised me, under a national security justification that expired in 1991 and was never renewed. Each fact landed like a stone dropped into still water. Harry wasn't raising his voice. He wasn't gesturing, wasn't pacing, wasn't performing outrage. He was just stating what had happened, and the simplicity of it was devastating. I know all of this, Headmaster. The question is whether you're going to explain it or deny it. Dumbledore's mask held. He was good, the best Harry had ever seen at controlling a room, at projecting exactly the emotion he wanted his audience to feel. But Harry wasn't an audience anymore. He was watching the performance from backstage, and from there, you could see the strings. I will not deny it, Dumbledore said. Nor would I insult you by trying. Every action I took was, for the greater good. The words hit harder than Harry expected. Dumbledore's composure cracked, just a hairline fracture, visible in the sudden stillness of his hands, the microflinch around his eyes. Those words meant something to Dumbledore. Something deep and personal and painful. Harry filed that away. For your protection, Dumbledore said, and his voice had lost some of its warmth. Not cold, just thinner. More honest, perhaps. You were the most hunted child in the wizarding world, Harry. Voldemort's followers were everywhere. The blood wards at Privet Drive were the only protection I could guarantee, a goblin walked through them 3 nights ago. And keeping you isolated from the magical world during your formative years was the only way to ensure you grew up without the weight of celebrity, without the constant danger of, I grew up without anyone, Headmaster. I grew up being told I was worthless. I grew up sleeping in a cupboard while my cousin had 2 bedrooms. I was starved, bullied, and treated like a servant for 10 years. You knew. Arabella Figg reported to you. She told you how they treated me, and you left me there anyway. The blood wards were apparently ineffective against anyone who isn't an owl. Harry leaned forward slightly. You knew about the cupboard. You knew about the locks on my door. You knew about the bars on my window, Dumbledore. They put bars on a child's window and you did nothing. And you want to talk to me about protection? The kitchen was very quiet. The clock ticked. Somewhere upstairs, a pipe clanked. Dumbledore looked old. Not the theatrical, twinkling oldness he usually wore like a costume, genuinely old, in the way of a man who has been carrying something heavy for a very long time and can feel it in his bones. You are correct, he said. His voice was barely above a murmur. About all of it. I made decisions that I believed were necessary, and I made them without your consent, and I made them knowing that they would cause you suffering. I told myself it was justified. That the threat was too great, the stakes too high, for me to allow sentiment. Harry's composure finally cracked, just slightly, a sharpness in the word that cut through the air. Is that what you call a child having a family? Sentiment? Dumbledore closed his eyes. I chose the wrong word. You chose the wrong everything. Silence again. Longer this time. Dumbledore's hands were still folded, but Harry could see the tendons standing out along the backs of them, the knuckles white. What do you intend to do? Dumbledore asked. He opened his eyes, and the twinkle was completely gone. What remained was sharp, assessing, and, for the first time in Harry's experience, genuinely uncertain. I intend to let people know what you did. All of it. Every transaction, every sealed document, every blocked letter. Not allegations, facts. Gringotts records, legal filings, documented evidence. And you believe this will serve the war effort against Voldemort? I believe Voldemort is not the only person who has treated me as a tool to be used. The words landed like a killing blow. Dumbledore's face went grey. Harry waited. He'd said what he came to say. The rest was up to the old man. Dumbledore stood. He moved slowly, and for once the deliberateness didn't look like dignity, it looked like a man who was afraid that if he moved too quickly, something inside him might break. I will not try to stop you, Dumbledore said. I no longer have the right, if I ever did. But I will ask you to consider, not for my sake, but for the sake of everyone who will be caught between us, whether the timing of this serves justice or vengeance. Maybe both. Perhaps. But one of those serves the truth, and the other feeds on it. Dumbledore walked to the door. He stopped with his hand on the frame and looked back. The lamplight cast his shadow long across the kitchen floor. I failed you, Harry. I know that. I have known it for some time. The fact that I believed I had reasons does not change what I did. It merely explains why I was able to do it. A pause. I would ask your forgiveness, but I am not yet certain I have earned the right to ask. He left. The front door opened and closed. The house settled into silence. Harry stood in the kitchen for a long time, listening to the clock tick. His hands were shaking, just slightly, a tremor in his fingers that he couldn't quite control. Not from fear. Not from anger. From the effort of holding himself together during a conversation that had cost him more than he'd expected. He'd wanted Dumbledore to deny it. He'd wanted the old man to bluster, deflect, lie, to make it easy, to be a clear-cut villain. Instead, Dumbledore had done the one thing Harry wasn't prepared for, he'd admitted everything. Quietly, painfully, without excuses. It would have been so much easier if he'd lied. Harry sat down at the kitchen table and put his head in his hands and let himself shake. He didn't sleep that night either. But for the first time in 3 weeks, it wasn't because of Sirius. On the 5th day, the owl from Gringotts arrived at dawn. Ironclaw's message was terse: Lord Potterblack, share acquisition complete. Peveril Holdings now controls 51% of the daily profit. Board notification pending. Await your instructions regarding editorial transition. Director Ironclaw, Senior Account Manager, Gringotts London. Harry read the message twice. Then he folded it, tucked it into his pocket, and went to make tea. Ted Tonks arrived at noon. He'd filed the will unsealing motion that morning and brought a copy for Harry's records. Should go through within the month, he said. No legal basis to keep it sealed. Good. Harry set a cup of tea in front of Ted. The profit acquisition is done. Ted's eyebrows rose. That was fast. Even for goblins. The Southwicks were motivated sellers. Harry sat down across from him. I need to start planning the editorial transition. I want to move carefully, no purges, no dramatic overhaul. Just a shift in standards. Truth. Evidence. No more printing whatever the Ministry or Dumbledore's camp hands them. You'll need an editor you trust. For now, I'll keep the current one on a short leash. Barnabas Cuff is a coward, but he's a competent coward. He knows how to run a paper. He just needs different instructions. Harry paused. And I want to bring in a specific journalist. Who? Rita Skeeter. Ted set down his teacup. You're joking. I'm not. Harry, Lord Potter, Rita Skeeter is a menace. She fabricates quotes, invades privacy, destroys reputations for sport. She's also the most talented investigative journalist in Britain. Her instincts are phenomenal. Her problem isn't skill, it's that she's never had anyone hold her to actual standards. She writes garbage because garbage sells and no one demands better. And you think you can demand better? I think I can offer her something she wants more than fabrication: access. Real access, to a real story. The kind of story that wins awards and makes careers. Rita Skeeter doesn't want to write gossip forever, she wants to be taken seriously. She just never had a reason to do the work. Ted stared at him for a long moment. Then he shook his head and made a note on his legal pad. Your mother was Muggle-born, wasn't she? Top of her class at Hogwarts? Yes. You remind me of her. In ways I suspect you don't intend. Ted clicked his pen. Fine. Skeeter. But I want approval on anything she writes before it goes to print, at least for the first month. Agreed. And Harry? Ted looked up from his notes. This is going to get ugly. Not just for Dumbledore, for you. The moment people find out you own the Prophet, every word it prints will be viewed through that lens. Every story will be Potter's revenge. You need to be ready for that. I'll be ready. Being ready means more than being determined. It means having allies. Not just a lawyer and a werewolf and a goblin banker. Ted's voice was kind but firm. You need people in the Wizengamot. You need at least some of the old families on your side. You need a political base. I know. I'm working on it. How? Harry didn't answer that directly. Instead, he asked, what do you know about the Greengrass family? Ted's pen paused. Neutral. Old money, not as old as the Potters or Blacks, but respectable. Cyrus Greengrass runs a potion ingredients import business, legitimate, profitable, no dark connections that I know of. His wife Helena is from a French magical family. They have 2 daughters. The eldest, Daphne, is your year at Hogwarts, I believe. Slytherin. When the goblins showed me the blocked correspondence, one of the items was a betrothal inquiry from the Greengrass family. Rejected by Dumbledore when I was 11. Ted made another note. Betrothal inquiries among the old families are mostly formalities, it's a way of signaling openness to alliance, not a binding commitment. The fact that Greengrass sent one means they were interested in aligning with the Potter name. The fact that Dumbledore blocked it means he didn't want you forming those connections. He paused. Or he didn't want the neutral families pulling you into pureblood politics. Or he didn't want me having any relationships he didn't control. Ted didn't disagree. If you want the Greengrass alliance, you'll need to approach them carefully. They're neutral for a reason, they survived 2 Dark Lords by not picking sides. They won't commit to you unless they see a path to stability, not just disruption. I'm not asking them to commit to me. I'm asking them to talk. Good. Talking first. That's smart. Ted finished his tea and stood. I'll have a draft media strategy for you by Thursday. In the meantime, don't do anything without calling me first. I won't. And eat something. You look like you haven't eaten in a week. Harry looked down at himself, Dudley's oversized t-shirt hanging off his frame, jeans held up by a belt cinched 2 notches past comfortable. He had been eating, technically. Toast and tea, mostly. It was hard to think about food when your mind was running at 1,000 miles an hour. I'll eat. See that you do. Dead clients are terrible for my professional reputation. Ted left. Harry made himself a sandwich, bread, cheese, whatever was in the cold box, and ate it standing at the kitchen counter, thinking about the weeks ahead. The Prophet. The Wizengamot. The Will. Dumbledore. Voldemort. Skeeter. Greengrass. Each piece connected to the others, a web of relationships and leverage points and potential breaking points. He could see the shape of it, not a plan exactly, but a direction. A vector. He was going to tell the truth. The whole truth. And he was going to let the wizarding world decide what to do with it. Whether they decided well or badly was out of his hands. But giving them the choice, that mattered. That was the thing Dumbledore had never done. Never trusted anyone with the full picture, never believed that other people were capable of handling the truth, never let anyone make an informed decision about their own lives. Harry wouldn't make that mistake. He finished the sandwich, washed the plate, and went upstairs to the library to read about Wizengamot procedural law. It was the driest material he'd ever encountered, worse than Binns, worse than the history of magic textbook, but every paragraph was a tool. Every clause was a weapon. He was still reading at midnight when sleep finally caught up with him, pulling him under in the leather armchair with a book on his chest and the lamp still burning. For the first time in weeks, he didn't dream of the Veil. Far away, in the deepest level of the Ministry of Magic, an unspeakable named Elara Voss was working the night watch. She'd drawn the assignment no one wanted, overnight monitoring of the death chamber. It was considered a punishment detail, the kind of thing you got for annoying the wrong senior researcher or showing up late to a department meeting one too many times. Elara had done neither. She'd simply been the most junior person in the rotation when the schedule was drawn up. The death chamber was exactly as unpleasant as its name suggested. The circular room was carved from raw stone, with rough-hewn benches descending in tiers toward a central dais. On the dais stood the Veil, a stone archway, ancient beyond dating, through which a tattered black curtain hung motionless in air that should not have been still. Elara's job was to sit, observe, and log any changes. In the 3 months she'd been on rotation, there had been no changes. The Veil hung. The curtain didn't move. The readings on her monitoring instruments stayed flat. The death chamber was the most boring assignment in the most boring department in the entire ministry. Until tonight. She heard it at 2:30. Not a sound exactly, more like the memory of a sound, the way you sometimes heard your name called in a crowd and turned to find no one looking at you. A whisper, barely on the threshold of perception, coming from behind the Veil. Elara sat very still. She checked her instruments. The readings were flat. Nothing had changed. The whisper came again. Clearer this time. Close, intimate, as if someone were standing just behind her shoulder. A single word, repeated. Her name. Elara. She turned. The chamber was empty. The benches descended in their silent tiers. The stone walls sweated with damp. Nothing moved. Elara. The whisper was coming from the Veil. She looked at it, really looked at it, not the bored glance of a routine check but a focused, intent examination. The curtain was moving. Not much. Not in any way that would show up on the instruments. But it was moving, a slow, rhythmic pulse, like the breathing of something enormous and patient on the other side. Elara. Come closer. I want to show you something. Her hand was on the arm of her chair. Her feet were on the floor. It would be so easy to stand, to walk down the stone steps, to cross the dais, to reach out and touch the curtain and see what was behind it. Just a few steps. Just to look. You've always wanted to know. That's why you became an unspeakable. To find what's behind the doors. Behind all the doors. This is the last door, Elara. The only one that matters. Her fingers tightened on the arm of the chair. Something, instinct, training, the last rational part of her mind, screamed at her to stay seated. She stayed. The whisper laughed. It was a sound like breaking glass, like ice cracking on a deep lake. Soon, it said. Soon you won't have a choice. The curtain went still. The instruments stayed flat. The chamber was silent. Elara Voss sat in her chair for the remaining 4 hours of her shift, awake and unblinking, her wand in her hand and her heart hammering against her ribs. When the morning shift arrived, she filed her report with steady hands and a professional demeanor that gave no hint of what she'd experienced. She filed it honestly. She described the whispers, the movement of the curtain, the compulsion to approach. She noted the time, the duration, the precise words she had heard. Her supervisor read the report, frowned, and filed it in the cabinet marked anomalies, low priority. The Veil breathed. And waited. Chapter 2, Ink and iron. The offices of the Daily Prophet occupied the third and fourth floors of a crooked building on Diagon Alley's southern stretch, wedged between Twilfit and Tadding's and a shop that sold enchanted luggage. The stairwell smelled like ink and old coffee and the particular brand of desperation that clung to any workplace where people had been lying for a living and knew the ground was shifting beneath them. Harry climbed the stairs at 7 in the morning on a Tuesday, 2 weeks after the Gringotts meeting. Ted Tonks was half a step behind him, briefcase in hand, wearing his usual dark muggle suit among wizards in robes and not caring in the slightest. Remus had wanted to come. Harry had told him no, this wasn't a show of force. It was a business meeting. The newsroom was a long, low-ceilinged space filled with desks arranged in no particular order, parchment stacked in precarious towers, and self-inking quills scratching away at varying speeds depending on which reporter had charmed them and how much they'd spent. Enchanted paper airplanes drifted between desks carrying messages. A massive board dominated the far wall, covered in pinned articles, photographs, and editorial notes in at least 5 different handwritings. The room went quiet when Harry walked in. Not completely, a few quills kept scratching, and somewhere in the back a tea kettle whistled, but the human sound stopped. Conversations cut off mid-word. Heads turned. 30-odd journalists and editors and copy runners stared at the 16-year-old who had just walked into their workplace like he owned it. Which, as of 9 days ago, he did. Barnabas Cuff emerged from the editor's office at the far end of the room. He was a heavy man, soft in the middle, with the permanently worried expression of someone who had spent the last 2 years publishing whatever the most powerful person in the room told him to publish and was now discovering that the most powerful person in the room had changed. "Mr. Lord Potter," Cuff said. He'd been informed of the ownership change 3 days prior, via official Gringotts correspondence. He'd spent those 3 days, Harry suspected, trying very hard to figure out whether to resign, grovel, or pretend nothing had happened. He appeared to have settled on a combination of all 3. "We weren't expecting you quite so early," Harry said. "Good. I want to see the paper working, not performing." He walked through the newsroom without stopping, heading for the editor's office. The journalists watched him pass. Some looked curious. Some looked hostile. A young woman at a desk near the window was openly taking notes. Cuff's office was cluttered and smelled like pipe tobacco. Harry didn't sit behind the desk, that was a power move, and this wasn't the time. He took one of the visitors' chairs instead. Ted closed the door and remained standing by the wall, legal pad in hand. "Sit down, Mr. Cuff." Cuff sat behind his own desk, which should have given him home advantage but somehow didn't. "Lord Potter, I want to assure you that the Prophet is committed to, I'm going to save us both some time," Harry said. "I'm not here to fire you." Cuff's shoulders dropped half an inch. "Not today, anyway. You know how to run a newsroom. You know the printing schedules, the distribution network, the relationships with advertisers. I don't. What I'm here to do is change one thing. And that is the standard. Starting today, nothing goes to print without sourcing. Real sourcing, named witnesses, documented evidence, verifiable facts. No sources close to the minister. No insider's report. No anonymous allegations presented as news. If a reporter can't stand behind their story with their name and their evidence, it doesn't run." Cuff's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. "Lord Potter, with respect, that's, the entire industry runs on, I know how the industry runs. That's why nobody trusts it." Harry leaned forward slightly. 2 years ago, this paper called me an attention-seeking liar. Last year, it called me the chosen one. Neither of those stories was based on evidence. They were based on whatever the Ministry or Dumbledore's people fed you, and you printed them because it was easier than doing actual journalism. Cuff opened his mouth, closed it, and looked at Ted as if hoping for rescue. Ted clicked his pen and said nothing. "I'm not asking you to spin things my way," Harry said. I'm asking you to stop spinning things anyone's way. Report what happened. Use evidence. Let readers think for themselves. That's the standard. That's the only standard. And if a story reflects poorly on certain individuals. If it's true and it's sourced, print it. I don't care who it reflects on. Including you. Including me. Cuff studied Harry for a long moment. Something in his expression shifted, not quite respect, but the beginning of it. The cautious recognition of a man who had expected a tyrant and found something else instead. There will be pushback, Cuff said. The ministry has standing arrangements with several of our senior reporters. Access deals, exclusive briefings, cancel them. That will cut us off from ministry sources. If the ministry wants to give us information, they can give it on the record, attributed, like everyone else. No more special arrangements. No more handshake deals in the leaky cauldron. Cuff rubbed his face with both hands. You're talking about rebuilding the entire operation from the ground up. I'm talking about making it a newspaper again. I'll give you the resources to do it, more staff, better pay, a real investigative budget. But the standard is non-negotiable. And the staff who don't want to meet the new standard? They can find other employment. I hear the Quibbler is hiring. Something that might have been a laugh escaped Cuff before he could stop it. He covered it with a cough. Right. Well. If you're serious, deadly. Then I'll need it in writing. A formal editorial charter. Something I can show the staff, so they know this isn't just the new owner's whim. Harry looked at Ted, who nodded and made a note. You'll have it by Friday, Ted said. I'll draft it with your input, Mr. Cuff. Ownership sets the standard, editorial implements it independently. Clean separation. That protects both of you. One more thing, Harry said. He stood. I'm bringing in a new journalist. Senior investigative role. She starts next week. Who? Rita Skeeter. The sound Cuff made was somewhere between a groan and a prayer. You cannot be serious. She's the best investigative reporter in Britain. She's a menace. She fabricates quotes, she won't. Not anymore. Harry's tone left no room for argument. She'll work under the same standards as everyone else. Sourced, evidenced, attributed. If she can't meet the standard, she's out. But she'll meet it. How can you possibly know that? Because I'm going to offer her something she wants more than shortcuts. Cuff stared at him. Then he shook his head slowly, like a man watching a carriage roll toward a cliff and being unable to look away. You're 16 years old. I'm aware. And you're going to try to turn the Daily Prophet into a real newspaper while simultaneously picking a fight with Albus Dumbledore. I'm not picking a fight. I'm telling the truth. If that's a fight, that says more about him than it does about me. Harry left the editor staring at his desk with the expression of a man who had just been handed a live dragon and told to make it useful. The Leaky Cauldron's private dining rooms were shabby, poorly lit, and offered the kind of privacy that came from the fact that no one in their right mind would voluntarily eat in them. Harry had reserved the smallest one, a room the size of a large closet with a round table, 2 chairs, and a window that looked out onto a brick wall. Rita Skeeter arrived at precisely the agreed time, which told Harry she'd been waiting around the corner for 20 minutes to avoid looking eager. She swept into the room in emerald green robes, her jeweled spectacles perched on her nose, quick quotes quill already hovering at her shoulder like a trained hawk. The quill stays in your bag, Harry said. Rita's painted smile didn't waver, but her eyes, sharp, calculating, always calculating, narrowed by a fraction. She plucked the quill from the air and tucked it into her crocodile skin handbag with practiced elegance. Lord Potterblack, she said, settling into the opposite chair with the theatrical grace of a woman who had spent decades making entrances. Or do you prefer Harry? We are old friends, after all. We're not friends. And you can use Lord Potter. Direct. I appreciate that. She crossed her legs and regarded him with open curiosity. Your message was delightfully cryptic. A business proposition of mutual benefit. I do love mutual benefit. It so rarely is. I'll get to the point. I own the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter had been a journalist for 23 years. She had interviewed Dark Lords, broken scandals, survived 3 assassination attempts, and once spent a month as a beetle on the wall of the minister's private bathroom. Very little surprised her. This surprised her. The smile vanished. The performance dropped. For just a moment, Harry saw the real Rita Skeeter, not the caricature, not the acid-green predator, but the sharp, hungry intelligence underneath. Since when? She asked. 9 days ago. Through a holding company. Nobody knows yet. And you're telling me because I want to hire you. Rita's eyes widened, then narrowed, then widened again. She was running calculations. Harry could practically see the arithmetic happening behind those spectacles. You want me to write hit pieces on your enemies, she said. Dumbledore, presumably. Probably the Ministry. You're setting up a propaganda, no. No. If I wanted propaganda, I'd keep the paper the way it was. I'm changing the standard. Everything sourced, everything evidenced, everything attributed. No fabrication, no anonymous quotes, no quick quotes quill embellishment. Harry held up a hand as Rita opened her mouth. Before you tell me that's impossible, I know you can do it. I've read your early work. That stopped her. Her mouth closed. The series you wrote in 1981 on ministry corruption in the Aura Department, Harry said. The investigation into the Werewolf Registration Act's enforcement disparities. The piece on Barty Crouch's use of unforgivables against suspects. He'd done his research. Ted had pulled the archives. Those were brilliant. Properly sourced, properly evidenced, devastating. You could have been the best journalist in the country. I am the best journalist in the country. You're the most famous. There's a difference. You stopped doing real work 15 years ago and started doing performances. You're better than that, and I think you know it. Rita was quiet for a long time. The private dining room was so small that Harry could hear her breathing, steady, controlled, the breathing of someone working very hard to manage their reaction. What exactly are you offering? She asked. Her voice had changed, lower, less theatrical. Closer to real. Senior investigative correspondent. Full editorial access. A real budget for research and sources. And the story of the decade. Which is Albus Dumbledore. His real history, his real decisions, his real record. Not gossip, not rumor, documented evidence of 15 years of financial mismanagement, suppressed legal documents, blocked communications, and the systematic isolation of a minor under his guardianship. Rita's nostrils flared. He could see the hunger, the professional predator scenting blood. You have evidence. Gringotts records. Legal filings. Documented correspondence. Everything certified, everything verifiable. Why me? Because you're the most talented investigative journalist in Britain, and because I have leverage over you that ensures you'll play straight. The temperature in the room dropped. Rita's eyes went cold. What leverage? You're an unregistered animagus. A beetle. My friend Hermione Granger documented it during the Triwizard Tournament. 1 letter to the Ministry and you're looking at 3 years in Azkaban. Silence. Rita's jaw was tight, her hands flat on the table. But I'm not going to use that, Harry said. Because blackmail is what Dumbledore does, holds things over people, uses their secrets as leashes. I'm not him. He met her eyes. I'm telling you I know, so it's on the table. So we both know where we stand. But I'm not going to threaten you with it. I'm offering you a job because you're good at what you do, and I need someone good. Rita studied him. The journalist in her was assessing, measuring, testing every word for the hidden hook. The woman behind the journalist was doing something else, recognizing, perhaps, that this was not the frightened 14-year-old she'd interviewed in a broom cupboard 2 years ago. "You're offering me access," she said slowly. "Real access. To a real story. The biggest story of your career. With real evidence. Mountains of it. And all I have to do is report it straight. No embellishment, no fabrication." "That's right." Rita's painted lips curved into a smile. Not the predatory slash she wore for the public, something sharper, something real. The smile of a woman who had just been handed the thing she'd given up hoping for. "You know," she said, "I started this career wanting to change the world. I was 22 years old and I was going to drag every secret into the light and make the bastards answer for it. Then I learned that the truth doesn't sell, and fabrication does, and the bastards never answer for anything because they own the papers." She paused. "And now a 16-year-old has bought the paper and is asking me to do the job I wanted to do 20 years ago. Is that a yes?" "It's a hell yes." Rita opened her handbag, pulled out a notebook, a real one, not the quick quotes quill, and clicked a muggle pen that she must have borrowed from someone or stolen from a stationery shop. "When do I start?" "Monday. But I want to be clear about the terms. You work to the same standard as everyone else. Every quote attributed, every fact sourced, every claim evidenced. If I find out you fabricated anything, anything at all, you're done. Not blackmailed, not threatened. Just fired. Publicly. With a retraction in the paper you wrote for. Your reputation won't survive it. Fair. And no beetle. Not-for-profit work. If I hear you've been using your animagus form to spy on sources, you won't need the beetle, darling." Rita's real smile widened. "Not for this story. When you have the truth, you don't need to spy. You just need to ask the right questions loudly enough." She tucked the notebook back into her bag and stood. "Lord Potter. I believe this is the beginning of a deeply fascinating professional relationship. One more thing, Rita." She paused at the door. "You're going to want to write about me. My background, my motives, my personal life." "Don't. Not until I say so. When the time comes, I'll give you the interview myself. Full access, no restrictions. But not yet. And if I find something you don't want published, then we'll have a conversation about it, like adults. And if it's true and it's sourced, it runs." I said the standard applies to everyone. I meant it. Rita looked at him for a long moment. "You're either the most principled person I've ever met or the most calculating. I can't decide which. Maybe both. Maybe." She opened the door, then glanced back with the old theatrical glitter in her eyes. "This is going to be fun." The door closed behind her. Harry sat alone in the private dining room and let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. One predator leashed. One weapon loaded. Now he had to make sure it fired straight. The prophet's transformation didn't happen overnight. Harry had been smart enough, or Ted had been experienced enough, to know that dramatic overhauls spooked people. Instead, the changes crept in gradually, like dawn. The first week, it was just the sourcing policy. Cuff circulated the new editorial charter, and there was grumbling, but the grumbling was manageable. Reporters who'd been filing stories based on ministry sources say had to actually name their sources or kill the piece. 3 articles were spiked on the first day alone. By the end of the week, the surviving reporters had started making actual flu calls and sending actual owls to verify information, some of them for the first time in years. The second week, the content shifted. Not in what was covered, the Prophet still ran its usual mix of politics, society, Quidditch, and human interest, but in how it was covered. The stories were leaner. Harder. A piece about the ministry's Aura recruitment shortfall cited specific numbers, named specific officials who'd been asked for comment and declined, and included a sidebar showing recruitment figures over the past decade. It was dry, factual, and devastating. The readers noticed. Letters to the editor tripled in the first week. Subscriptions, which had been in freefall since the fudge propaganda disaster, stabilized and began to climb. People who'd cancelled in disgust the year before started resubscribing. Owl order copies to foreign countries, previously negligible, spiked as the international magical community took notice of a British paper that was suddenly, improbably, doing actual journalism. Harry watched the numbers from Grimmauld Place. He didn't visit the newsroom again, too visible, too risky. Ted handled the operational side, working with Cuff on implementation while keeping Harry's identity behind the Peveril Holdings shield. So far, no one outside Harry's inner circle knew who owned the paper. It wouldn't last. Harry knew that. But every week of anonymity was a week where the paper built credibility on its own merits, untainted by the Potter name. The first major piece was Rita's. It ran on a Thursday, a full-page investigation titled The Return, What We Know, What We Don't, and What the Ministry Won't Tell You. It covered Voldemort's return with the precision of a surgical instrument, the battle of the Department of Mysteries, the eyewitness accounts, attributed, named, verified, the Ministry's year-long denial campaign, the cost of that denial in lives and preparedness. It named the Death Eaters who'd been identified at the battle. It named the Ministry officials who'd suppressed evidence. It named the journalists, including, with razor honesty, Rita herself, who'd participated in the cover-up. That last part was Harry's suggestion. Rita had balked. You want me to publicly admit I was part of the problem? I want the paper to publicly admit it was part of the problem. All of you. That's how you build credibility, you own what you got wrong before you start claiming you'll get it right. Rita had stared at him for 30 seconds, then written the most brutally honest self-indictment Harry had ever read. It was 3 paragraphs long and it was savage. The readers loved it. The piece didn't mention Dumbledore. Not yet. That was deliberate. Harry wanted the paper to establish itself as credible before it touched the most powerful wizard in Britain. You don't take the king's rook before you've controlled the center of the board. Ted Tonks said it differently. Build the stage before you put on the play. Harry was building. The owl from Cyrus Greengrass arrived on a Saturday morning, carried by a handsome eagle owl that landed on the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place and waited with aristocratic patience while Harry untied the scroll from its leg. The parchment was thick, cream-colored, and sealed with the Greengrass crest, a serpent entwined with an olive branch. The message was brief and formal. Lord Potterblack, the House of Greengrass congratulates you on the assumption of your hereditary lordships and extends its best wishes for your future endeavors. We would welcome the opportunity to discuss matters of mutual interest at your earliest convenience. In the spirit of transparency, we note that a prior communication from our house to yours was, we now understand, not delivered to its intended recipient. We trust this matter can be discussed in person. Lord Cyrus Greengrass, head of the ancient House of Greengrass. Harry read it twice. A prior communication not delivered to its intended recipient. The betrothal inquiry, rejected by Dumbledore without Harry's knowledge. The Greengrasses knew, or had figured it out, or, more likely, had always suspected that the rejection hadn't come from Harry. He wrote back the same day, a brief, formal acceptance of the meeting invitation, suggesting a date and location. Ted reviewed it before it was sent. They're making the first move, Ted said. That means they want something. Everyone wants something. True. But the Greengrasses are careful. They wouldn't reach out unless they'd already decided you're worth the risk. The question is what tipped them. The prophet, probably. They can read the changes. They know someone's behind it. Maybe. Or maybe they've been watching you since you claimed the lordships. The Wizengamot registry is public. 2 seats in the hands of a 16-year-old emancipated lord, that's the kind of thing that makes the old family sit up and pay attention. The meeting was arranged for the following Tuesday, at a private parlor in Diagon Alley that catered to the old families, the kind of place that didn't advertise and didn't need to. Ted offered to attend. Harry declined. This isn't a legal meeting. It's political. All the more reason, if I bring my solicitor, they'll bring theirs, and it'll be 2 lawyers talking while we sit there. I need to make a personal impression. Ted looked unhappy but conceded the point. At least let me brief you on their family history. Already done. I've been reading. Of course you have. Ted clicked his pen. You are disturbingly well prepared for a teenager. I had a lot of practice not being prepared. It wasn't fun. The parlor was on the 2nd floor of a building Harry had walked past 100 times without noticing. The entrance was a plain door between an apothecary and a bookshop, warded to be invisible to anyone who hadn't been specifically invited. Inside, it was all dark wood and soft light and the kind of understated elegance that whispered old money without needing to shout. Harry was shown to a private room by a house elf in formal livery. The room had a small table set for tea, 2 chairs, and a window that looked out onto a view of the Thames that definitely wasn't the actual view from this building. He'd expected Cyrus Greengrass. He got his daughter instead. Daphne Greengrass entered the room like she'd been born in it, not arrogantly, but with the easy confidence of someone who had grown up in rooms like this and understood every unspoken rule they contained. She was tall for her age, dark-haired, with sharp features that were striking rather than pretty and blue eyes that held the particular intelligence of someone who was always thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore simple robes, dark blue, well-cut, no jewelry except a silver pin at her collar bearing the Greengrass crest. She looked at Harry, assessed him with a single sweeping glance, and sat down without waiting to be invited. Lord Potterblack. Miss Greengrass. My father sends his apologies. He was called away on business this morning, a supplier issue in Eastern Europe. He asked me to take the meeting in his place. Harry doubted that very much. Cyrus Greengrass had sent his daughter deliberately, either to test Harry's reaction to dealing with someone his own age, or because Daphne was better at this than her father was, or both. Your father's a careful man, Harry said. He's a survivor. It's not the same thing, but the skill set overlaps. Daphne poured tea for both of them without asking, a social gesture that was equal parts courtesy and control. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Honestly? I expected Gryffindor bluster. The boy who lived, charging in with righteous fury in a plan that falls apart at first contact. That's the version of you I've watched for 5 years. She took a sip of her tea. You're quieter than that version. More controlled. I'm trying to decide if that's because you've grown up or because you're performing. Which would you prefer? Grown up. Performers are predictable. Harry picked up his tea. It was good, better than anything he'd ever had, with a complexity of flavor that suggested expensive leaves and someone who actually knew what they were doing. Your father's letter mentioned a prior communication that wasn't delivered, he said. The betrothal inquiry. Standard among the old families, more of a diplomatic greeting than a marriage proposal, before you look alarmed. My father sent it when we were both 11. He received a rejection from Dumbledore's office. He always found it odd that a Muggle-raised boy would have the political awareness to reject a betrothal inquiry within 48 hours of receiving it. Daphne set down her cup. He's had 15 years to think about it. He's concluded that you never saw it at all. He's right. I found out about it 2 weeks ago, from the Gringotts audit. Daphne nodded, unsurprised. My father has been reassessing several assumptions about the past 15 years. The blocked inquiry was a small thing. What concerns him more is the pattern it implies. The pattern being that Dumbledore systematically isolated me from the wizarding world's political structure. And therefore from any alliance that might have given you independent power. Yes. Daphne's eyes were steady on his. The question my father wants answered, and that I want answered, is what you plan to do with the independent power you've now claimed. Specifically, you hold 2 Wizengamot seats. You have, we suspect, recently acquired a significant media interest. You've hired one of the most aggressive journalists in Britain. You're moving fast, Lord Potter, and fast movement in our world tends to knock things over. She paused. My family has survived 2 Dark Lords by not being in the path of falling objects. Before we consider any alignment with you, we need to know, are you building something, or are you just knocking things down? It was the sharpest question anyone had asked him, and it deserved an honest answer. Right now. Mostly knocking things down, Harry said. Dumbledore built a system of control around me, and I'm dismantling it. The Prophet, the Wizengamot seats, the legal challenges, those are all demolition tools. Daphne's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. Disappointment, maybe. But I know that's not enough, Harry continued. You can't just destroy things and call it progress. At some point, I need to build. The problem is I'm 16 years old and I've had 2 weeks of education in wizarding politics. I know what's wrong. I don't yet know what right looks like. And you're telling me this because you asked an honest question and I'm giving you an honest answer. If you wanted someone who'd sell you a polished vision of the future, you'd be talking to Dumbledore. Daphne's mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, more the suppression of one. That was well played. It wasn't a play. Which is what makes it well played. She leaned back in her chair, and some of the formal stiffness left her posture. You're angry. That's obvious. And your anger is justified, I've seen enough of what Dumbledore does to know that. But angry people make stupid decisions, Lord Potter. They overreach. They mistake vengeance for justice. They burn the house down to kill the spider and then wonder why they're standing in the rain. I've been told I'm impulsive. You've been impulsive. You flew a hippogriff across Hogwarts grounds, entered a tournament designed for adults, broke into the Department of Mysteries, and, if the current rumors are accurate, recently told Albus Dumbledore to his face that you're going to dismantle his reputation. Daphne raised an eyebrow. That's not a resume that screams restraint. And yet I'm sitting here drinking tea and having a civilized conversation instead of taking out a full-page ad in the Prophet. Which is why I'm still sitting here. She picked up her cup again. My father wants an alliance. He wants your Wizengamot votes aligned with the neutral bloc on key legislation, education reform, trade policy, creature rights. He's prepared to offer his bloc's support in return. How many votes? 4, directly. Another 6 or 7 that follow our lead on most issues. That's significant. It is. And it comes with conditions. Name them. Don't be reckless. Don't start a war you can't finish. And don't become what you're fighting against. Daphne held his gaze, and there was something in her eyes that went deeper than politics, a genuine concern, maybe, or a genuine warning. My family has watched powerful men rise and fall for 300 years. The ones who last are the ones who know when to stop. Harry considered this. And the betrothal inquiry? Something shifted in Daphne's expression, not embarrassment, exactly, but a heightened alertness. That was a diplomatic formality. It carried no binding, I know what it was. I'm asking whether your father still considers it relevant. Daphne was quiet for a moment. My father is a pragmatist. He considers everything relevant until it isn't. But I should be clear, Lord Potter, any future arrangement of that nature would require my consent, not just his. Good. Good. I don't negotiate about people like their assets on a ledger. That's what Dumbledore does. Harry finished his tea. Tell your father I'm interested in the political alliance. I'll have my solicitor contact him to discuss terms. And tell him, Harry paused, choosing his words. Tell him I appreciate that he sent you instead of coming himself. Why? Because it means he respects his daughter's judgment more than his own. Or he wanted to see how I'd react to dealing with an equal instead of an authority figure. Either way, it tells me something good about him. Daphne stood. Harry stood. They faced each other across the small table, and the room felt smaller than it had when the conversation started. You really aren't what I expected, Daphne said. What am I? I'm not sure yet. Which is the most interesting thing anyone has been in a very long time. She offered her hand, not to shake, but palm down, in the old pure-blood style that was somewhere between a handshake and a gesture of formal respect. Harry took it, held it for exactly the right duration, thank you, Ted's etiquette briefing, and released it. I'll be in touch, Miss Greengrass. I expect you will, Lord Potter. She left. Harry stood alone in the private parlour, looking at the enchanted view of the Thames, and found himself smiling for the first time in weeks. It faded when he remembered everything else. But it had been there, real and unexpected, and that mattered. Minerva McGonagall arrived at Grimmauld Place on a Friday evening, unannounced. Creature admitted her with his usual venomous courtesy, and Harry found her standing in the kitchen with her travelling cloak still on and her face set in the particular expression of concern that Harry had come to associate with bad news delivered by well-meaning people. Professor. Harry. She looked around the kitchen, the document still spread on the table, the legal texts stacked on the counter, the cold tea and the maps and the unmistakable evidence of someone who had been working very hard on something very large. May I sit? Of course. She sat. Harry put the kettle on, because it was something to do with his hands, and because Minerva McGonagall deserved the courtesy of tea. The headmaster asked me to come, she said. Not apologetically, McGonagall didn't do apologetic. Straightforwardly, with the honesty of a woman who considered deception beneath her. I know. He's worried about you. As am I. What did he tell you? That you've claimed the Potter and Black lordships. That you've been emancipated. That you've hired a solicitor and are, in his words, pursuing a course of action that could have serious consequences for the stability of the wizarding world. McGonagall's Scottish accent, always present, sharpened slightly on the last phrase, suggesting she was quoting. He asked me to talk to you. To encourage you to return to the fold. His words were reconsider his position. Mine would be considerably blunter. She looked at him over her spectacles, a look that had reduced 7th years to stammering apologies. What are you doing, Harry? Harry poured the tea. He set a cup in front of her, took one for himself, and sat down across the table. Then he reached for the Gringotts folder, the one with the full audit, and pushed it across to her. Read that. McGonagall read. She was a fast reader. Harry had seen her mark essays at a pace that suggested she processed text the way most people processed speech, but she slowed down as she got deeper into the folder. Her face changed. The concerned but firm expression she'd arrived with gave way to something else, stage by stage, confusion, then disbelief, then a dawning, terrible comprehension. She reached the entry about the blocked letters. Her hand trembled, just slightly, as she turned the page. She reached the sealed will. She stopped reading entirely. She took off her spectacles and set them on the table and pressed her fingers against her closed eyes. Minerva? Harry said quietly. James and Lily's will, she said. Her voice was not steady. He sealed James and Lily's will. November 5, 1981. I was at the funeral. I stood at the graveside and I watched Albus lower you into Hagrid's arms and I asked him directly, Harry, are you certain the Dursleys are the right choice? And he said, her voice cracked. She stopped, breathed, continued. He said, there will specifies family, Minerva. Petunia is all that remains. I accepted that. I had no reason to doubt him. He lied to you. He lied to me. The words came out flat, stripped of inflection. McGonagall picked up her spectacles, put them back on, and looked at Harry with eyes that were bright with unshed tears and something else, something hard and Scottish and very, very dangerous. The letters. Remus's letters. He blocked Remus's letters. 23 of them. And Augusta's? Augusta Longbottom tried to reach you. 7 times. McGonagall's jaw tightened until Harry could see the muscles standing out along her face. She closed the folder with careful, deliberate hands, the hands of a woman who was controlling herself with significant effort. "What do you need from me?" she asked. Harry hadn't expected that. He'd expected arguments, justifications, the same painful loyalty that Hermione would probably offer. Not this, not immediate, fierce, decisive support. "I need you to keep being the best teacher at Hogwarts," Harry said. "I need you to be fair to your students and honest with me, and I need you to not carry messages from Dumbledore anymore. Done. And I need you to know that what I'm doing is going to hurt him. Badly. Publicly. I'm not going to be gentle about it." McGonagall looked at the folder on the table. "A man who sealed the will of murdered parents to control the placement of their orphan child does not deserve gentleness." She stood, took a breath that seemed to straighten her entire spine, and pulled on her traveling cloak. "I will not carry his messages. I will not be his intermediary. And Harry," she paused at the door, and for a moment the fierce teacher softened into something more personal. "I am sorry. I should have checked. I should have insisted on seeing the will myself. I failed you, and I will carry that. You didn't know. I should have. I was the deputy headmistress. It was my responsibility to question, and I didn't, because I trusted him." She straightened her hat with a precise, angry movement. "I will not make that mistake again." She left. The front door closed behind her with a definitive click. Harry sat at the kitchen table and stared at the folder and thought about trust, how much weight it carried, how quietly it broke, how much damage it left behind. September 1st arrived with its usual organized chaos. King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4, the Scarlet Hogwarts Express steaming and gleaming. Harry walked through the barrier with his trunk and Hedwig's cage and the weight of 2 lordship rings and a newspaper empire in his pocket, and the platform hit him like a wall of sound and color and memory. Families everywhere. Children shouting. Owls hooting. The train whistle shrieking. The smell of steam and candy and the faint ozone tang of magical transport. Harry had loved this once, the excitement, the sense of returning to a place where he belonged. Now it felt different. Sharper-edged. The crowd parted slightly as he moved through it, not because anyone recognized the rings or knew about the prophet, but because something about Harry had changed and people could feel it even if they couldn't name it. He found a compartment near the back of the train. Neville Longbottom was already there, wrestling his trunk onto the overhead rack with the determined inefficiency of a boy who was stronger than he looked but hadn't quite figured out leverage. "Harry." Neville's round face broke into a genuine smile. "I heard, well, Gran heard, are the lordships true?" "They're true." "Both of them?" "Both." Neville let out a low whistle and gave up on the trunk, letting it drop onto the seat instead. "Gran's been in a state. She says well, she says a lot of things. Most of them approving." He paused, studying Harry with an attention that most people didn't associate with Neville Longbottom. "You look different." "I am different." "Good different or bad different?" "Ask me in a few months." The compartment door slid open. Ron Weasley stood in the doorway, tall and freckled and carrying a bag of chocolate frogs that was already half empty. Hermione Granger was behind him, her hair wilder than usual and her expression carrying the particular blend of worry and intellectual intensity that meant she'd been thinking too hard about something for too long. "Harry," Hermione said. Just his name, but loaded with everything underneath: concern, confusion, the desire to understand, the fear that understanding might require her to change her mind about someone she trusted. Hermione. Ron. Ron dropped into the seat across from Harry and offered a chocolate frog with the ease of a friendship that had survived trolls and basilisks and government persecution. "All right, mate. Mum's been having kittens. Dad says you claimed the lordships and bought something and Dumbledore's beside himself. Care to fill us in, or should I just keep guessing?" Harry looked at his two best friends. He'd thought about this conversation for weeks, how much to tell them, how much to hold back. In the end, he'd decided on the same principle he was applying to the prophet. The truth. All of it. He told them. Not the political strategy, not the media plan, just the facts. The Gringotts audit, the unauthorized transactions, the blocked letters, the sealed will. He showed them copies of the documents. He told them about the emancipation, the lordships, the meeting with Dumbledore at Grimmauld Place. Ron's reaction was immediate and visceral. "He took money from you? From your parents' vault?" To fund, his ears went red. "Harry, my family could barely afford, do you know how much we could have?" He stopped, catching himself, and shook his head. "Sorry. That's not the point." "It's part of the point," Harry said. "The order was funded with my family's gold. Your parents put their lives on the line for the order. Dumbledore paid for it with money he took from a child's inheritance without permission." Ron's expression darkened in a way that was new, not the hot, impulsive anger Harry was used to, but something colder. More settled. "What are you going to do?" "I've already started." Hermione had been quiet through the whole recitation, her eyes moving between the documents and Harry's face with the rapid-fire attention of someone processing a lot of information very fast. When she spoke, her voice was careful. "Harry, I believe you. The documents are clear. But I need to ask, is it possible that Dumbledore had reasons we don't know about? Things he couldn't tell us? The war, the prophecy, maybe," Harry said. "Maybe he had the best reasons in the world. That doesn't make what he did right. But if the stakes were high enough, Hermione. He sealed my parents' will. The will that said I shouldn't go to the Dursleys. The will that named Remus, and Augusta Longbottom, and half a dozen other people who would have given me a home." Harry kept his voice level, but the effort cost him. If the stakes were high enough to justify putting a baby in a cupboard and leaving him there for 10 years, then the stakes are too high. Then the game isn't worth playing. Hermione's eyes were bright. Not tears, Hermione didn't cry easily, but the shine of someone whose worldview was cracking along fault lines she hadn't known existed. "Maybe he had reasons we don't understand," she said, and her voice was smaller now. "He always has reasons. That's the problem." The compartment was quiet. The train rocked gently on its tracks. Outside the window, the English countryside was rolling past in a blur of green and gold. Ron broke the silence. "So what do you need?" Harry looked at him. "I need you to decide for yourselves. I'm not going to ask you to pick sides, that's what Dumbledore does, makes people choose loyalty over judgment. Read the documents. Think about them. Come to your own conclusions." "I've already come to mine," Ron said. "He stole from you. He lied to everyone. And my family," his jaw tightened. "My family trusted him. All of us. For everything." Hermione didn't say anything. She picked up the documents, held them in her lap, and stared out the window at the passing countryside with an expression that Harry recognized from years of watching her encounter problems that couldn't be solved by reading more books. He didn't push. She'd get there or she wouldn't. Either way, he wouldn't lose her over it. Some things were more important than being right. Hogwarts materialized out of the twilight like a promise the world had made a long time ago, towers and turrets and lit windows against the darkening sky. Harry watched it from the carriage window and felt the familiar pull, the sense of coming home, complicated now by everything he knew. This was Dumbledore's castle. His seat of power. Every corridor, every classroom, every stone was part of the old man's domain. Walking back in felt different when you understood the architecture of control. But it was also Harry's school. His first real home. The place where he'd found friends and purpose and magic and everything that had made his life worth living. Dumbledore didn't own that. Couldn't take it from him. Harry walked into the great hall with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and the room fell into one of those sudden, collective silences that happened when a critical mass of people noticed the same thing at the same time. It was the rings. Both visible on his hands, catching the candlelight, the Potter ruby in the black onyx. Every pureblood and half-blood student in the room recognized what they meant. Lord Potter Black, 16 years old, heir to two of the oldest families in magical Britain. Walking into the great hall not as a student, but as something else entirely. Harry didn't slow down. Didn't play to the crowd. He walked to the Gryffindor table, sat down between Ron and Neville, and reached for the pumpkin juice. At the staff table, Dumbledore watched him. Their eyes met across the length of the hall. Neither looked away. It lasted 3 seconds, long enough to be noticed, short enough to be deniable. Harry poured his juice and turned to listen to something Neville was saying about his grandmother's reaction to the lordship claims. Normal. Casual. As if everything was fine. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass watched the exchange between Harry and Dumbledore with sharp, unreadable eyes. Beside her, her friend Tracy Davis whispered something. Daphne didn't respond. She was calculating. 1 week later, Harry made his Wizengamot debut. The chamber was everything Ted had described and nothing Harry had imagined. It occupied a vast underground space beneath the Ministry of Magic, circular, stone-walled, lit by floating orbs of cold blue light that cast no shadows. The seats were arranged in concentric tiers, each one carved from a single block of stone and marked with the crest of its hereditary house. The older seats, the founding families, were at the lowest tier, closest to the central floor where speakers stood. Harry found his seats. Both of them, Potter on one side of the lower tier, Black on the other, separated by 3 seats belonging to families whose names he'd only read in books. He chose the Potter seat. The stone was cold through his robes, worn smooth by 7 centuries of his ancestors. The chamber was filling. Lords and ladies of ancient houses took their seats with the unhurried confidence of people who had been doing this for generations. Ministry officials clustered near the upper tiers, where the appointed seats, non-hereditary, granted by the minister, were located. The press gallery was packed, and Harry could see at least 2 prophet reporters among them. His reporters, though they didn't know it yet. A murmur swept through the chamber as people noticed him. 16 years old, sitting in a founding family's seat, wearing 2 lordship rings. Whispers traveled the tiers like wind through grass. Dumbledore entered through the chief warlock's entrance, a private door at the base of the chamber. He wore his formal Wizengamot robes, deep purple with gold trim, and carried the warlock's staff. He looked exactly as he always did, serene, composed, faintly amused by the proceedings. Only someone who knew to look would have noticed the slight hesitation when his eyes found Harry in the Potter seat. "The Wizengamot is called to order," Dumbledore said. His amplified voice filled the chamber effortlessly. "Before we proceed with today's agenda, I note that we have a new member claiming hereditary seats. Lord Potter Black, would you rise?" Harry stood. The chamber's attention focused on him like sunlight through a lens. "Do you, Harry James Potter, claim the hereditary seat of the ancient and noble House of Potter and the hereditary seat of the ancient and noble House of Black, as verified by blood right and confirmed by Gringotts Wizarding Bank?" "I do." "Do you swear to uphold the charter of the Wizengamot, to serve with honor and integrity, and to place the welfare of magical Britain above personal interest?" "I do." "Then the Wizengamot recognizes Lord Potter Black. Please be seated." Harry sat. That was it, no speech, no fanfare. The formal recognition was a formality, ancient and brief. But its implications rippled through the chamber. 2 votes. 2 ancient seats. In the hands of a teenager who was, by all reports, at war with the man who'd just administered his oath. The regular agenda proceeded: trade policy, a dispute over dragon breeding regulations, a budget allocation for the Department of Magical Transportation. Harry listened, observed, and said nothing. Ted had coached him: your first session, you watch. You learn the rhythm, the alliances, the unspoken rules. You don't speak until you have something worth saying. After the session, as members filed out, a woman in expensive robes approached him. She was elegant, blonde, and carried herself with the careful precision of someone who was always aware of being watched. Lord Potter Black. Her voice was cool, cultured, and carried the faintest trace of something Eastern European. I am Narcissa Malfoy. I believe you knew my cousin. Serious. Yes. A complicated man. Family often is. She didn't offer her hand. My husband sends his regards from Azkaban. He asked me to convey his interest in your recent activities. His interest. Lucius is many things, Lord Potter. Stupid is not among them. He recognizes a shift in the landscape when he sees one. Her eyes, pale blue, cold, but intelligent, held his. There are families who share your concerns about the current structure of magical governance. Families who would welcome a conversation. The sacred consortium, Harry said. Narcissa's composure didn't crack, but her left eyelid flickered, a micro-expression that told Harry he'd scored a point. The sacred consortium was a loose alliance of old pure-blood families who operated as a political bloc in the Wizengamot, pushing for traditional values and pure-blood preservation. They weren't Death Eaters, most of them weren't, anyway, but their ideology overlapped in uncomfortable ways. I'm aware of the consortium, Harry said. I'm not interested in an alliance. You haven't heard the terms. I don't need to. I know what the consortium wants, and it's not what I want. Narcissa smiled, a thin, precise expression that revealed nothing. You may find, Lord Potter, that the political landscape is more complex than the moral one. Dumbledore taught you to see the world in terms of good and evil. The Wizengamot operates in terms of power and interest. Dumbledore didn't teach me anything about the Wizengamot. That's rather the point. Something shifted in Narcissa's eyes, surprise, maybe, or reassessment. I see. Well. The offer remains open. When the complexities of your position become apparent, you know where to find us. She turned and walked away, her robes trailing behind her like a banner. Harry watched her go. The consortium was circling. He'd expected that. 2 Wizengamot seats and a fortune attracted attention like blood in the water. The question was whether he could use their interest without being consumed by it. A familiar presence appeared at his elbow. Daphne Greengrass, still in the spectators' gallery above, had moved to a position where she could see both Harry and Narcissa's retreating form. She caught Harry's eye and raised one eyebrow, a silent question. Harry gave a small shake of his head. Not interested. Daphne's mouth twitched. She nodded once and turned away. The first Prophet article about Dumbledore was published on a Monday morning, 3 weeks into the school term. It was not an attack. It was not an exposé. It was, on its surface, a completely reasonable piece of analysis written by a veteran political correspondent under the new editorial standard. The headline read, "The Headmaster's Burden. How much power is too much?" The article examined, with meticulous sourcing, the unprecedented concentration of power in Albus Dumbledore's hands. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. 3 of the most powerful positions in magical governance, held simultaneously by a single individual, with no term limits and no formal oversight mechanism. It didn't accuse. It asked questions. How was this arrangement consistent with the principles of checks and balances that the Wizengamot Charter enshrined? What accountability structures existed? When had the Wizengamot last reviewed the Chief Warlock's conduct in office? Had any sitting Chief Warlock ever been subject to a formal performance review? The answer, the article noted, was no. In the Wizengamot's 700-year history, no Chief Warlock had ever been formally reviewed. The position was, in practice, held for life. The article quoted 3 Wizengamot members, on the record, named, attributed, expressing concern about the concentration of power. It quoted 2 international legal scholars discussing comparable governance structures in other magical nations, all of which had term limits and oversight mechanisms for their equivalent positions. It quoted Dumbledore himself, from a 1987 speech to the ICW, "The greatest danger to any society is the unchecked accumulation of power in the hands of those who believe they know best." The irony required no editorial comment. The article provided none. It was, by any journalistic standard, a masterpiece of restrained, evidence-based reporting. And it was devastating. Harry read it at the Gryffindor table over breakfast. Around him, the great hall buzzed with the particular energy that accompanied a profit edition that actually contained news. Students were reading it to each other, debating, arguing. At the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass read the article with an expression of cool professional appreciation. At the staff table, McGonagall read it with her lips pressed into a thin line that might have been disapproval or might have been the effort of not nodding. Dumbledore read it in his office, alone. Harry knew this because he'd made a point of watching the staff table when the morning owls arrived. Dumbledore hadn't been there. He'd taken his copy and retreated. The response was immediate. Letters flooded the prophet, some supportive, some outraged, all engaged. The Wizengamot's administrative office received 17 formal inquiries about Chief Warlock oversight procedures within 48 hours. The ICW's Communications Department issued a statement noting that the Supreme Mugwump position was subject to regular review by member nations, which was technically true but practically meaningless. The ministry scrambled. Minister Scrimgeour, who had replaced Fudge after the Department of Mysteries debacle, issued a carefully worded statement supporting institutional review and accountability, while avoiding any direct reference to Dumbledore. Politicians, Harry was learning, had an extraordinary talent for saying nothing while appearing to say something. At Hogwarts, the effect was more personal. Students who had grown up being told that Dumbledore was the greatest wizard alive, a benevolent, all-knowing protector, were suddenly asking questions they'd never thought to ask. Why did one man hold 3 of the most powerful positions in the magical world? Why had no one ever questioned it? Was there really no oversight? Harry didn't participate in the debates. He went to classes, did his work, ate his meals, and said nothing about the article. Ted had been emphatic about this: you own the paper. You don't comment on its stories. The wall between ownership and editorial is your shield. The moment you start crowing about coverage, you become the story instead of the subject. The second article was published 10 days later. This one was Rita's. It wasn't part of her main investigative series, that was still in development, waiting for Harry's signal. This was something Rita had pitched independently, a historical profile piece titled, A Wizard's Century, The Untold Career of Albus Dumbledore. It was, again, scrupulously sourced. Rita had spent 3 weeks in the archives, Hogwarts, the Ministry, the ICW, even a trip to Nurmengard to access the historical records from the Grindelwald era. What she produced was a detailed, chronological account of Dumbledore's rise from obscure academic to the most powerful wizard in Britain. The early sections were almost admiring: the brilliant student, the prodigy, the young man who had seemed destined for greatness. But the timeline revealed things that had been buried or forgotten. The summer of 1899, when the 18-year-old Dumbledore had formed a close friendship with a young man named Gellert Grindelwald. The death of his sister Ariana under circumstances that had never been fully explained. Dumbledore's subsequent withdrawal from public life, followed by decades of quiet accumulation of influence and position. And then 1945. The famous duel with Grindelwald. The victory that made Dumbledore a legend. The immediate aftermath, in which Dumbledore, who could have claimed any position in magical governance, instead took the relatively modest post of Hogwarts headmaster. A decision that looked humble until you realized that Hogwarts was the nexus of magical Britain's social network. Every future leader, every future politician, every future power broker passed through Dumbledore's school, under Dumbledore's influence, for 7 formative years. Rita didn't editorialize. She didn't need to. The pattern spoke for itself, a man who had spent a century positioning himself at the center of every web of power in the magical world, while maintaining the appearance of a humble schoolteacher. The article ended with a simple question, printed in italics: we do not question Dumbledore's greatness. But at what point does the accumulation of influence by a single individual, however great, become a liability for the society it was meant to serve? The reaction was a storm. The letters page couldn't contain it, the prophet had to run a special supplement. Former students wrote in defending Dumbledore with passionate loyalty. Others wrote in with stories of their own, decisions Dumbledore had made that affected their lives without their knowledge or consent. A former Hogwarts teacher, retired for 20 years, wrote a long, painful letter about being dismissed from his position for questioning Dumbledore's curriculum decisions. A ministry official, writing anonymously, described being pressured to drop an investigation into Hogwarts safety standards after the Chamber of Secrets incident. Each letter was verified. Each one attributed. The anonymous ministry official was granted anonymity only after Ted's legal review confirmed that naming them would put them at genuine professional risk, and even then, the prophet noted the anonymity and the reasons for it. The truth was a lever, and Harry was learning where to place the fulcrum. The Death Eater attack came on a Saturday night, 3 days after Rita's article. Not at Hogwarts, at a Muggle-born family's home in Devon. The Clearwaters, no relation to Penelope, a family of 4. Father, mother, 2 children under 10. The father was a first-generation wizard who worked in the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The mother was a Muggle. The dark mark hung over the house when the Aurors arrived. 18 minutes after the first alarm was triggered. 18 minutes, because the Auror department was understaffed, because the response protocols were outdated, because the ministry had spent a year pretending Voldemort didn't exist instead of preparing for the war everyone knew was coming. The father was dead. The mother was in St. Mungo's, critical condition, with curse damage that the healers weren't sure they could reverse. The 2 children were alive, hidden in a Muggle closet by their father, who had died in the hallway holding a wand he'd only barely known how to use in combat. The prophet covered it honestly. Front page. Full names. Photographs, not of the crime scene, but of the family. A wedding photo. A birthday party. The children's first day at a Muggle primary school. Real people, with real faces, who had been targeted for the crime of existing. The article included the 18-minute response time. It included the Auror staffing numbers, 43 active Aurors for the entirety of magical Britain, down from 72 before Fudge's cuts. It included a timeline showing how the ministry's year of denial had delayed recruitment, training, and operational readiness. And it included, in a sidebar, a quote from Dumbledore, from a Wizengamot session 6 months earlier, assuring the chamber that adequate measures are in place to protect the magical community. It was the most read edition in the prophet's history. It was also the most painful. Harry read it in the common room at midnight, after everyone else had gone to bed. He read it twice. The second time, his hands were shaking. A family. 2 children hiding in a closet while their father died in the hallway. The parallel was so close to his own story that it felt like looking in a mirror that showed the future instead of the past. Voldemort was not theoretical. Voldemort was not a political chess piece. Voldemort was a man who sent killers to murder children in their beds, and while Harry had been waging his war of ink and information, real people were dying. He sat alone in the common room and confronted the question he'd been avoiding: was his war with Dumbledore a distraction from the war that actually mattered? He didn't have an answer. Not yet. The following week, Harry received a note from Daphne Greengrass, passed through channels so discreet that it arrived via a first-year Hufflepuff who had no idea what she was carrying. Library. Restricted section corridor. Tonight at 10. Harry went. Not because he was summoned, because he wanted to. The honesty of that surprised him. Daphne was waiting in the shadows of the restricted section's entrance, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, watching him approach with an expression that was equal parts assessment and something warmer. "You're on time," she said. "You're surprised." Gryffindors are historically unreliable about schedules. Too busy being heroic to check a clock. "I'm reforming the breed." The ghost of a smile. She pushed off the wall and led him deeper into the corridor, past the chain that marked the restricted section's boundary, to a small alcove hidden behind a tapestry of Merlin arguing with a dragon. The alcove had a window seat overlooking the lake, wide enough for two people if they didn't mind proximity. They sat. The moonlight turned the lake silver. "My father's accepted your alliance terms," Daphne said. "The political specifics are being handled by your solicitor and ours. But he wanted me to tell you something in person, away from official channels." "What?" "The Sacred Consortium has approached him. They're building a coalition, not just old families, but ministry insiders, Wizengamot members who feel threatened by the Prophet's new direction. They want to push for legislation that would restrict media ownership by individuals under 21. Harry's jaw tightened. Targeted legislation. Aimed at me. Obviously. But they're dressing it up as press freedom reform, preventing undue concentration of media power, that sort of language. It polls well. Daphne's voice was dry. Narcissa Malfoy is the driving force. She's working through proxies, of course, but my father's sources are good. How much support does she have? Not enough. Yet. The neutral families are watching. They won't commit to the consortium's position unless they see the Prophet as a genuine threat to their interests. Right now, the paper's honest reporting is actually helping some of them. The Devon attack coverage embarrassed the ministry, and several neutral families had relatives in the Aura department who benefited from the public pressure to increase recruitment. Harry processed this. Political chess, move, countermove, the pieces never stopping. Your father told you all this so I'd understand the landscape. My father told me all this so I'd tell you. Whether that's because he trusts my judgment or because he's testing yours, I honestly couldn't say. Daphne pulled her knees up and rested her chin on them, looking out at the lake. You've changed the conversation, you know. The Prophet articles, people are talking about things they've never talked about. Power, accountability, oversight. In Slytherin, students are debating whether the chief warlock position should have term limits. In Slytherin. Do you understand how unprecedented that is? Is that good or bad? Both. Debate is healthy, people thinking for themselves instead of deferring to authority. But debate creates uncertainty, and uncertainty creates opportunities for people like the consortium. They're not stupid, Potter. They know how to exploit a shaking establishment. Harry looked at her profile in the moonlight, the sharp jawline, the way her hair fell across her shoulder, the intensity of her focus. She was thinking 3 moves ahead, always, and the fact that she was sharing those moves with him meant something. He wasn't sure what yet. You called me Potter, he said. Did I? You've been calling me Lord Potter Black in every conversation until now. Daphne turned her head slightly. The moonlight caught her eyes and made them very bright. Would you prefer I go back to it? No. A pause. Something in the air between them shifted, not dramatically, not performatively, just a slight change in pressure, like the moment before a storm when the wind dies. My father didn't send me tonight, Daphne said. Not for this meeting. The information about the consortium, yes, he wanted you to have that. But the meeting itself was my idea. Why? Because I've been watching you for 3 weeks and I can't figure you out, and it's driving me mad. She said it with the frank directness that Harry was beginning to understand was not a Slytherin trait but a Daphne trait. You're fighting the most powerful wizard in Britain with a newspaper. You're 16 years old and you're making political alliances with families that have been playing this game for centuries. You should be in over your head. You should be drowning. But you're not. And I want to know why. Maybe I am drowning, Harry said. Maybe I'm just good at treading water. Are you? He thought about it. The honest answer, the one he couldn't give Ted or Remus or even Ron, because they needed him to be certain. Some nights, he said. Late, when I can't sleep. I think about everything I'm doing and I wonder if I'm just an angry kid throwing rocks at a mountain. And what do you conclude? That the mountain deserves it. And that I'd better learn to throw harder. Daphne laughed. It was quiet, surprised, the sound of someone who wasn't used to laughing and found the experience slightly disorienting. You're strange, Potter. Coming from the Slytherin who just snuck out after curfew to sit in an alcove with a Gryffindor, that's rich. I didn't sneak. Slytherins don't sneak. We proceed with discretion. Is that what we're calling it? That is exactly what we're calling it. They sat in the alcove until nearly midnight, talking about things that had nothing to do with politics or the Prophet or Dumbledore. She told him about growing up with a younger sister who was terrified of thunderstorms and a mother who sang French lullabies. He told her about Hedwig, how she'd been the first living thing that was truly his, the first creature that chose to stay with him. When they finally parted, at the corridor where Gryffindor Tower and the path to the dungeons diverged, Daphne paused and looked at him. The consortium is going to make their move within the month, she said. The media ownership legislation. You need to be ready. I will be. And Potter? Yeah. Don't drown. She turned and disappeared into the shadows of the dungeon corridor. Harry watched her go and stood there for a moment longer than necessary before heading to the tower. The thing about Daphne Greengrass, he thought as he climbed the spiral staircase, was that she didn't make him feel better about the situation. She made him see it more clearly. And somehow, clarity was more comforting than reassurance. 3 floors below the Ministry of Magic's main atrium, in the circular corridor that led to the Department of Mysteries, Senior Unspeakable Marcus Flint, no relation to the Hogwarts student, was reviewing Alara Voss's incident report for the 4th time. He didn't want to be reviewing it at all. The Department of Mysteries operated on a principle of radical compartmentalization. Each division handled its own anomalies, its own research, its own crises. The Death Chamber was the oldest division and the most isolated, staffed by researchers who had been studying the Veil for decades without producing a single publishable finding. It was, in the department's internal vernacular, a dead end. Literally. But Voss's report was the 3rd anomaly filing from the Death Chamber in 6 weeks. The first had been a routine sensor fluctuation, the kind of thing that happened once a decade and usually turned out to be a calibration error. The second had been stranger, an unexplained temperature drop in the chamber, lasting 47 minutes, during which the monitoring instruments recorded a frequency pattern that didn't match any known magical signature. Voss's report was different. Voss described directed communication. A voice. Her name. Flint read the report again, made a note in the margin, and walked down to the Death Chamber himself. The chamber was exactly as it always was, cold, circular, the stone benches descending to the dais, the veil hanging motionless in its ancient arch. The monitoring instruments hummed quietly on their stands, displaying flat readings. Nothing unusual. Nothing out of place. Flint stood at the top tier of benches and looked down at the veil. He'd been in this room hundreds of times over his 20-year career. He'd never felt anything from it, no pull, no whisper, no supernatural dread. It was an artifact, ancient and mysterious, but inert. A locked door with no key. He turned to leave. Behind him, the veil moved. Not much. A ripple in the curtain, as if someone on the other side had brushed against it in passing. Flint spun, wand drawn, every sense alert. The curtain was still. The instruments showed nothing. But Flint had been an unspeakable for 20 years, and his instincts were honed to razor edges. Something had changed. Not the readings, not the temperature, not any measurable parameter. Something else, something in the quality of the silence. The death chamber had always been quiet. Now it was listening. He backed out of the chamber slowly, keeping the veil in sight until the door closed between them. In his office, he wrote a memo to the head unspeakable. Priority classification, Amber. He requested a full diagnostic review of the death chamber's containment wards. He requested additional monitoring staff. He noted that 2 junior researchers, Phelps and Whitmore, who had been assigned to death chamber observation duties 3 weeks earlier, had not reported for their last 4 scheduled shifts and had not responded to interdepartmental communication. He did not note, because he was not certain and unspeakables dealt in certainties, that as he had stood at the top of the death chamber's stone tiers, he had felt something he had not felt in 20 years of working in the most dangerous department in the Ministry of Magic. Fear. The head unspeakable read his memo, noted the priority classification, and scheduled a review meeting for the following week. Other matters were more pressing. The minister was demanding a briefing on the department's defensive capabilities in light of the Devon attack, and 2 other divisions were in the middle of sensitive experiments that couldn't be interrupted. The review meeting would happen. Eventually. When time allowed. In the death chamber, the veil breathed. And in the silence between breaths, if you listened very carefully, you could hear names. Dozens of them now. Hundreds. Every witch and wizard who had walked the corridors above, their names captured and catalogued and remembered by something that was learning, patiently and thoroughly, the shape of the world it intended to enter. 2 floors up, Phelps and Whitmore stood motionless in a storage closet that no one had opened in months. Their eyes were open. Their mouths moved silently, shaping words in a language that hadn't been spoken since before the founders laid the first stone of Hogwarts. They were not dead. They were not alive. They were occupied. And they were waiting. In his office at the top of the astronomy tower, Albus Dumbledore sat alone. The evening's Wizengamot session had been bruising. 3 members had formally requested a review of the chief warlock's tenure, citing the prophet's articles as cause for concern. Dumbledore had managed the session with his usual grace, deflecting the requests into committee review, a bureaucratic maneuver that would buy him weeks, but the damage was real. For the first time in decades, his authority was being questioned openly, by people who had previously deferred to him without thought. Fawkes was silent on his perch. The phoenix had been subdued lately, less inclined to sing, less radiant. Dumbledore tried not to read too much into it. Phoenixes were sensitive to their companion's emotional state, and his emotional state was not what it had been. He opened his desk drawer and took out a sheaf of old letters. They were written in his own hand, elegant, precise, the handwriting of a brilliant 18-year-old who had believed he could reshape the world. The letters were addressed to Gellert Grindelwald. He'd kept them for 60 years. He'd told himself it was caution. If they ever surfaced, he needed to know exactly what they contained, exactly how they could be used against him. But that wasn't the truth, and tonight, in the cold clarity of a reputation beginning to crumble, Dumbledore was tired of lying to himself. He'd kept them because they were the last honest thing he'd ever written. Before Ariana died. Before he'd learned to perform wisdom instead of pursuing it. Before the carefully constructed edifice of Albus Dumbledore, the benevolent guide, the twinkling grandfather, the man who always knew best, had been built over the ruins of the boy who dreamed of ruling the world with his best friend. For the greater good. He'd written those words. In these letters. With passion and conviction and the terrible, intoxicating certainty of youth. He'd believed them. Some part of him, buried deep enough to be almost invisible, still did. Harry Potter had used the same phrase, thrown it at him like a blade during their confrontation in the kitchen. And it had cut, not because it was unfair, but because it was precise. Dumbledore looked at the letters in his hands. Rita Skeeter's historical profile hadn't mentioned the Grindelwald correspondence directly. She didn't have the letters, couldn't have them, they were locked in this drawer with wards that predated the castles. But she was circling. The profile had mentioned the close friendship of 1899 with enough implication to make anyone curious. If the letters ever surfaced, the real letters, not the sanitized version Dumbledore had allowed into the historical record, they would destroy everything. Not just his reputation. His legacy. The entire narrative of Albus Dumbledore, champion of the light, would shatter against the reality of Albus Dumbledore, teenage zealot who dreamed of wizard supremacy with a boy who grew up to become the darkest wizard of the century. Harry didn't have the letters. But Harry had resources, and Rita Skeeter had instincts, and the goblins had very, very long memories. It was only a matter of time. Dumbledore placed the letters back in the drawer and closed it. He sat in the silence of his office, Fawkes unmoving on his perch, and contemplated the chessboard he had spent a lifetime constructing. Every piece was still on the board. But for the first time, someone was playing against him who didn't follow the rules he'd written. Harry Potter was not Voldemort. He was not Grindelwald. He was not a Dark Lord or a rival for magical supremacy. He was something Dumbledore had never prepared for and didn't quite know how to fight, a young man who was simply, relentlessly, telling the truth. And the truth, Dumbledore knew better than anyone, was the one force that could not be defeated by power, charm, or good intentions. It could only be survived. He reached for the drawer again. Hesitated. Pulled his hand back. Not yet. But soon, perhaps. Soon he might have to decide what to do with the letters from a dead man's youth. Burn them and hope they stayed buried, or what? Give them to Harry? Publish them himself? Confess 60 years of carefully maintained fiction and let the world judge the real Albus Dumbledore? The idea was terrifying. It was also, Dumbledore realized with the sick vertigo of unwanted self-knowledge, exactly what Harry would do in his position. Tell the truth. Let people decide. The simplest, most difficult thing in the world. Fawkes trilled, a single, quiet note that hung in the air like a question. Dumbledore looked at the phoenix and found his own reflection in the bird's dark, ancient eyes. I don't know what to do, old friend, he said softly. I have always known what to do. And now I don't. Fawkes had no answer. The office was silent. Below, Hogwarts settled into sleep, 1,000 students in their beds, dreaming of futures they assumed were theirs to choose. Above them, the man who had shaped those futures for decades sat alone in the dark, holding letters he was afraid to read, and wondered if the boy he tried to control might be right. He did not sleep that night. In the morning, the prophet arrived with the dawn owls, and Dumbledore read it with the careful attention of a man reading his own autopsy report. The paper was good today, sharp, honest, professionally written. A feature on the Devon attack's aftermath. An analysis of Auror deployment patterns. A human interest piece about a Muggleborn witch opening a bookshop in Manchester. No articles about him. Not today. But the absence was almost worse than presence, the silence of a weapon being loaded, the held breath before the shot. Dumbledore folded the paper, set it aside, and went down to breakfast. In the great hall, across the length of the room, Harry Potter ate his toast and drank his pumpkin juice and did not look up. He didn't need to. They both knew what was coming. Chapter 3, The unraveling October came to Hogwarts the way it always did, cold mornings, gold leaves drifting across the grounds like scattered coins, the lake turning dark and flat under heavy skies. The castle smelled of wood smoke and damp stone and the particular earthy sweetness of pumpkins ripening in Hagrid's garden. It was the kind of season that made you want to sit by a fire with a cup of something warm and pretend the world outside was someone else's problem. Harry didn't have that luxury. Rita Skeeter's investigative series launched on October 3rd, under the banner headline that would define the next 3 months of magical Britain's political landscape, The Man Behind the Curtain, a Daily Prophet investigation into the life, career, and Decisions of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore Part 1, the summer of 1899. Rita had spent 6 weeks on the research. She'd been methodical in a way that Harry suspected was new for her, or rather, a return to something old, the disciplined investigative instinct she'd buried under 2 decades of quick-quote sensationalism. She'd traveled to Godric's Hollow, Nurmengard, the ICW's archives in Geneva, and 3 separate magical history collections in private hands. She'd interviewed surviving witnesses, ancient witches and wizards who remembered the Dumbledore family, the Grindelwald summer, the whispered scandal of Ariana's death. The first installment was surgical. It laid out the facts of Dumbledore's early life with compassion and precision: the brilliant family, the father imprisoned for attacking Muggles, the mother dead under mysterious circumstances, the sister Ariana, damaged, hidden, her condition never fully explained. And then Gellert Grindelwald, arriving in Godric's Hollow like a lit match in a room full of kindling. 2 brilliant teenagers, drunk on ideas and each other's intellect, dreaming of a new world order. Rita had found the letters. Not the originals, those were still in Dumbledore's desk, though Rita didn't know that. She'd found copies. Bathilda Bagshot, the ancient historian who had lived next door to the Dumbledores, had kept correspondence from that era, her own letters, and fragments of others that had passed through her hands. Among them were 3 partial letters from Albus Dumbledore to Gellert Grindelwald, written in the summer of 1899. The language was unmistakable. For the greater good. Wizard supremacy, not through force, but through the natural assertion of arcane superiority. The statute of secrecy as a temporary measure, to be discarded when wizards assumed their rightful place. And the phrase that would echo through every subsequent article, every Wizengamot debate, every conversation in every pub and parlor in magical Britain: we would rule, Gellert. Not as tyrants, but as architects. The Muggles would benefit, they simply would not choose. Rita's framing was scrupulously fair. She noted Dumbledore's age, 18. She noted the context, a grieving young man, isolated, desperate for connection and meaning. She noted that these views were expressed nearly a century ago and bore no resemblance to Dumbledore's subsequent public positions. She noted that people change. But she also noted the obvious: the man who had spent a century positioning himself as the champion of Muggle-born rights and the enemy of pureblood supremacy had once, in his own handwriting, advocated for the subjugation of Muggles. The man who had defeated Grindelwald had once been Grindelwald's ideological partner. The article didn't draw conclusions. It presented evidence and let the reader think. The explosion was instantaneous. Harry watched it happen from the remove of the Gryffindor common room, tracking the reaction through letters to the Prophet, overheard conversations, and the careful intelligence reports that Daphne's network funneled to him through channels that would have impressed MI6. The wizarding world split along lines that were less predictable than anyone expected. The pure-blood establishment, or parts of it, reacted with something almost like satisfaction. Dumbledore, the great champion of Muggle-borns, had once shared their ideology. Some saw it as vindication. Others saw it as proof that Dumbledore's subsequent advocacy was performance, a mask adopted for political convenience after his former ally became an international criminal. The Muggle-born community was devastated. Dumbledore had been their shield, their champion, the proof that a powerful wizard could stand against blood prejudice. The letters made that champion look like a convert at best and a hypocrite at worst. And the moderates, the vast middle of magical Britain that didn't think much about blood politics and just wanted to live their lives, were simply shaken. If you couldn't trust Dumbledore, who could you trust? Harry found the answer to that question depressing. The answer, apparently, was nobody. The second installment came a week later. Ariana Dumbledore. This was the piece that cost Harry something. Rita had reconstructed the events surrounding Ariana's death with the dogged persistence of a woman who had finally found a story worthy of her talent. The facts were sparse and contradictory. The official record said only that Ariana Dumbledore died during a magical altercation at the family home in the summer of 1899. No investigation. No inquest. The Dumbledore family's status and the general chaos of the period had ensured that no one asked too many questions. Rita asked them. She interviewed elderly witches who had lived in Godric's Hollow during that era. She found a healer's report, buried in a St. Mungo's archive, describing injuries consistent with being struck by multiple spells simultaneously. She pieced together a timeline that pointed to a three-way duel between Albus, Aberforth, and Grindelwald, with Ariana caught in the crossfire. She couldn't determine whose spell killed the girl. Nobody could. That was the point, the uncertainty, the unanswered question that had hung over Albus Dumbledore's entire life like a sword on a fraying thread. The article was compassionate. Rita wrote about Ariana as a person, a damaged, frightened girl who had been hidden away by a family that loved her but didn't know how to help her. She wrote about the tragedy of it with a restraint that surprised everyone who knew Rita Skeeter's reputation. But compassion didn't soften the impact. The article raised the question that Dumbledore had spent a century avoiding: did Albus Dumbledore kill his own sister? Harry read the article at 3 a.m, alone in the common room. He'd seen a draft 2 days earlier. Rita had sent it through channels for his review, as per their agreement. He'd approved it without changes. The journalism was impeccable. The evidence was solid. The questions were legitimate. But sitting in the dark, reading it in print, seeing Ariana Dumbledore's name on the page, a girl who had died at 14, caught between forces she couldn't understand, Harry felt something shift inside him. Not doubt, exactly. Something adjacent to it. A hairline crack in the certainty that had carried him through the past 2 months. He was using Ariana's death as ammunition. She'd been dead for nearly a century, and he was putting her name in the paper to wound the brother who might have killed her. The journalism was clean. The evidence was real. But the purpose, the engine driving the investigation, was Harry's anger at Dumbledore. And Ariana Dumbledore had never done anything to Harry Potter. The crack didn't stop him. But it was there. The owl from Aberforth Dumbledore arrived the next morning. It was a scruffy bird, nothing like the elegant owls the old families used. The message was written on the back of what appeared to be a drinks receipt from the Hogshead pub, in handwriting that was aggressive, angular, and nothing like Albus's elegant script. Potter. Come to the Hogshead. Saturday. Noon. Come alone or don't come at all. A.D. Harry went. The Hogshead was exactly as grim as he remembered, dark, dirty, smelling of goats and something that was probably whiskey but might have been paint thinner. The Saturday lunch crowd consisted of 3 hooded figures at separate tables who radiated the collective desire to be left alone with a force that was almost magical and might actually have been. Aberforth was behind the bar, polishing a glass that was never going to be clean. He was shorter than his brother, broader, with a face that looked like it had been carved from a particularly stubborn piece of oak. His eyes were the same startling blue as Albus's, but without the twinkle. These eyes had no performance in them. They just looked at you and made their assessment and didn't bother pretending it was favorable. Sit, Aberforth said. Harry sat at the bar. Aberforth poured him a drink without asking, not fire whiskey, just butterbeer, cold from the cellar. He poured himself something considerably stronger. I know who you are, Aberforth said. Don't need introductions. Don't need pleasantries. And I sure as hell don't need you explaining why you're doing what you're doing. I know why. Then why am I here? Aberforth drank. Set the glass down. Looked at Harry with those unperforming eyes. My sister's name is in your paper. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the flat precision of a man who had been angry for so long that anger had become his resting state and everything else was deviation. It is, Harry said. Ariana was 14 years old when she died. She never went to Hogwarts. She never had a wand of her own. She never had friends or a career or a life. She had a room in our house, and she had her brothers, and she had episodes that we couldn't control and couldn't explain and couldn't cure. And then she was dead. The bar was very quiet. The hooded figures at their tables seemed to have stopped breathing. "I'm not here to defend my brother," Aberforth said. "I've hated Albus for what happened to Ariana for longer than you've been alive. I'll hate him until I die, and then I'll hate him after that, because if there's anything on the other side of that bloody veil, I intend to spend eternity reminding him of what he did." He paused. "But Ariana's not a weapon. She was a girl. A scared, hurt girl who deserved better than she got, and she deserves better than being turned into a headline." Harry sat with that. He could feel the crack in his certainty widening, not because Aberforth was wrong, but because Aberforth was right, and Harry knew it, and knowing it didn't make the anger go away. "The article was accurate," Harry said. "I know it was accurate. I was there. I lived it. Every fact in that article is a fact I've carried in my chest for 97 years. Aberforth's voice was rough as gravel. "But you're not writing about Ariana because you care about Ariana. You're writing about her because she's the most effective weapon you have against my brother. And she never asked to be anyone's weapon." Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. He thought about Ariana Dumbledore, 14 years old, hidden away, damaged by Muggle boys who attacked her as a child and damaged again by a family that tried to suppress her magic instead of healing it. A girl who existed in the historical record only as a tragedy, a cautionary tale, a footnote in the story of great men. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. "You're right," Harry said. Aberforth looked at him. Something shifted in those hard blue eyes, surprise, maybe. He hadn't expected agreement. "The article is accurate and the questions it raises are legitimate," Harry continued. "But you're right that I didn't write it for Ariana. I wrote it for me. Because it hurts Dumbledore." He paused. "That doesn't make the information wrong. But it makes my reasons questionable. At least you're honest about it. That's more than my brother's ever managed. What do you want me to do?" Aberforth refilled his glass. Drank. "Set it down. I want my sister to be remembered as a person, not as evidence. If your paper is going to use her name, use it properly. Tell people who she was. Not what happened to her, who she was. She liked to draw. Did you know that? She drew pictures of goats. Terrible pictures, she had no talent at all, but she loved them. She'd spend hours in the yard with the goats, drawing them, naming them, having conversations with them that she swore they understood." His voice had changed. Not softer, Aberforth didn't do soft, but something looser. More human. She wanted to work with magical creatures when she grew up. She told me that once, when she was 12. "When I'm better, Abe, I'm going to work with dragons." She was never going to be better. We all knew that. But she said it like she believed it, and he stopped. Looked away. His hand on the glass was white-knuckled. "I don't want to be your ally," Aberforth said, still not looking at Harry. "I don't want to be part of your war. But if you're going to put my sister's name in print, you owe her the truth. The whole truth. Not just the useful parts." "I can do that." "Can you?" "I will." Aberforth finally looked back at him. The assessment in his eyes was thorough and ungentle. "You're young. Younger than Albus was when he started down this road. The difference is he started with ideology. You're starting with anger." He paused. "Anger's better. Anger burns out. Ideology rots." Harry finished his butterbeer and stood. "Thank you. For telling me about her. Don't thank me. Go make it right." Aberforth turned back to his glass polishing, and the conversation was over with the abruptness of a door closing. Harry walked out of the Hogshead and into the thin autumn sunlight. Hogsmeade stretched before him, picturesque and peaceful, its shops and cottages unchanged in centuries. Students would be filling these streets in a few weeks for the first Hogsmeade weekend. They'd buy sweets and joke items and butterbeer and they'd have no idea that the world underneath them was shifting. He sent an owl to Rita that afternoon. A single line, the next article on the Dumbledore family needs to include who Ariana was as a person. Not just how she died. Everything, her drawings, her interests, the goats. If we're going to use her name, we do it right. Rita's response came back within the hour, already writing it. Spoke to 3 people in Godric's Hollow who remembered her. She liked to sing, too, did Aberforth tell you that? Off-key, apparently. Spectacularly off-key. I'll send you the draft tomorrow. Harry read the message twice and felt something ease slightly in his chest. Not the crack, that was still there. But something around it. The sense that even in the middle of a war fought with ink and information, you could still choose to be decent about it. The trio's fracture came 2 weeks later, on a Wednesday evening in the Gryffindor common room. It didn't start as a fight. It started as homework. Harry was working on a transfiguration essay at the table by the window. Ron was beside him, ostensibly writing his own essay but actually reading the latest prophet over the top of his parchment. Hermione was in the armchair by the fire, surrounded by books, with the specific posture of someone who was not reading any of them because she was thinking too hard about something else. She'd been like this for weeks, present but distracted, engaged but holding something back. Harry had given her space. He'd given her the documents, the facts, the evidence, and he'd told her to draw her own conclusions. He'd meant it. He still meant it. But the space was becoming a silence, and the silence was becoming a wall. The Ariana article was beautiful, Hermione said suddenly, not looking up from her book. Harry glanced over. Thank you. The way it described her drawings, and the goats, and her wanting to work with dragons. It made her feel real. Not just a political prop. Hermione's voice was careful, measured, the voice of someone choosing each word like a chess move. It was the first article in the series that felt like it was about a person instead of a target. That was the point. Was it? Hermione looked up. Her brown eyes were fierce and vulnerable in equal measure. Because the rest of the series, Harry, the letters, the political history, the greater good analysis, that doesn't feel like journalism. It feels like a campaign. Ron's prophet lowered. He looked between them with the expression of a man who could see a storm coming and was calculating whether to run for cover or stay and referee. It is journalism, Harry said. Every fact is sourced. Every claim is evidenced. Every quote is attributed. I know. I've checked. The sourcing is impeccable, better than anything the prophets ever published. Hermione set her book down. But sourcing doesn't determine motivation, Harry. You can report facts selectively and still create a misleading picture. You're choosing which facts to publish and when. You're building a narrative. I'm building a truthful narrative. You're building your truth. The version that makes Dumbledore look worst. Hermione's voice was rising, and she caught herself, glanced around the common room, mostly empty, a few younger students at the far end, and lowered it. He wrote those letters when he was 18. 18, Harry. People change. I know people change. Rita's articles say that explicitly, in a paragraph at the bottom, after 3,000 words of damning evidence. The framing matters. The emphasis matters. You know this. Harry set down his quill. The Transfiguration essay could wait. This conversation had been building for months, and it was going to happen now whether any of them were ready for it. What do you want me to say, Hermione? That Dumbledore's a good man who made mistakes. Fine. He's a good man who made mistakes. He's also a man who stole from my vault, sealed my parents' will, and left me in a cupboard for 10 years. Those aren't contradictory. They're both true. I know they're both true. That's what makes it so. Hermione pressed her palms against her eyes. When she lowered them, her expression was raw in a way Harry hadn't seen since third year, when the time-turner's weight had nearly broken her. He's wrong. What he did to you is wrong. I'm not defending it. But Harry, he's also the reason half the people in this school are alive. He's the reason Voldemort didn't win the First War. He's the reason there's a resistance at all. And you're tearing him apart in public while Voldemort is out there killing people, and I can't," her voice cracked. "I can't figure out if you're right or if you're just making everything worse." The common room was very quiet. Ron hadn't moved. "Maybe both," Harry said. The words came out softer than he'd intended. "That's not good enough." "I know. Then what is?" Harry looked at his best friend, brilliant, fierce, principled Hermione, who needed the world to make sense, who needed right and wrong to be separate categories with clear borders. He wished he could give her that. He wished he still had it himself. "I don't know," he said. "I'm figuring it out as I go. All I can tell you is that I'm trying to be honest, not just about Dumbledore, but about myself. The article about Ariana, Aberforth came to me. He told me I was using his sister as a weapon. He was right. I changed the coverage because of it. I'm not perfect at this. But I'm trying." Hermione stared at him. He could see the war behind her eyes, loyalty to Harry against residual faith in Dumbledore, the need for justice against the fear of chaos, the intellectual certainty that the facts were on Harry's side against the emotional certainty that tearing down the most powerful wizard in Britain during a war was insane. "I need time," she said finally. "Take it. And I need you to promise me something. If I can. Promise me you'll stop if it starts hurting more people than it helps. Not Dumbledore, I mean real people. Students, families, the people who are counting on the order and the institutions you're shaking. If the cost gets too high, then I'll stop. I promise." Hermione held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded once, picked up her book, and returned to not reading it. Ron waited until Hermione was absorbed, or performing absorption, before leaning over and muttering, "She'll come around. Maybe. She will. She just needs to think it through 17 different ways first." "You know Hermione." "I know Hermione. For what it's worth, mate, I don't think you're wrong. I think it's messy and complicated and probably going to get worse before it gets better. But you're not wrong." Ron paused. "Mum's still not speaking to me about it. Dad's reading every edition cover to cover and not saying a word. The twins sent me an owl that just said about bloody time. Make of that what you will." Harry almost smiled. The twins would. They want to buy advertising space. I told them you probably have bigger things to worry about than Weasley's Wizard Wheezes adverts. Tell them I'll give them a discount. Ron grinned. It was a small thing, but it was real, and it reminded Harry that not everything was fracturing. Some things held. Dumbledore's counterattack came in November, and it was everything Ted had warned Harry it would be. It didn't look like a counterattack. It looked like concern. A group of 12 Wizengamot members, all Dumbledore allies, though the connection was carefully obscured, filed a formal inquiry into the ownership and editorial practices of the Daily Prophet. The inquiry was framed not as an attack on press freedom but as a defense of it. Concerns had been raised, the filing stated, about the potential for undue influence over public discourse by concentrated private media ownership. The inquiry requested full disclosure of the Prophet's ownership structure, editorial decision-making processes, and financial relationships with political entities. It was, on its surface, entirely reasonable. It was also a precision-guided weapon aimed directly at Harry. The inquiry would force the revelation that Peveril Holdings was Harry Potter. The moment that became public, every article the Prophet had published would be reframed, not journalism, but a teenager's revenge campaign. The credibility the paper had built over months of honest reporting would evaporate overnight. Ted Tonks saw it coming and had countermeasures prepared. He filed a legal response challenging the inquiry's scope on procedural grounds, buying time, and simultaneously began preparing for the inevitable disclosure. If Harry's ownership was going to become public, it needed to happen on Harry's terms, not the Wizengamot's. But the inquiry was only the first prong. The second was subtler. Dumbledore activated his network. Not publicly, he was too skilled for that. But Harry's intelligence sources, Daphne's family connections, the Prophet's own reporting staff, and the surprisingly effective Goblin information network that Ironclaw maintained, began picking up a pattern. Former Dumbledore students in positions of influence were quietly spreading a narrative. Harry Potter, traumatized by Sirius Black's death, manipulated by dark-aligned financial interests, goblins, was lashing out at the one man who had always protected him. The boy was unstable. The boy needed help. The boy was being used. It was brilliantly done. The narrative didn't attack Harry directly, it pitted him. It reframed his campaign not as a legitimate challenge to power but as a symptom of grief and manipulation. Every fact Harry published could be acknowledged and then dismissed. Yes, those things happened, but the poor boy doesn't understand the context. Dumbledore had his reasons. War requires difficult choices. The word context became Harry's least favorite word in the English language. He's not fighting the facts, Daphne said, during one of their increasingly frequent meetings in the library alcove. It was late November, and the castle was cold enough that she'd brought a blanket, which she'd spread across both their laps without comment, as though sharing warmth with a Gryffindor were the most natural thing in the world. He's fighting the frame. Classic political defense, you can't argue with the evidence, so you argue with the interpretation. How do I counter it? You don't counter the narrative. You overwhelm it. You give people so much evidence that no frame can contain it. She pulled the blanket tighter. But that's the media strategy. The political strategy is different. You need to go to the Wizengamot yourself. In person. On the record. And you need to make it impossible for anyone in that chamber to dismiss you as a traumatized child. How? By being the most prepared, most composed, most devastating speaker they've ever seen. By knowing more than they do, by staying calmer than they are, and by never, not once, not for a single second, losing your temper. Harry looked at her. The moonlight through the window caught the silver pin at her collar and the sharp intelligence in her eyes and the way her mouth set when she was thinking strategically, which was most of the time. "You've been thinking about this," he said. "I've been thinking about this since you sat down in a private parlor in Diagon Alley and told me the honest truth when a lie would have served you better." She met his eyes. "You asked me once what tipped my father toward an alliance. It wasn't the lordships or the gold or the Prophet. It was the fact that you admitted you didn't have all the answers. Powerful men never admit that. It's either a sign of extraordinary integrity or extraordinary cunning. Which do you think it is?" "I think it's both. And I think that's why this is going to work." The alcove was very small. The blanket was warm. Daphne was close enough that he could smell her perfume, something subtle, like winter jasmine. "You never answered my question," Harry said. "From our first meeting. About the betrothal inquiry." Daphne went still. Not tense, just very precisely still, the way she got when she was deciding exactly how honest to be. "The inquiry was a formality," she said. "My father was signaling political interest, not romantic. I know what your father was doing. I'm asking what you think about it." A pause. The kind of pause that carries weight. "I think," Daphne said slowly, "that I've spent my entire life being strategic. Calculating every relationship, every conversation, every alliance for political advantage. It's how you survive in Slytherin. It's how you survive in my family." She looked at him, and something in her expression was unguarded in a way he'd never seen before. "I think that for the first time, I'm sitting next to someone and not calculating. And it's terrifying. And I'm not sure I want it to stop." Harry didn't say anything. Words seemed inadequate and unnecessary. He reached over, under the blanket, and took her hand. Her fingers were cold. She laced them through his and didn't let go. They sat there for a long time, not speaking, watching the moonlight on the lake. Two people who had learned too young that the world didn't protect you, finding something in each other that wasn't strategic or calculated or safe. Just real. When they finally parted that night, Daphne paused at the corridor junction and looked back. The Wizengamot session is December 15th, she said. That's when the ownership inquiry will be heard. You have 3 weeks to prepare. I know. Potter. Yeah. Don't just win. Be undeniable. She vanished into the dungeon corridor. Harry stood in the empty hallway and pressed his hand against the stone wall and felt the cold of it against his palm and thought about undeniable things. He prepared. For 3 weeks, every spare moment went into preparation. Ted Tonks came to Hogwarts twice, once openly, through the front gates, presenting himself as Harry's legal counsel for a private matter, and once via the Hogshead tunnel, because some conversations couldn't risk being overheard. They built the case document by document. Every Gringotts transaction, organized chronologically. Every blocked letter, with the sender's name and the reason for blocking, where Dumbledore had provided one, and the lack of reason, where he hadn't. The sealed will, with Ted's legal analysis showing the expired national security justification and the absence of a renewal filing. The ward stone removal from the Potter vault. The rejected Greengrass inquiry. They also prepared for the counterarguments. Ted anticipated every line of defense Dumbledore's allies might deploy: wartime necessity, guardian's discretion, the blood ward protection, the greater good. He'll argue context, Ted said, during their second meeting in the Room of Requirement, which had provided them with a replica of the Wizengamot chamber for practice. His allies will argue that extraordinary times required extraordinary measures. Your response cannot be emotional. It has to be procedural. Meaning? Meaning you don't argue about whether the decisions were right. You argue about whether they were legal. Whether proper process was followed. Whether oversight existed. Whether a single individual should have had the unchecked authority to make those decisions about a child's life without any review or accountability. Ted clicked his pen. The Wizengamot understands procedure. Most of them have spent their careers navigating it. If you frame this as a procedural failure, a systemic lack of accountability, rather than a personal vendetta, you take Dumbledore's traumatized child narrative off the table. Harry practiced the speech 11 times. He practiced it until the words felt like tools rather than emotions, until he could deliver each fact with the precision of a surgeon's cut, until his voice stayed level and his hands stayed still and his eyes stayed fixed on the chamber with the absolute composure of a man who had nothing to prove and everything to show. Daphne watched the final practice session. She'd insisted, "I know what a Wizengamot audience responds to, and you don't," and she sat in the practice gallery with her arms crossed and her expression unreadable, stopping him 4 times to adjust his pacing, his emphasis, his eye contact. "You're looking at the center of the chamber," she said after the 3rd run-through. "That's where Dumbledore sits. Stop looking at him. Look at the neutral seats, the 3rd and 4th tiers. Those are the people you need to convince. The loyalists on both sides are already decided. The neutrals are the battlefield." He adjusted. She stopped him again. "The line about the cupboard. You're letting emotion into your voice. I know it's real, I know it matters, but in that chamber, emotion reads as instability. Deliver it flat. Let the fact carry the weight. I was placed in a home where I slept in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. Flat. Let them feel the emotion. You just state the fact." He adjusted again. The 12th run-through was clean, precise, and devastating. Daphne nodded once. "That'll do. High praise." "I don't do high praise. I do accurate assessment." "You're ready." The night before the session, Snape found him. Harry was leaving the library after hours, a stack of legal references under his arm. The corridor was empty, past curfew, the castle quiet except for the distant murmur of portraits conversing in their sleep. He turned a corner and found Severus Snape leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking exactly like a bat that had decided to take up lurking as a professional sport. "Professor Potter." Snape's black eyes swept over him, the books, the rings, the set of his jaw. "Walking the corridors after curfew. 12 points from Gryffindor." Harry didn't react. He'd been expecting something like this for weeks, some form of confrontation, some cutting remark about his arrogance or his father. What he wasn't expecting was what Snape said next. "Come with me." Snape turned and walked. Harry hesitated for exactly 1 second, then followed. Snape led him through corridors Harry rarely used, down, through a passage behind a tapestry, into a section of the dungeons that felt older and colder than the rest. They stopped in front of a door that Harry had never seen before. Snape opened it with a tap of his wand and entered without looking back. The room was a private study, small, lined with bookshelves, lit by a single lamp. There was a desk, a chair, and a fireplace with a fire that burned without warmth. The room had the feeling of a space that had been occupied by the same person for a very long time and had absorbed their personality like a stain. Snape sat behind the desk. He did not invite Harry to sit. Harry sat anyway. "You think you're the first person Dumbledore used and discarded, Potter?" Harry said nothing. This didn't feel like a setup. Snape's voice lacked its usual venom, not warm, never warm, but stripped of performance. Just a man talking to another man in a cold room. "He collects people," Snape said. His black eyes were fixed on a point somewhere above Harry's left shoulder. "Broken people, guilty people, people who owe him or need him or fear him. He gives them purpose. He gives them redemption. And then he holds the dead over them for the rest of their lives. Like he did to you." Snape's jaw tightened. "What I am to Dumbledore is not your concern. It is if it helps me understand what I'm fighting." A long silence. The lamplight flickered. Somewhere in the dungeon walls, a pipe dripped. "You're not fighting a man," Snape said finally. "You're fighting a system. Dumbledore is the system, the web of obligations and debts and secrets that holds magical Britain together. Every order member, every ministry ally, every teacher in this school who looks the other way because Dumbledore says it's necessary, they're all part of it. You pull one thread, and you think the whole thing unravels. But it doesn't. It tightens. Because every person in that web has their own reasons for staying, and most of those reasons have nothing to do with Dumbledore being right." "What are your reasons?" Snape looked at him. Really looked, in a way he never had before, without the shield of contempt, without the armor of cruelty. Just looking, and being seen looking, and not caring. "I cannot help you," Snape said. "My position requires," he stopped. Started again. "There are things I do for Dumbledore that serve a purpose you don't yet understand. I will not jeopardize that purpose, even for this. You're a spy." The silence was its own confirmation. "I'm not going to ask you to compromise that," Harry said. "Whatever you're doing, whatever game you're playing between Dumbledore and Voldemort, I don't need to know the details. But I need to know one thing." "What?" "Are you on his leash because you choose to be, or because he won't let go?" Snape's expression didn't change. But something in his eyes shifted, a flicker of something raw and old and never spoken. "Both," he said. "That is how leashes work." Harry nodded. He stood. "For what it's worth, when this is over, if you want the leash off, I'll help." "I don't need your help, Potter." "I know. That's why I offered." He walked to the door. Snape's voice stopped him. "Potter." Harry turned. "In the Wizengamot tomorrow. Don't appeal to their conscience. Most of them don't have one." A pause. "Appeal to their self-interest. Make them see that Dumbledore's unchecked power is a threat to their authority, not just yours. They'll fight for their own power long before they'll fight for your justice." Harry looked at the man who had spent 6 years making his life miserable, the man who had bullied him, belittled him, despised him for his father's face and punished him for his mother's eyes. And underneath all of it, Harry saw someone caught in the same trap he was trying to escape. A life shaped by another man's decisions. A debt that never came due because the creditor never stopped collecting. "Thank you, Professor. Get out of my office." Harry got out. December 15th. The Wizengamot. The chamber was fuller than Harry had ever seen it. Every hereditary seat was occupied. The appointed seats were packed. The press gallery was standing room only. Every publication in magical Britain had sent a correspondent, and several international outlets had squeezed in as well. Ted had made sure the Prophet's team had the best positions. The inquiry into the Daily Prophet's ownership was the third item on the agenda, which meant Harry had to sit through 2 hours of routine business while his pulse hammered against his ribs. He sat in the Potter's seat, hands flat on his thighs, face composed, breathing slow and steady the way Daphne had taught him. Daphne was in the public gallery. She'd come with her father, both of them dressed in formal robes, occupying seats in the neutral families section. She didn't look at Harry. She didn't need to. Her presence was its own message: the Greengrass family is watching, and they are not watching for Dumbledore. Dumbledore called the inquiry. His voice was even, professional, the chief warlock performing his duties, nothing more. But Harry could see the tension in the old man's shoulders, the slightly too careful placement of his hands on the warlock's lectern. The Wizengamot will now hear the matter of Inquiry 447, Ownership and Editorial Practices of the Daily Prophet. The filing members have requested full disclosure of the paper's ownership structure. Lord Marchbanks, you have the floor. Lord Marchbanks, elderly, silver-haired, a Dumbledore ally of 40 years, rose from his seat in the second tier. His statement was measured and reasonable, hitting all the notes Ted had predicted: concern about media concentration, the public's right to transparency, the potential for a privately owned paper to become a tool for political manipulation. He didn't mention Harry by name. He didn't need to. When Marchbanks finished, Dumbledore turned to the chamber. Does the ownership of the Daily Prophet wish to respond? Harry stood. The chamber's attention focused on him with an almost physical weight. He felt it, the pressure of hundreds of eyes, the concentrated scrutiny of the most powerful people in magical Britain, all of them watching a 16-year-old boy stand in one of the oldest seats in the room. He let the silence hold for 3 seconds. Then he spoke. Members of the Wizengamot. My name is Harry James Potter, Lord of the ancient and noble houses of Potter and Black. I am the majority owner of the Daily Prophet, through the holding company Peveril Holdings, which I established in July of this year. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Not surprise, most of them had suspected or known. But hearing it stated plainly, on the record, in the chamber itself, gave it a different weight. I welcome this inquiry, Harry continued. Transparency in media ownership is a legitimate concern, and I'm happy to address it. The Prophet's ownership structure, editorial charter, and financial records are available for review by any member of this body who requests them. I have nothing to hide. He paused. Let that land. I have nothing to hide. A simple statement that carried an implicit contrast with someone who did. But I would ask the members who filed this inquiry to extend the same standard of transparency to themselves. Because the questions they're raising about media accountability are excellent questions, and they apply far beyond the pages of a newspaper. He reached into his robes and produced a sheaf of documents. Ted had prepared them, certified copies, stamped by Gringotts, every page numbered and cross-referenced. I'd like to read into the record a series of financial transactions conducted between 1981 and 1996 by the current chief warlock of the Wizengamot, in his capacity as magical guardian of a minor child. The chamber went very still. Dumbledore's hand moved toward his gavel. Stopped. He couldn't silence a sitting lord making a formal statement during an open inquiry without cause. And Harry was going to give him no cause. Harry read. He didn't rush. He didn't dramatize. He stated facts. 50,000 galleons transferred from a miner's vault to a private organization, November 1981. A standing order of 2,000 galleons per month, running continuously for 15 years. Total, 410,000 galleons, withdrawn from the estate of an orphan child without oversight, without accounting, and without the knowledge of any member of this body. He read the blocked correspondence. 23 letters from Remus Lupin. He looked at the gallery as he read that number. Remus was there. Harry had asked him to come. Remus sat rigidly in his seat, his face gray, his hands clasped together so tightly the knuckles were white. 7 letters from Augusta Longbottom. Harry looked at her seat in the hereditary tier. Augusta was staring at Dumbledore with an expression that could have stripped paint. For communications from Amelia Bones, in her official capacity. Harry looked at the DMLE section. Amelia Bones was not looking at anyone. She was writing, her quill moving with furious speed across a piece of parchment. The betrothal inquiry from the Greengrass family, rejected without the miner's knowledge or consent. Harry did not look at Daphne. He didn't need to. In the gallery, Cyrus Greengrass's face was carved from stone. The sealed will. This was the moment. Harry could feel the chamber holding its breath, hundreds of people suspended between what they knew and what they were about to learn. On November 5, 1981, the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter was sealed by order of the Chief Warlock, under national security justification. This seal has been in effect for 15 years. Harry paused. Under Section 14 of the Wizengamot Legal Code, national security seals on personal documents carry a maximum duration of 10 years, after which they must be renewed with updated justification filed before this body. No renewal was filed. The seal expired in 1991. The will has never been read, never been executed, and never been made available to its primary beneficiary. He let the silence build. 3 seconds. 5. I have been advised by my solicitor that the will names multiple potential guardians for the minor child, none of whom were the Muggle relatives with whom the child was ultimately placed. The will specifies, explicitly, that the child should not be sent to the Dursley family. The murmur that went through the chamber was not subtle. It was a wave, shock, outrage, disbelief, rolling from tier to tier, seat to seat. I was that child, Harry said. His voice was flat. He delivered the next line exactly as Daphne had coached him, no emotion, just fact. I was placed in a home where I slept in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. My magical guardian was informed of the conditions by a member of his own organization. No action was taken. Dead silence. Harry looked at the neutral tiers, the 3rd and 4th rows, where the undecided families sat. He could see the calculation happening in real time, the weighing of loyalties, the assessment of political risk, the slow dawn of understanding that the man who had led this body for decades had done these things without their knowledge and without their consent. He remembered Snape's advice. Appeal to their self-interest. I am not asking this body to judge Albus Dumbledore's character, Harry said. I am asking this body to judge its own oversight. These actions were taken by the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, using authority granted by this chamber, without any review or accountability mechanism. If the Chief Warlock can manage a child's estate without audit, seal a will without renewal, and block legal communications without challenge, then the question is not what Albus Dumbledore did to Harry Potter. The question is what any Chief Warlock could do to any citizen. And the answer, members, is, anything they want. He sat down. The chamber erupted. Not in applause, the Wizengamot didn't applaud. But the noise was overwhelming, voices raised in argument, demands for explanation, procedural objections, calls for order. Augusta Longbottom was on her feet, demanding an immediate investigation. Amelia Bones was waving her parchment, already a formal DMLE inquiry request. Cyrus Greengrass sat still and silent, his point made by proxy. Dumbledore struck his gavel. Once. Twice. 3 times. The chamber quieted, but the energy didn't dissipate, it compressed, like steam in a sealed pot. Lord Potterblack has made serious allegations, Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, but Harry could hear the effort it cost him. These allegations deserve proper review through appropriate channels. I propose that the matter be referred to the Committee on, point of order, Chief Warlock. Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. She was standing in her seat, 70 years old and absolutely formidable, her vulture hat quivering with righteous fury. The allegations concern the conduct of the Chief Warlock himself. You cannot preside over proceedings in which you are the subject. I move that you recuse yourself and that the Deputy Warlock assume the chair for the remainder of this matter. The motion was seconded before Dumbledore could respond, by 3 separate members, simultaneously. Dumbledore looked at the chamber. Harry watched him and saw, for just a moment, the mask slip. Not far, Dumbledore was too skilled for a public failure of composure. But behind the half-moon spectacles, the blue eyes that usually projected benevolent wisdom showed something else. Something old, and tired, and for the first time in Harry's experience, genuinely afraid. I accept the recusal, Dumbledore said. He stepped down from the Warlock's lectern and took a seat in the hereditary Dumbledore chair, a seat he rarely used, preferring the authority of the Warlock's position. Sitting in it now, he looked diminished. Smaller. The purple robes that usually seemed majestic now seemed like a costume. The Deputy Warlock, a stern witch named Griselda Marchbanks, no relation to the lord who'd filed the inquiry, took the chair and called for order. The inquiry into the Prophet's ownership was tabled. The new inquiry, into the Chief Warlock's conduct as magical guardian, was opened. The vote to investigate passed with a majority that surprised everyone except Ted Tonks, who had predicted it within 3 votes. The original inquiry, the one aimed at Harry, died without a vote. No one wanted to be seen defending the Prophet's ownership question when the Prophet's owner had just delivered the most devastating testimony the Wizengamot had heard in a generation. Harry left the chamber through a side exit, flanked by Ted. In the corridor outside, away from the press and the crowds, he leaned against the stone wall and let out a breath that felt like it had been building for months. Well, Ted said. He was doing something with his face that Harry eventually identified as trying very hard not to smile. That was adequate. Adequate. I'm your solicitor, not your fan club. Professionally speaking, it was adequate. Personally speaking, he allowed himself a small, precise smile. Your mother would have been proud. In the gallery above, Daphne Greengrass watched Harry leave the chamber. Her father, beside her, said nothing for a long time. Then, that boy is going to change this country. Yes, Daphne said. He is. And you're going to help him. It wasn't a question. Daphne didn't answer it like one. Yes. I am. The week that followed was chaos. The Wizengamot investigation consumed the political oxygen of magical Britain. Every paper, not just the Prophet, covered it. The international press picked it up. The ICW sent a formal inquiry about the Chief Warlock's conduct. Dumbledore's position as Supreme Mugwump came under review. The Prophet covered it straight. No gloating, no victory laps, just the facts. Harry had been emphatic about this with Cuff and Rita. The moment the paper looked triumphant, they lost the high ground. The story wasn't Harry Potter wins. The story was Wizengamot investigates oversight failures. Keep the focus on the system, not the personalities. Rita was struggling with this. Her predator instincts were screaming at her to go for the kill. Dumbledore was wounded, vulnerable, the biggest target of her career laid out like a feast. Harry had to pull her back twice in 3 days. The facts are enough, he told her. You don't need to editorialize. The facts are doing the work. The facts are boring. The facts got a 2/3 majority in the Wizengamot. The facts will do. Rita muttered something about the death of creative journalism and went back to her desk. But the coverage stayed clean. In the middle of the chaos, the sacred consortium made their move. Daphne brought the message herself, appearing at the library alcove at their usual time with a look on her face that Harry had come to recognize as the Greengrass version of genuine alarm, a slight tightening around the eyes, a fractional increase in the precision of her movements. "My father received a formal invitation today," she said without preamble. "The consortium is hosting a meeting. Private. Invitation only. 12 families. And they want your attendance." Harry sat up straighter. "Mine. Yours. Through my father, as intermediary. They're proposing a formal alliance, their Wizengamot votes, their social networks, their information channels. In exchange for your support on the Heritage Preservation Act." Harry knew about the Heritage Preservation Act. Ted had briefed him on it weeks ago, legislation that had been floating around the Wizengamot's conservative bloc for years without gaining traction. On the surface, it was about cultural preservation, protecting traditional magical practices, maintaining historical institutions, ensuring that the unique heritage of magical Britain was respected in education and governance. Beneath the surface, it was about Muggleborns. Specifically, about limiting their access to certain professions, institutions, and social structures that the old families considered their domain. Not through explicit discrimination, the act was carefully worded to avoid that, but through institutional barriers dressed up as tradition. Apprenticeship requirements that only old families could meet. Professional qualifications tied to cultural competency, standards that were designed to exclude anyone who hadn't grown up in the magical world. It was blood purity in a suit and tie. "No," Harry said. Daphne nodded. "Not surprised. I told my father you'd say that. And he agrees with you. He's not going to support the act either, it would harm his business interests. Half his suppliers are Muggleborn potion masters. But he wanted you to know the offer was made, so you understand what you're turning down. 12 Wizengamot votes. At minimum. Possibly 15, with the satellite families. Enough, combined with your 2 and our 4, to form the largest voting bloc in the chamber." Daphne's voice was neutral, analytical. "Enough to strip Dumbledore of the chief warlock position outright. Enough to reshape the Wizengamot's committee structure. Enough to do almost anything you wanted. At the cost of betraying every Muggleborn witch and wizard in Britain." Yes. Harry thought about Hermione. About his mother. About Ted Tonks, who had given him more honest counsel than any pure-blood lord ever had. About the Devon family, the father dead in the hallway, the mother in St. Mungo's, targeted because of their blood. "No," he said again. Daphne looked at him. The lamplight in the alcove caught her expression in full, not the political mask, not the strategic assessment, but something underneath. Something open and searching and, Harry realized, genuinely moved. "I was waiting," she said quietly. "For what?" "To see who you actually are. Not who you're performing for the Wizengamot, not who you're presenting to the public. Who you are when someone offers you everything you want in exchange for something you believe in." She held his gaze. "Now I know. And it's inconvenient. Because the smart play is to take the alliance, use it to destroy Dumbledore, and deal with the Heritage Act later, water it down, delay it, eventually kill it through committee. That's what a politician would do." She paused. "But you're not a politician. Is that a problem?" "It's a liability. And it's the reason I trust you." Daphne reached out and straightened the collar of his robes, a small, intimate gesture that carried more weight than a declaration. "My father will decline the consortium's invitation on behalf of the Greengrass family. He'll frame it as a business decision. But Potter, the consortium won't take this well. You've just made enemies of the most powerful pure-blood families in Britain, in addition to Dumbledore and Voldemort. That's a lot of enemies for one person. I've got you. You've got the Greengrass family's 4 Wizengamot votes and a supply network for potion ingredients. That's not the same thing. I've got you, Harry repeated. Simply. Without strategy or calculation or agenda. Just the truth. Daphne's composure cracked. Not much, a softening around the eyes, a slight parting of the lips, a momentary vulnerability that she covered almost immediately with her usual sharpness. But Harry saw it, and she knew he saw it, and something between them settled into place like a puzzle piece that had been hovering just above its slot. Yes, she said. You do. They didn't kiss. It wasn't the moment. But the understanding between them, unspoken, complete, and irreversible, was more intimate than any kiss could have been. The Hogsmeade attack came 2 days before Christmas break. Harry should have seen it coming. In hindsight, the signs were there: increased Death Eater activity in the north, intelligence reports of giants moving south, a series of probing attacks on magical homes in Scotland that had the feel of reconnaissance. But Harry had been consumed by the Wizengamot battle, the Prophet strategy, the Consortium refusal, and the 1,000 other threads of his campaign, and he had taken his eye off the enemy that actually wanted him dead. Voldemort had not taken his eye off anything. It was a Saturday. The last Hogsmeade weekend before the holidays. The village was packed, students from 3rd year up, crowding the shops, filling the 3 broomsticks, spilling into the streets with bags of Zonko's products and Honeydukes sweets. The first snow of the season had dusted the rooftops, and the air was sharp and clean and full of the sounds of young people enjoying themselves. Harry was in the 3 broomsticks with Ron and Neville, drinking butterbeer and arguing about Quidditch. Hermione had declined to come, she was studying, she said, and Harry didn't push. Daphne was at a table near the back with Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini, maintaining the separation that they'd agreed was still necessary in public. The first explosion hit the south end of the village at 2:17 p.m. Harry felt it before he heard it, a concussive wave that rattled the windows and shook the bottles behind the bar. Then the sound arrived, a deep, rolling boom that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then the screaming started. He was on his feet with his wand in his hand before the glass stopped shaking. Ron was right beside him. Neville was already moving toward the door. "Death Eaters," said a witch by the window. Her voice was flat with shock. 20 at least. Coming up the main street. Harry looked across the pub and found Daphne's eyes. She was standing too, wand drawn, her face pale but set. She gave him a single nod. "Neville, get the younger students into the cellars. The 3 broomsticks has reinforced basement rooms." "Ron, I'm with you," Ron said. His wand was in his hand and his freckled face had gone hard in a way that made him look suddenly older. "Don't argue." Harry didn't argue. They went out the front door and into war. The main street of Hogsmeade was unrecognizable. The south end was on fire, Dervish and Banjas, the post office, 2 cottages. Dark figures in masks and robes were advancing up the street in a formation that had the disciplined feel of a military operation. Not a raid, an assault. They were moving with purpose, casting coordinated volleys of curses that kept the defenders pinned. And the defenders were scattered. A handful of Aurors, 3, maybe 4, who'd been assigned to the village as a token protective force. Madame Rosmerta, standing behind an overturned cart with her wand blazing. Professor Flitwick, who had been shopping when the attack began and was now dueling 2 Death Eaters simultaneously while shielding a group of terrified 3rd years with his free hand. Not enough. Not nearly enough. Harry raised his wand and cast a shield charm across the width of the street, not a personal shield but a wall of magical force, translucent and shimmering, stretching from one building to another. It caught a volley of curses and held, the impact rippling across its surface like stones thrown into water. The Death Eaters paused. 20 masked faces turned toward the source of the shield. "Oh good," Ron muttered. "They've noticed us." That was the idea. Harry dropped the shield and moved. Not back, forward. Into the street, toward the Death Eaters, casting as he went. Stunners, disarming charms, impediment jinxes, precise, rapid, economical. Not showy. Effective. A Death Eater went down. Then another. The formation stuttered, its discipline cracking under the unexpected aggression. They'd come to terrorize students, not to fight a war wizard. Harry wasn't a war wizard. But he was fast and angry and trained by Dumbledore's army and powered by the kind of cold, clear focus that comes from having already lost the person you loved most. Ron fought beside him, less precise but ferocious, his height giving him reach, his keeper's reflexes letting him dodge curses that would have hit someone slower. He stunned a Death Eater at 10 paces and grinned like a man who'd caught the quaffle. Daphne appeared at Harry's left, having come through the back of the 3 broomsticks and circled around. She fought the way she did everything, precisely, efficiently, without wasted motion. Her preferred spells were cutting curses and binding hexes, delivered with a clinical accuracy that suggested she'd been practicing for exactly this kind of situation for longer than Harry wanted to think about. A reductor curse shattered the cobblestones 3 feet from Harry's position. He threw himself sideways, hit a wall, rolled, came up casting. The Death Eater who'd fired the curse was big, Crabbe Sr., maybe, or one of the other inner circle bruisers. Harry hit him with 3 spells in rapid succession, Shield Breaker, Impediment Jinx, Stunner. The big man staggered, fought through the first 2, and went down on the third. Potter. The voice cut through the chaos with a clarity that made Harry's blood go cold. He knew that voice. He'd heard it in his nightmares for a year. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped through the smoke at the south end of the street. She wasn't wearing a mask, she never did. Her dark hair whipped around her face in the heated wind, and her eyes were lit with the ecstatic madness that made her the most terrifying fighter in Voldemort's army. She was grinning. "Little baby Potter," she crooned. "Come to play. I killed your doggy, baby Potter. Want to see the trick again?" The rage hit Harry like a physical blow. It came up from the place where he'd buried Sirius, the grief he'd been channeling into strategy and planning and the controlled dismantling of Dumbledore's empire. It came up raw and huge and blinding, and for one terrible second, Harry wanted nothing more than to destroy her. He breathed. 1 breath. 2. The rage didn't disappear. He didn't want it to. But he channeled it, poured it into his wand arm, let it sharpen his focus instead of scattering it. Daphne's voice in his memory, "Don't be reckless." "Bellatrix," he said. His voice was level. "Last chance to walk away." She laughed, a sound like breaking china, and attacked. The duel was the most intense Harry had ever fought. Bellatrix was brilliantly, horrifyingly skilled, a pure-blood prodigy trained from childhood, then sharpened by Voldemort's personal instruction and 14 years of Azkaban madness. She didn't fight with spells so much as with intent, each curse was a declaration of desire, a wish for pain made manifest. Harry didn't try to match her. He couldn't, she had decades of experience and a repertoire of dark magic that he didn't know and didn't want to know. Instead, he fought smart. He used the environment, conjured barriers from the cobblestones, transfigured debris into obstacles, used the smoke and chaos to break her line of sight. He fought defensively when she pressed and offensively when she overextended, and he kept moving, always moving, never letting her pin him down. She hit him once, a slashing curse that opened a gash across his left arm, blood immediately soaking his sleeve. He hit her twice, a stunner that she partially blocked, staggering her, and a blasting hex that caught the ground at her feet and sent her tumbling. She came up laughing. "You've gotten better, baby. Did the old man teach you? Did the old man teach you to fight like a real wizard?" "He didn't teach me anything," Harry said, and sent a volley of spells that drove her back 3 steps. The duel ended without a winner. Somewhere behind Bellatrix, a signal flare went up, green sparks, the Death Eater recall sign. Reinforcements were coming, Order members, more Aurors, Dumbledore himself, probably. Bellatrix saw the flare and hissed like a cat pulled from its prey. Next time, baby Potter. Next time I'll finish what I started with your doggy. She operat with a crack that left the air smelling like ozone and madness. The remaining Death Eaters broke and ran. Some operat. Others fled on foot and were caught by the Aurors who were finally arriving in force. The battle was over in under 20 minutes. The cost, 3 students with curse injuries, 2 Gryffindors and a Ravenclaw, none life-threatening. Madame Rosmerta with a broken arm. 2 Aurors down, 1 critical. And old Mr. Flume, the owner of Honeydukes, who had stepped out of his shop to help a fallen student and taken a killing curse in the chest. Ambrosius Flume. 67 years old. Sweet maker. Grandfather of 4. Dead on the cobblestones of a village street 2 days before Christmas. Harry stood in the ruined street as the smoke cleared and the fires were put out and the healers rushed in. His left arm was bleeding through a makeshift bandage Daphne had conjured. His robes were torn. His wand hand was shaking with the aftereffects of sustained combat casting. Neville emerged from the 3 broomsticks, shepherding the younger students out of the cellar. His face was flushed and set, and he was carrying himself with a quiet authority that Harry had never seen in him before. He'd held the door, literally held it, against 2 Death Eaters who tried to breach the pub. His wand was scorched black at the tip. Everyone's accounted for, Neville said. I did a head count twice. No one from the cellar group is missing. Thank you, Neville. Don't thank me. I should have been out here. You were exactly where you needed to be. Neville looked at the street, the fires, the rubble, the Aurors covering Flume's body with a conjured sheet. Something hardened in his round, kind face. This is what we're fighting, isn't it? He said. Not the politics. Not the profit. This. Yeah, Harry said. This. Daphne found him in the aftermath. The street was being cleared, the students being ushered back toward the castle by a grim-faced McGonagall. Harry was sitting on a low wall, letting a Medowitch heal his arm, staring at nothing. Daphne sat beside him. Close enough that their shoulders touched. She didn't say anything for a long time. 3 students injured, Harry said. 1 shopkeeper dead. 18-minute response time from the Aurors. Again. The order. 42 minutes. They came from London. The Hogsmeade safe house has been empty for weeks, Dumbledore's been distracted. The word distracted hung in the air between them. By you, Daphne said. Not accusation. Just fact. By me. And by his own investigation. And by the consortium. And by 100 other things. Don't make this your fault alone, Potter. A man died. A man died because Voldemort sent killers to a school village. That's not your fault. But if Dumbledore hadn't been fighting me, if the order had been coordinated, if the response time, if. Daphne's voice was sharp enough to cut. You can if yourself into paralysis. The order's coordination failures are Dumbledore's responsibility, not yours. He chose to fight a political war against a teenager instead of focusing on the actual enemy. That's his failure. It's both our failures. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said the thing that no one else would. You're winning against Dumbledore. The Wizengamot, the Prophet, the public, you're winning. And people are dying because you're both distracted. Harry turned to look at her. Her face was pale in the winter light, smudged with smoke and dust, her hair pulled back and tangled. She was beautiful, he thought, in the way that sharp things are beautiful, precisely, dangerously. What do I do? I don't know. That's what scares me. She leaned against his shoulder, just slightly, just enough for him to feel the weight of her. But I know you're not going to stop. And I know I'm not going to let you do it alone. He didn't respond with words. He just leaned back, his shoulder pressing against hers, and they sat there in the wreckage of a village street while the healers worked and the Aurors investigated and the winter sun began to set over a world that was fracturing along every seam. The fallout was immediate. The Prophet covered the attack with the same honest precision it had brought to everything else: casualty numbers, response times, Death Eater identifications, the Ministry's failures in preparedness. Rita wrote a companion piece, The Story of Ambrosius Flume's Life, told through the memories of his family and neighbors and the generations of Hogwarts students who'd grown up on his chocolate. It was the kind of piece Rita was best at when she wasn't fabricating, human, vivid, angry in all the right ways. Dumbledore appeared at Hogwarts the evening after the attack. Not as a political operator, not as the chief warlock under investigation, as the headmaster. He walked the corridors, checked on injured students, spoke to frightened first-years with the gentle warmth that had always been his most genuine gift. For a few hours, the political war evaporated, and he was just a very old, very tired man trying to protect children. Harry watched from a distance and felt the crack in his certainty widen another fraction. The man who had sealed his parents' will and stolen his gold and locked him in a cupboard was also the man who sat by a third-year's hospital bed for 2 hours, holding her hand and telling her stories until she fell asleep. Both things were true. And Harry had no idea what to do with that. The betrayal came 3 days later. Goblin intelligence, Ironclaw had contacts everywhere, a network that operated in the spaces between wizard society like water through limestone, flagged the irregularity first. Internal Prophet documents were being copied and transmitted outside the paper's offices. Editorial plans, upcoming story lineups, source lists, drafts of unreleased articles. Someone on staff was leaking. Harry put Ironclaw's team on it. Within 48 hours, they had the trail. Barnabas Cuff, the editor Harry had kept on because he knew how to run a newsroom, was copying documents every evening after the staff left and sending them by owl to a dead drop address in Hogsmeade. The recipient, traced through the dead drop's ward signature, was a house elf in the employment of Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Harry called an emergency meeting at Grimmauld Place over the Christmas break. Ted, Remus, and, at Harry's insistence, Daphne, who arrived by Fleur looking windswept and wary and immediately assessed the room with a single comprehensive glance. "Cuff's been passing everything to Dumbledore," Harry said. "Editorial plans, source lists, upcoming stories. He's been doing it since at least November, possibly earlier." "Since you kept him on," Ted said. His voice was carefully neutral. "We discussed the risk of retaining existing staff." "We did. I made the wrong call." "The call was reasonable at the time," Daphne said. Cuff knew the operational side of the paper. Replacing him immediately would have destabilized the newsroom during the critical transition period. She shook her head. But the loyalty was never there. He was performing compliance while hedging his bets. "The question is what Dumbledore has done with the information," Ted said. "If he has our source lists, he can pressure witnesses. If he has our editorial plans, he can prepare counter-narratives. If he has the drafts, he has everything," Harry said flatly. "Assume he has everything." Remus, who had been listening in silence, spoke for the first time. "Does this change the plan?" "It changes the personnel. Cuff goes. Today. I've already identified a replacement, Calliope Folly. She covered the First War as a field correspondent for the European Magical Press. Retired in '85. She's honest, she's experienced, and she has no loyalty to anyone but the story." "You've already spoken to her?" Ted asked. "Last week. I wanted a contingency. This is it." "Smart," Daphne said. "Paranoid," Remus said. "Same thing," Harry and Daphne said simultaneously, and caught each other's eye, and for one brief, unexpected moment in the middle of crisis, Harry almost laughed. He fired Cuff that afternoon. Went to the Prophet offices in person, walked into the editor's office, and closed the door. Cuff looked up from his desk with the expression of a man who had been expecting this moment and dreading it in equal measure. "You know why I'm here," Harry said. Cuff's mouth opened. Closed. He didn't deny it. He asked me. He said it was a matter of national security. He said a lot of things. He always does. Harry leaned against the door frame. He was tired, bone-deep tired, the kind of exhaustion that lived in your joints and your eyelids and the spaces between your thoughts. Did it ever occur to you that the man you were spying for is the same man who ran this paper as a propaganda tool for 20 years? He's Dumbledore. Yeah. He is. And I'm the owner of this paper, and you're fired. Harry straightened. Your severance will be handled by Gringotts. You'll receive the standard package, nothing more, nothing less. There will be no public statement about the reasons for your departure, unless you force one. And if I go to the press? You are the press. Or you were. And if you go to another outlet, you'll be explaining why you were copying internal documents from your employer and passing them to a third party under investigation by the Wizengamot. Harry opened the door. Goodbye, Mr. Cuff. Cuff packed his desk. He was gone within the hour. Calliope Folly started the next morning. She was 62 years old, tall and lean, with iron-gray hair cut short and the kind of permanent tan that comes from spending decades in places where the sun was trying to kill you. She'd covered the First Voldemort War, 2 goblin disputes, a dragon migration crisis in Romania, and the fall of a magical government in Southeast Asia. She'd been cursed, kidnapped, and once thrown out of a 4th-story window by a dark wizard who objected to her reporting. She'd filed the story from her hospital bed. She looked at the newsroom, looked at the staff, looked at Harry. I hear you want a real newspaper, she said. That's right. I've been waiting for someone to try for 30 years. Most people don't have the stomach. I have the stomach. We'll see. She took the editor's office without ceremony, hung her war correspondent's credential on the wall, and called a staff meeting within an hour. Her opening speech was 4 sentences long. My name is Calliope Folly. I'm your new editor. The standard is truth. If you can't meet it, the door is behind you. No one left. Several people sat up straighter. Rita, who had been watching from her desk with the evaluative gaze of a predator assessing a new arrival in her territory, caught Harry's eye afterward. I like her, Rita said. Good. She's going to be harder to manage than Cuff. That's the point. Rita's painted lips curved. Darling, you are learning this game faster than anyone I've ever seen. It's almost frightening. Almost? Completely. But I'm enjoying it too much to be properly scared. She picked up her quill, the real one, not the quick quotes, and went back to work. On the last night before the train back to Hogwarts for the spring term, Harry sat alone in the drawing room at Grimmauld Place. The house was quiet, Remus had gone to bed, Creature was doing whatever Creature did in the small hours, Harry had learned not to ask. The fire was low, casting moving shadows across the walls. Harry looked at the room. Sirius's room. The tapestry of the black family tree hung on the far wall, its burned holes marking the places where disowned family members had been blasted off. Sirius's name was one of those holes, a dark void in the fabric where his face should have been. Harry stood and crossed to the tapestry. He found the burn mark and pressed his fingers against it. I'm trying, he said quietly. I'm trying to do what you would have wanted. I'm fighting back. I'm not letting them control me anymore. He paused. But people are dying, Sirius. And I don't know if what I'm doing is making it better or worse. The tapestry didn't answer. The house creaked. The fire popped. Harry let his hand drop. He went to the table where his maps and documents were spread, the war room he'd built over the past months. The map of magical Britain was covered in pins, profit offices, blue, political allies, green, known Voldemort activity, red, Department of Mysteries incidents, black. He'd added the black pins recently, based on intelligence from a source he hadn't expected. Amelia Bones. The DMLE director had contacted him through Ted 2 weeks ago, requesting a private meeting. Harry had expected a political overture. Bones was a powerful figure in the Wizengamot, and her support would be valuable. What he'd gotten instead was information. Something is happening in the Department of Mysteries, Bones had told him, her square jaw set and her monocle glinting. My aurors who've been assigned to Ministry security are reporting anomalies. Unspeakables missing shifts. Unusual energy readings from the lower levels. And 2 researchers who were assigned to the death chamber 3 months ago have not been seen by anyone outside the department in over 6 weeks. The death chamber, Harry said. The veil. Yes. Bones's expression was grim. I've requested a briefing from the head unspeakable. He's been evasive. The Department of Mysteries operates independently of the DMLE, which means I can't compel access without a minister's order. And the minister is distracted. Overwhelmed. The Devon attack, the Dumbledore investigation, the political instability, Scrimgeour has a dozen fires burning and no water. Bones paused. I'm telling you this because your paper is the only institution in magical Britain that's currently functioning with any integrity. If something goes wrong in the Department of Mysteries, genuinely wrong, the public needs to know. And right now, you're the only one who'll tell them. Harry had added the black pins to his map after that meeting. The Department of Mysteries. The Death Chamber. The Veil. He stared at the map now, at the concentration of pins, blue, green, red, black, and saw the shape of a country under siege. Not just from Voldemort. Not just from Dumbledore's crumbling order. From something else, something underneath, something he could feel pressing against the edges of the world like a thumb against a bruise. The veil. The whispers. The missing unspeakables. He didn't know what it meant. Not yet. But the pins were there, and the pattern was forming, and Harry Potter had learned, the hard way, the only way, that patterns ignored were patterns that killed you. He turned from the map and went to bed. Tomorrow was the train. Tomorrow was Hogwarts. Tomorrow was the next phase of a war that was growing larger than he'd ever intended, spreading beyond the boundaries of his anger at one old man and into territory he couldn't map and couldn't predict. He was 16 years old. He was a lord of 2 houses, the owner of a newspaper, a political combatant, a soldier, and the target of a prophecy he hadn't chosen. He was carrying more weight than most adults would face in a lifetime, and the weight was growing, and there was no one above him to take it, no authority to appeal to, no safety net. Just him. His friends. His allies. His wits. He thought of Daphne's voice, "Don't drown." He thought of Remus's voice, "Your mother would have burned the world down." He thought of Aberforth's voice, "Anger burns out. Ideology rots." He thought of Snape's voice, "Don't appeal to their conscience. Most of them don't have one." He thought of his own voice, in the Wizengamot chamber, steady and flat and undeniable, "I was placed in a home where I slept in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. He closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would figure out the next move. Tonight, he would sleep. Or try to. In a house that belonged to his dead godfather, in a world that was shaking itself apart, in a life that he was finally, painfully, completely in control of. For the first time, that control felt less like power and more like responsibility. He was learning the difference. Far beneath the Ministry of Magic, in a chamber carved from stone so old it predated the concept of nations, the veil pulsed. The rhythm had changed. For centuries, it had been steady, a slow, deep heartbeat, patient and timeless, the breathing of something that could afford to wait. Now it was faster. Irregular. Hungry. The 2 unspeakables, Phelps and Whitmore, stood in the storage closet where they'd been standing for weeks. Their eyes were open. Their lips moved. The words they shaped were no longer random, they were forming sentences, instructions, maps of a world they could see through borrowed eyes. The Hollow was learning. It had learned the shape of the ministry above, every corridor, every office, every ward. It had learned the names and faces and fears of the people who walked those corridors. It had learned about Voldemort, the fractured soul, the desperate hunger for immortality, the cracks in reality that his horcruxes had created. Useful cracks. Doors within doors. It had learned about Dumbledore, the old binding, the Elder Wand's power used to cage the Hollow behind the veil in 1945. A binding that depended on trust. On unity. On the shared belief that the world was ordered and just and held together by something greater than individual power. That belief was crumbling. The Hollow could feel it, every headline, every revelation, every fractured relationship was a thread pulled from the binding's weave. Not because the truth was wrong. The truth was always right. But truth without trust was just noise, and noise was the Hollow's native language. It had learned about Harry Potter. It found him interesting. A boy made of grief and anger and an integrity that burned like phosphorus, bright, hot, and corrosive. He was doing the Hollow's work without knowing it, pulling at the threads of trust that held the old man's binding together. The Hollow didn't need to encourage him. Didn't need to whisper to him. Harry Potter was doing what the Hollow had been trying to do for centuries, simply by telling the truth. The irony was exquisite. The veil pulsed again. Faster now. The curtain moved, not a flutter, but a ripple, as if something large had shifted its weight on the other side. In the monitoring station 2 rooms away, an alarm chimed. The night watch unspeakable, Ilara Voss, who had requested permanent reassignment from the death chamber but been denied due to staffing shortages, looked at the reading and felt her blood go cold. The containment threshold had dropped again. 3% in the last week. 15% in the last month. At the current rate of decline, the wards would reach critical failure in approximately 4 months. She wrote her report. She flagged it urgent. She sent it through channels. The head unspeakable was in a meeting. His deputy was on leave. The report landed in an inbox and waited. The veil breathed. And in the space between breaths, for just a moment, the curtain parted. What looked through was not a face. It was an absence of face, a void in the shape of every fear that had ever lived in a human heart. It looked at the chamber. It looked at the wards. It looked at the world above, trembling with broken trust and shattered faith. It smiled. The curtain closed. But the smile remained, lingering in the chamber like the afterimage of a lightning strike, burning itself into the stone walls with a patience that had outlasted civilizations. Soon. Chapter 4, The Greater Good. January came to magical Britain like a closed fist. The weather turned vicious, ice storms across the Midlands, snow that buried Hogsmeade to its windowsills, a cold so sharp it cracked the stones of Diagon Alley's oldest buildings. The wizarding world drew inward, huddling behind warming charms and heavy curtains, and the darkness outside felt personal in a way that had nothing to do with the season. Harry felt it too. Not the cold, the castle was warm enough, its ancient heating charms doing what they'd done for a millennium, but the pressure. The sense of things converging, gathering speed, moving toward a collision he could feel coming but couldn't yet see. The Wizengamot investigation into Dumbledore's conduct as magical guardian had entered its formal phase. A committee of 7, chaired by Griselda Marchbanks, who took no prisoners and showed no favorites, was reviewing the evidence Harry had presented. They'd subpoenaed the Gringotts records. They'd requested Dumbledore's personal files. They'd summoned witnesses, Arabella Figg, who confirmed she'd reported the Dursleys' treatment of Harry to Dumbledore repeatedly, Remus Lupin, who testified about the blocked letters with a quiet devastation that left 3 committee members visibly shaken, and Augusta Longbottom, who delivered her testimony with the controlled fury of a woman who had spent 14 years not knowing that a child she tried to reach had been kept from her. Dumbledore cooperated. That was the surprising thing. Harry had expected resistance, legal maneuvering, the deployment of the old man's considerable political machinery to slow or derail the investigation. Instead, Dumbledore provided every document requested, answered every question, and appeared before the committee with the demeanor of a man who had accepted his reckoning. It should have felt like victory. It felt like watching a building collapse. The vote to strip the chief warlock position came on January 23. Harry wasn't in the chamber. Ted had advised against it. "You've made your case. Let the institution do its work. If you're there for the vote, the narrative becomes Potter destroys Dumbledore. If you're absent, the narrative becomes Wizengamot holds its own accountable. One of those serves you. The other serves the story." So Harry sat in the room of requirement with a monitoring charm tuned to the Wizengamot's broadcasting frequency, a goblin device that Ironclaw had provided, technically illegal, practically untraceable, and listened as the chamber debated and then voted. The motion passed 127 to 89, with 14 abstentions. A clear majority, but not the landslide some had predicted. Dumbledore still had loyalists, people who believed in him despite everything, or who feared what came next without his steady hand on the wheel. Griselda Marchbanks's voice came through the monitoring charm with the dry precision of a woman reading history into the record. "The Wizengamot hereby removes Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore from the position of Chief Warlock, effective immediately. Lord Tiberius Ogden is elected as interim Chief Warlock pending formal selection proceedings." Harry turned off the charm. He sat in the silence of the room of requirement, which had provided him with a simple space, bare walls, a single chair, as if it understood that this moment didn't need decoration, and waited to feel something. Triumph. Satisfaction. Relief. Nothing came. He felt hollow. The word was uncomfortably apartment. He'd spent 6 months building toward this. Every article, every legal filing, every Wizengamot appearance had been aimed at this moment, the public dismantling of Dumbledore's institutional power. And now it was done, and the man who'd controlled his life was diminished, and Harry sat alone in an empty room and felt nothing at all. He thought about Daphne's question from months ago, "Are you building something, or are you just knocking things down?" He'd knocked something down. A big something. The most powerful wizard in Britain, stripped of his political authority by the institution he'd led for decades. And Voldemort was still out there. And people were still dying. And something in the Department of Mysteries was pressing against the walls of the world. Harry stood up, put the monitoring charm in his pocket, and went to dinner. He ate shepherd's pie and talked to Neville about herbology and didn't mention the Wizengamot vote at all. The Prophet reported it the next morning. Front page, above the fold, under Calliope Folly's new editorial direction. The headline was factual: Wizengamot removes Dumbledore as Chief Warlock in historic vote, and the coverage was comprehensive, balanced, and free of any trace of triumph. Calliope had killed a draft that included the phrase, "Potter's campaign bears fruit." She'd replaced it with institutional analysis, procedural context, and reactions from members across the political spectrum. "We are not a victory newsletter," she told the newsroom. "We report. The readers celebrate or mourn as they choose." Harry read the paper at breakfast and felt, for the first time in weeks, that something was working the way it should. Not the politics, the journalism. The paper was good. It was honest and fair in doing its job, and it was doing it without his hand on every lever. That mattered more than the vote. Across the great hall, at the staff table, the headmaster's chair was empty. Dumbledore had not come to breakfast. Had not come to dinner the night before. Had not been seen in the corridors or the grounds since the vote. McGonagall, sitting in her usual place, caught Harry's eye. Her expression was complicated, grief and anger and something that might have been grudging respect, all layered together like geological strata. She nodded once. Harry nodded back. The Department of Mysteries exploded on February 4th. Not literally, there was no fire, no structural damage, no physical destruction. What happened was worse. At 3:47 in the afternoon, a wave of energy pulsed outward from the death chamber, through the Department of Mysteries, up through the lower levels of the Ministry, and into the main atrium. It was invisible. It made no sound. It left no trace on any monitoring instrument. What it did was this: every person in the Ministry of Magic, all 412 witches and wizards present in the building at that moment, felt, simultaneously, a sudden and overwhelming conviction that the person nearest to them was lying. Not suspicion. Not doubt. Certainty. A bone-deep, nerve-level knowledge that the colleague at the next desk, the friend in the elevator, the stranger in the corridor, was deceiving them. Hiding something. Planning something. Dangerous. The feeling lasted 11 seconds. In those 11 seconds, 3 ministry workers attacked their nearest colleagues. 2 Aurors drew wands on each other. A Wizengamot clerk tried to strangle a maintenance worker she'd known for 20 years. A group of hit wizards barricaded themselves in their office and refused to come out for 6 hours. When it passed, as suddenly as it had arrived, like a wave retreating from a shore, the ministry was in chaos. 17 people had been injured. 2 were in ST. Mungos with curse damage. The atrium's fountain of magical brethren had been shattered by a stray blasting hex. And no one could explain what had happened. The official story, released by the minister's office within hours, was accidental magical discharge from a classified research project. The Department of Mysteries issued no statement, because the Department of Mysteries never issued statements. The Aura Department conducted interviews, found that every affected individual described the same experience, the sudden, irrational certainty of being surrounded by enemies, and concluded that the cause was under investigation. The Prophet's coverage was different. Calliope Folly had a source inside the ministry, one of the injured Aurors, who had been in the building when the wave hit and who trusted the Prophet's new editorial standards enough to speak on the record. The article ran under the headline, "Something is Wrong Beneath the Ministry." It described the event factually, the timing, the symptoms, the injuries, the response. It included the ministry's official explanation. And then it asked the questions that the ministry had not. What was the classified research project? Why had the Department of Mysteries been subject to increasing security restrictions over the past 6 months? Why had 2 unspeakable researchers been unaccounted for since October? The article didn't mention the veil. It didn't need to. The questions were enough to set the wizarding world buzzing with speculation and dread. Harry read the article and thought about Amelia Bones's warning. The black pins on his map. The containment threshold, declining month by month, heading toward a number that nobody wanted to name. He sent an owl to Bones. Her response came back within hours, terse and grim: the Department of Mysteries has gone into full lockdown. My Aurors are barred from the lower levels. The head unspeakable is requesting an emergency budget allocation for containment reinforcement, but won't specify what's being contained. I can't get answers through official channels. I need your help. Harry didn't know what help he could offer. He wasn't an unspeakable. He didn't know anything about ancient magical containment or whatever was behind the veil. He was a 16-year-old with a newspaper and 2 Wizengamot seats and an anger management problem. But he knew someone who did know. Someone who'd been dealing with the thing behind the veil for longer than Harry had been alive. He sent a message to Dumbledore. The reply came by Phoenix. Fawkes appeared in the room of requirement at midnight, not with the usual burst of flame and song, but quietly, almost tentatively, as if the bird were unsure of its welcome. It carried a small scroll in its talons. Harry, I will come. Name the time and place. There are things I should have told you long ago. A.D. No, my boy. No twinkle. No performance. Just a man agreeing to talk. Harry wrote back, room of requirement. Tomorrow. 9 p.m. Come alone. He did. The room of requirement provided 2 chairs. Nothing else, no desk, no bookshelves, no decorations. Just 2 chairs, facing each other, in a plain room with bare stone walls. As if the castle understood that this conversation needed no distractions. Dumbledore entered at precisely 9 o'clock. He looked different. Not just older, diminished, in a way that went beyond the loss of his political position. The robes were simpler than usual, dark blue without embroidery. The half-moon spectacles sat on a face that had lost some of its carefully maintained geniality. The eyes behind them were tired and clear and very, very blue. He sat without being invited. They faced each other across 3 feet of empty space. "I've read the Prophet's coverage of the Ministry incident," Dumbledore said. "It's accurate, as far as it goes. What happened in the Ministry is connected to the Death Chamber. The veil. What's behind the veil?" Dumbledore's hands were in his lap, fingers laced. Not the steepled, controlling gesture Harry was used to, something more vulnerable. "Holding on. I should have told you this a long time ago. I should have told many people. I chose not to, because I believed I could manage it alone." That was, he paused, and something crossed his face that Harry had never seen there before. Shame. That was consistent with my approach to most things. Harry said nothing. He waited. "Behind the veil," Dumbledore said, "is an entity. I do not know its true name. The unspeakables call it the Hollow. It has existed for as long as the veil has existed, possibly longer. The veil is not a doorway to death, as most believe. It is a barrier. A containment. The Hollow exists in the space between life and death, and the veil keeps it there." "What is it?" "It is," Dumbledore searched for words. "An absence. A hunger. It feeds on magical discord, broken trust, fractured communities, the dissolution of the bonds that hold magical society together. The stronger the discord, the stronger it becomes. The weaker the bonds, the thinner the barrier." Harry's chest went cold. Not the ice of anger, something deeper. Something that felt like the ground shifting under his feet. "You're telling me it feeds on distrust." "I am telling you it feeds on the magic generated by distrust. When wizards and witches lose faith in each other, in their institutions, their leaders, their shared agreements about how the world works, the magical energy of that dissolution seeps downward. Into the veil. Into the Hollow." Dumbledore's voice was steady, but his eyes were not. "It has been feeding for centuries. But there have been periods of particular plenty. The Grindelwald Wars. Voldemort's first rise. And now." The cold in Harry's chest was spreading. He could feel the shape of what Dumbledore was about to say, and he didn't want to hear it, and he couldn't not hear it. "The Hollow didn't just feed during those periods," Dumbledore continued. "It encouraged them. It whispered. To Grindelwald, when he was a young man searching for purpose. To Voldemort, when he was a student exploring the boundaries of magic. It didn't create them, their ambitions, their cruelties, were their own. But it amplified them. Fed them. Made them more. And you know this how? Because I bound it." Dumbledore's voice dropped. "In 1945, when I defeated Grindelwald, I took the Elder Wand. The most powerful wand in existence. I used it, and every ounce of magical power I possessed, to strengthen the veil's containment. To push the Hollow back. To seal the barrier. And it worked. It worked because the conditions were right. The wizarding world was united, united by victory, by relief, by shared purpose. The magic of that unity reinforced the binding. Trust in institutions was high. Faith in shared values was strong." He paused. The binding was never just about the Elder Wand's power. It was about the social magic, the collective trust of the wizarding community, woven into the barrier like threads in a tapestry. Harry stared at him. The cold had reached his bones. "And now those threads are being pulled." "Yes. By me." The silence that followed was absolute. The room of requirement seemed to hold its breath. "I am not telling you this to absolve myself," Dumbledore said. His voice was quiet, stripped of all performance. "What I did to you was wrong. The financial manipulation, the sealed will, the isolation, all of it was wrong. You had every right to expose it. The truth deserved to be told. He paused. But the consequences of telling it, the fracturing of public faith, the erosion of institutional trust, the discord rippling through every level of magical society, those consequences are feeding the hollow. And the binding is failing. How fast? The unspeakables estimate 4 months until critical failure. Perhaps less. The ministry incident, the wave of paranoia, was a manifestation. The hollow reaching through the weakened barrier, testing its boundaries. Each test weakens the containment further. And when the containment fails, Dumbledore looked at him. In the old man's eyes, Harry saw something he'd never seen before, not the grandfatherly warmth, not the political calculation, not the careful performance of wisdom. Fear. Real, honest, bone-deep fear. When the containment fails, Dumbledore said, the hollow will enter our world. Not as a creature, it has no body, no form. As an influence. A pervasive, inescapable field of magical discord that will turn every witch and wizard against each other. Not gradually, immediately. The trust that holds magical society together will dissolve. Families will fracture. Alliances will break. The ministry will collapse. The institutions that keep the statute of secrecy intact will fail. He let that sink in. The wizarding world will tear itself apart. And the hollow will feed on the destruction until there is nothing left to feed on. Harry sat with it. The enormity of it. The terrible, logical chain. Dumbledore manipulates Harry. Harry exposes Dumbledore. The exposure fractures public trust. The fracture feeds the hollow. The hollow threatens everything. And underneath the enormity, a smaller, sharper thought, he could be lying. But Harry looked at Dumbledore's face, the exhaustion, the shame, the fear, and knew he wasn't. This wasn't a manipulation. This was a confession. A man who had kept one too many secrets finally breaking open under the weight of them. You could have told me this from the beginning, Harry said. Yes. You could have told anyone. The Wizengamot. The ministry. The public. You could have said, there is a reason I hold all this power. There is a reason I make these decisions alone. Here is the threat, and here is what I'm doing about it. Yes. Instead, you kept it as one more secret. One more reason why only you could make the decisions. One more justification for the control. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something that might have been tears. Yes, he said. That is precisely what I did. Because telling people would have meant trusting them. And I have not trusted anyone, truly trusted anyone, since I was 18 years old and my trust killed my sister. The words hung in the air between them. Raw. Honest. The most human thing Harry had ever heard Dumbledore say. Ariana, Harry said. I trusted Gellert. With my ideas, my ambitions, my vision of the world. And that trust led to a confrontation that killed the person I loved most. I learned, in that moment, that trust was dangerous. That the only way to keep people safe was to keep them ignorant. To make the decisions myself, carry the burdens myself, maintain control because control was the only thing between the people I cared about and the consequences of their own agency. His voice cracked on the last word. I was wrong. I have been wrong for a very long time. And the irony, the perfect, devastating irony, is that my refusal to trust is exactly what created the conditions for the hollow to awaken. Harry looked at the old man across from him. Broken, honest, stripped of pretense for perhaps the first time in a century. And he felt, not forgiveness, not yet, maybe not ever, but recognition. The recognition of one damaged person seeing another. What do we do? Harry asked. Dumbledore blinked. The question clearly surprised him. He'd expected anger, recrimination, the continuation of the war. Not the simple, practical question of a young man who had heard the problem and wanted to solve it. The binding needs to be reinforced, Dumbledore said slowly. The Elder Wand's magic is still in the veil's structure, but it's not enough without the social component. The trust. The unity. Which I've been systematically destroying. Which was already eroding before you began. Voldemort's return, Fudge's corruption, the Ministry's failures, the fractures were there. You widened them. You didn't create them. That's generous. It's accurate. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Harry, the truth you told was necessary. The manipulations I carried out should have been exposed. The problem is not that you told the truth. The problem is that truth alone, without trust, without a foundation to replace what was destroyed, is just another form of chaos. And chaos is what the Hollow wants. Harry thought about Daphne's words, spoken months ago in a private parlor in Diagon Alley. You tore down the old faith without building a new one. People need something to believe in. Give them that. She'd seen it. Before anyone else, before Dumbledore's confession, before the Ministry incident. Daphne had seen the gap between destruction and creation and warned him about it. I need to build something, Harry said. Yes. But not what you built. Not control. Not secrets. Not one man making decisions for everyone else. No. Something better. Dumbledore's voice was almost a whisper. Something I was never brave enough to try. What? Honesty. Real, complete, terrifying honesty. Tell the people what's happening, the Hollow, the Veil, the threat. Tell them everything. And then trust them to respond. You never tried that. I never tried that. Dumbledore sat back. For a moment, the ghost of the old twinkle appeared in his eyes, not the performance, but a real, fragile spark of something like hope. But you might. You have something I lost a very long time ago, Harry. What's that? Faith in people. Despite everything that's been done to you, the cupboard, the betrayals, the losses, you still believe that people, given the truth, will choose well. That's why you bought the prophet. Not for revenge. For the belief that truth matters. Harry wanted to argue. The revenge had been real, was still real, buried under layers of strategy and principle. He'd wanted to hurt Dumbledore. He'd wanted to tear the old man's world apart the way Dumbledore had torn apart his. But underneath the revenge, underneath the anger, there was something else. The boy who'd grown up in a cupboard and still believed in magic. The student who taught his classmates to fight because he believed they could. The lord who'd refused the consortium's alliance because some things weren't for sale. Maybe, Harry said. Maybe is enough to start with. They sat in silence for a long time. Two people on opposite sides of a wound that might never fully heal, looking at a problem that was bigger than both of them. I need everything, Harry said finally. Everything you know. The Hollow, the horcruxes, the prophecy, everything. No more carefully parceled information. No more, I'll tell you when you're ready. All of it, now. Dumbledore nodded. All of it. And I need you to understand, this doesn't change what you did. The investigation continues. The public accountability continues. I'm not going to bury the truth about your past to make the binding work. I would not ask you to. You might want to, before this is over. Perhaps. But wanting and asking are different things. And I have done enough asking, enough demanding, for several lifetimes. Dumbledore stood. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, but also, somehow, lighter. As if the confession had removed a physical weight. I will prepare a complete briefing on the horcruxes and everything I know about the Hollow. Tomorrow night. Same place. Bring it all. And Dumbledore, yes. Thank you. For finally being honest. Something crossed the old man's face: pain, gratitude, the complicated emotion of a man who has spent a century performing virtue and is suddenly, unexpectedly, experiencing it. "Thank you for making it necessary," he said. He left. Harry sat alone in the room of requirement and stared at the opposite wall and processed everything he'd just learned. The hollow. The veil. The binding. The social magic of trust, woven into containment wards that were failing because the wizarding world was fracturing along every seam. And Harry's campaign, his righteous, justified, evidence-based campaign of truth, was one of the forces pulling the threads. He wasn't wrong. The truth was the truth, and Dumbledore's actions had been indefensible. But being right and being helpful were not the same thing. And the Hollow didn't care about justice. It cared about discord. And discord was what Harry had been producing, in industrial quantities, for 6 months. He needed to talk to Daphne. He found her in the alcove at 11:30. She was already there. She'd felt something too, apparently. Some shift in the magical atmosphere that her finely tuned political instincts had registered as danger. "Something's happened," she said, the moment he sat down. "Not a question." Harry told her everything. Dumbledore's confession, the hollow, the binding, the connection between social trust and containment. He held nothing back. If he was going to trust someone, really trust them, in the way Dumbledore had never trusted anyone, he was going to start here. Daphne listened without interrupting. Her face went through several phases: surprise, calculation, a brief flash of fear that she covered so quickly Harry almost missed it, and settled into the particular expression of fierce concentration that meant she was solving a problem. "The timing," she said when he finished. "The Hollow's been contained since 1945. Why is it breaking free now? Not just because of your campaign, the fractures started before that. Voldemort's return. The Ministry's corruption. The First War's unhealed wounds. Exactly. The binding was deteriorating before you ever set foot in Gringotts. Your campaign accelerated it, but the trajectory was already set." She pulled her knees up, thinking. "Which means even if you stopped everything tomorrow, shut down the Prophet, dropped the investigation, publicly endorsed Dumbledore, the binding would still fail. You just by a few months. So stopping isn't the answer. Stopping was never the answer. You can't untell the truth." She looked at him, and her eyes were sharp enough to cut. "The problem isn't that you exposed the truth. The problem is that the truth was all you offered. You tore down the old faith without building a new one. People need something to believe in. Give them that." Harry stared at her. "You said that to me months ago." "I did. I didn't listen. You weren't ready to listen. Now you are." She reached out and touched his hand, briefly, precisely, a point of contact that grounded them both. "The binding fails when trust fails. So you need to rebuild trust. Not in Dumbledore, that ship has sailed, and it should have sailed. Trust in something new. In the idea that people can know the truth and still hold together. In institutions that deserve their authority because they've earned it, not because one man decided they should have it. That's a long-term project. Everything worth doing is." She paused. "But you need a short-term plan too. Because 4 months is not long-term." "I know. Do you have one?" "Not yet. Dumbledore's giving me a full briefing tomorrow. The horcruxes, the hollow, everything." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Horcruxes. Plural." Harry realized he'd let something slip that he hadn't meant to. But this was Daphne, and he'd already decided to trust her. Voldemort split his soul. Multiple times. Each piece is anchored to a physical object. They're what keep him alive. You can't kill him until they're all destroyed. How many? I don't know yet. Dumbledore's been researching it. He's going to tell me everything tomorrow. Good. Daphne's voice had gone quiet, not soft, but concentrated. The voice of someone looking at a problem with the full force of their intelligence. The horcruxes are connected to the hollow, aren't they? Each one is a fracture in reality, a piece of soul ripped out and anchored to an object. That kind of violation would weaken the veil's containment. Harry hadn't thought of that. You think the horcruxes are making the barrier fail faster? I think that if the hollow feeds on discord and broken trust, then horcruxes, which are literally broken souls, are the magical equivalent of a feast. 6 fractured pieces of the most powerful dark wizard in history, scattered across Britain, each one radiating dark magic into the substrate that holds the veil in place. She shook her head. Destroying them might not just kill Voldemort. It might save the binding. Harry looked at her. The moonlight through the window caught the intelligence in her eyes, the sharpness of her thinking, the way she connected things that no one else would think to connect. You're brilliant, he said. I'm Slytherin. It's the same thing with better branding. But the corner of her mouth twitched. Go to sleep, Potter. You have a briefing tomorrow and a world to save the day after. And if I can't save it, then at least you'll have tried with your eyes open. Which is more than Dumbledore ever did. She stood. He stood. The alcove was very small, and they were very close, and the conversation they just had was the most intimate thing Harry had ever experienced, more intimate than any physical contact, because she'd seen the full scope of the disaster and hadn't flinched. Daphne. Potter. Thank you. For seeing things clearly when I can't. That's what I'm for. Among other things. She looked at him, and for once the Slytherin mask was completely gone. What remained was a girl of 16 who was frightened and fierce and standing in the dark with a boy she trusted. Don't drown. I won't. She left. Harry stood alone in the alcove and pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the window and felt the weight of everything, the hollow, the horcruxes, the war, the truth, the terrible responsibility of knowing what was coming and not knowing if he could stop it. He went to bed. He didn't sleep. But he planned. Dumbledore's briefing the next evening was comprehensive, ruthless in its honesty, and terrifying. They met in the room of requirement, which had provided a larger space this time, a circular room with a table in the center, covered in documents, maps, and what appeared to be a pensieve borrowed from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had brought everything, his research files on Voldemort's horcruxes, his notes on the hollow dating back to 1945, his intelligence on Voldemort's current operations, and, most significantly, his complete file on the prophecy. He laid it all out with the methodical precision of a man who had spent a lifetime organizing information and was now, for the first time, organizing it for someone else's benefit instead of his own. The horcruxes. Dumbledore believed there were 6, based on Voldemort's known obsession with the number 7, 6 horcruxes plus the original soul fragment in his body. He had identified 4 with varying degrees of certainty: the diary, destroyed by Harry in second year, a ring belonging to the Gaunt family, located, not yet retrieved, a locket belonging to Salazar Slytherin, location suspected, and a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff, location suspected. 2 remained unknown, though Dumbledore had theories, something of Ravenclaws, possibly, and Voldemort's snake Nagini, which exhibited unusual resilience and magical properties. I believe there may be a 7th, Dumbledore said, and his voice changed when he said it. Dropped. Became careful in a way that made Harry's skin prickle. One that Voldemort did not create intentionally. Harry waited. Dumbledore didn't say it. Instead, he slid a parchment across the table, a series of notes in his own handwriting, observations spanning 15 years. Magical resonance readings from Harry's scar. Behavioral anomalies. The connection that allowed Harry to see into Voldemort's mind. The Parseltongue ability that shouldn't have been possible without a genetic connection to the Slytherin line. Harry read the notes. He read them slowly, carefully, with the same forensic attention he'd given the Gringotts ledger 6 months ago. And as he read, the shape of the conclusion became clear, unavoidable, inexorable, like watching a crack spread across a pane of glass. He set the parchment down. There's a piece of his soul in me. Dumbledore's face was grey. I believe so. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded on the night your parents died, a fragment of his already unstable soul broke away and attached to the nearest living thing. You. Harry waited to feel something. Horror, despair, revulsion, any of the reactions that should have accompanied the discovery that the darkest wizard in history was literally inside his head. What he felt was laughter. It started as a sound in his chest, not humorous, not joyful, but the laughter of recognition. The laughter of a man who has been told one more impossible thing and discovers that his capacity for shock has finally been exhausted. He laughed. It was brief, sharp, and not funny at all. Of course there is, he said. Is there anything about my life that isn't a weapon someone else made? Dumbledore flinched. The prophecy, Harry said. The scar. The fame. The fortune. The houses. My name. Every single thing I am, every single thing I have, exists because someone else decided it should. Voldemort made me a target. You made me a tool. The wizarding world made me a symbol. And now you're telling me I'm a horcrux. He shook his head. I'm starting to wonder if there's an actual Harry Potter under all of it, or if I'm just a collection of other people's decisions wearing a boy's face. Harry, don't. Harry held up a hand. Just, don't. Not right now. He breathed. Let the laughter fade. Let the raw, brittle honesty of the moment pass through him and settle. What does it mean? Practically. Can the fragment be destroyed without killing me? I don't know, Dumbledore said. And the admission, the simple, unadorned confession of ignorance from the man who had always known everything, was more honest than anything else he'd said. Then we'll figure it out. What's next? They worked through the night. Harry asked questions, sharp, specific, operational. Where was the gaunt ring? What wards protected it? What was the suspected location of the locket? How did Dumbledore plan to access the Hufflepuff cup if it was in a Gringotts vault? What intelligence did they have on Nagini's movements? Dumbledore answered everything. No evasion, no careful parceling, no, you'll understand when you're older. Just information, delivered with the weary thoroughness of a man who had spent decades hoarding knowledge and was finally, painfully, letting it go. By midnight, Harry had a complete picture of the Horcrux situation. By 1 a.m, he had the beginnings of a plan. The goblins will help, Harry said. If one of the Horcruxes is in a Gringotts vault, Ironclaw will want to know. The goblins consider Horcruxes an abomination, a violation of the natural magical order. It's one of the few things goblins and wizards have always agreed on. You trust the goblins. I respect the goblins. And they respect me, because I respect them. It's not complicated. Something crossed Dumbledore's face, rueful, admiring, pained. No. I suppose it isn't. They parted at 2 a.m. Harry's head was full of Horcruxes and containment thresholds and the terrible mathematics of a soul fragment lodged behind his scar. He should have been overwhelmed. Instead, he felt something unexpected. Clarity. The sharp, clean clarity of finally knowing the shape of the problem. Every problem. All of them, laid out on the table, visible and measurable and approachable. He could work with that. The Sacred Consortium made their move 3 days later. Harry had been expecting it. Daphne's intelligence had warned him that the Consortium was fracturing, its members splitting between those who wanted to maintain their traditional neutrality and those who were willing to make darker bargains. What he hadn't expected was how dark the bargain would be. Daphne came to him during breakfast, breaking their usual protocol of public separation. She crossed the great hall from the Slytherin table to the Gryffindor table, a journey of perhaps 30 seconds that drew every eye in the room, and sat down next to Harry without preamble. We need to talk. Now. Ron looked between them with raised eyebrows. Hermione, who had been cautiously thawing toward Harry's campaign over the past weeks, studied Daphne with the appraising look she usually reserved for especially complex textbook passages. "This is Daphne Greengrass," Harry said. "I know who she is," Hermione said. "She beat me on the last arithmancy exam." "By 2 points, Daphne said. "And only because Professor Vector's marking rubric favors conciseness over thoroughness. Your answer was better. It was also 3 pages longer than necessary." Something shifted in Hermione's expression, surprise, and then something that might have been the beginning of respect. "I like her," she said to Harry. "Come on," Harry said to Daphne. They left the great hall together, drawing whispers and stares, and found an empty classroom on the second floor. Daphne warded the room with 3 separate privacy charms, each from a different magical tradition, before she spoke. "My father received a message last night. From Narcissa Malfoy. She's brokering a meeting between the Consortium and a Death Eater envoy. The proposal is an alliance. The Consortium helps Voldemort take the Ministry, and in exchange, their family's status, wealth, and properties are guaranteed." Harry's blood went cold. The Consortium is negotiating with Voldemort. Some of them. Not all. My father refused immediately. So did the Zabinas and the Devisas. But the Knotts, the Parkinsons, the Rowells, at least 6 families are considering it. Daphne's jaw was tight. The attack on Hogsmeade wasn't random, Harry. It was a demonstration. Voldemort was showing the old families what happens to communities that don't have his protection. The Consortium members who are considering the alliance, they're not ideologues. They're terrified. Your father. Is he safe? For now. Refusing the Consortium's invitation puts us outside the circle, which means we're no longer privy to their planning. But it also makes us a liability. We know the offer was made. If we talk, your family is in danger. My family has been in danger since the day my father decided to ally with you. He knew the risks. Daphne's voice was steady, but her eyes weren't. But my mother. My sister. Astoria is 13 years old, Harry. She has nightmares about Death Eaters. She's had them since the Ministry fell the first time. Harry made the decision instantly. No calculation, no strategy, no weighing of political consequences. Just the recognition that people he cared about were in danger and he had the means to protect them. I have properties under Fidelius, he said. Potter Manor, in the Welsh Marches. It's been empty since my grandparents died, but the wards are still active. The Fidelius was cast by my grandmother, and goblin-verified Fidelius charms don't expire. I'll move your family there today. Daphne stared at him. That's, Harry, the Fidelius is the strongest protection magic in existence. You'd have to be the secret keeper. I know. You'd be tying your safety to my family's. If you're captured, if someone forces the secret out of you, then I'll make sure that doesn't happen. You can't make sure, Daphne. He took her hands. She let him, which was itself a measure of how shaken she was. Daphne Greengrass did not let people take her hands. Your father trusted me. Your family trusted me. I'm going to be worthy of that trust, or I'm going to die trying. Those are the options. She looked at him. Her eyes were very bright, not tears. Daphne didn't cry, but something close. The brightness of someone whose defenses have been breached by something they can't deflect. You're a bloody Gryffindor, she whispered. Guilty. And you're going to get yourself killed. Probably. And I'm not going to be able to stop you. Definitely not. She squeezed his hands. Hard. The grip was bruising and he didn't care. Then I'm going to make sure you survive it. She let go, straightened, and the Slytherin mask snapped back into place, but not all the way. Not completely. There was a crack in it now, and through the crack, Harry could see her. The real her. I'll send word to my father. He'll need to move quickly. the consortium will notice his absence within days. I'll have the Fidelius information ready by tonight. Remus can help with the logistics, he knows the Potter properties. And the consortium's alliance with Voldemort? That intelligence needs to reach the right people. I'll get it to Bones. And to the Prophet, but carefully. We can't reveal your father as the source. Obviously. Daphne paused at the door. Potter. Yeah. Thank you. For not even hesitating. You're welcome. It was still reckless. I know. She almost smiled. Almost. Then she was gone. Harry moved fast. Ted Tonks handled the Fidelius logistics with his usual precision. The charm was already in place on Potter Manor, cast by Euphemia Potter in 1975. Harry, as the Potter heir, could assume the role of secret keeper through a blood ritual that the goblins facilitated. By nightfall, the Greengrass family was relocated, Cyrus, Helena, and 13-year-old Astoria, along with their house elf and a trunk of essentials. Daphne stayed at Hogwarts. Harry tried to argue. She shut him down with a look that could have frozen the Black Lake. I'm more useful here than hidden in a manor house. And if I suddenly disappear, the consortium will know my father talked. The best camouflage is normalcy. She was right. She was usually right. Harry was learning to find this more comforting than irritating, though the irritation hadn't entirely disappeared. Helena Greengrass, a tall, elegant witch with the quiet strength of someone who had married into a political family and held it together through 2 wars, thanked Harry with a formality that barely contained her emotion. You've given my children safety, Lord Potter. That's not a debt that can be repaid. It's not a debt, Harry said. It's what people do. Astoria, 13 and terrified, looked at Harry with wide dark eyes and said, Are you really Harry Potter? Afraid so. Daphne talks about you. Good things, I hope. She says you're stubborn and reckless and entirely too noble for your own good. Astoria paused. She says it like it's a good thing. Harry filed that away under things to bring up when Daphne was being particularly imperious. Cyrus Greengrass shook his hand. The man's grip was firm, his face composed, but his eyes carried the weight of a lifetime's political calculations now rendered irrelevant by the single most important calculation of all, keeping his family alive. The intelligence I have on the consortium's movements, names, dates, communications, I'll prepare a full dossier, Cyrus said. It should go to the DMLE through your solicitor. Proper channels. If this ever comes before the Wizengamot, it needs to be procedurally unimpeachable. Ted will handle it. And Potter, my daughter. Cyrus's composure flickered. She chose you. Over political safety, over family tradition, over every calculation I raised her to make. She chose you. Don't make her regret it. I won't. See that you don't. Because if you do, the Hollow and Voldemort will be the least of your concerns. It was the most protective father thing anyone had ever said to Harry, and he found himself simultaneously touched and slightly terrified. Things moved quickly after that. Amelia Bones received the consortium intelligence and launched a quiet DMLE investigation. The Prophet reported on increased activity among traditional pureblood political networks, without revealing the source. Voldemort's preparations, visible now, to anyone paying attention, accelerated, more attacks, more recruitment, more pressure on the Ministry's overstretched defenses. And the Hollow continued to grow. Ilara Voss's reports from the Death Chamber, now transmitted directly to Bones, bypassing the Department of Mystery's chain of command, painted a picture of steady, relentless deterioration. The containment wards were at 62%. The whispers from the Vale were audible from outside the chamber now, bleeding through the walls, seeping into the corridors. 3 more unspeakables had been found standing motionless in unused rooms, their eyes open, their lips moving, their minds somewhere else entirely. The Ministry was leaking magic. The building itself felt wrong, colder, darker, its enchanted windows showing skies that were perpetually overcast even when the weather above was clear. Ministry workers reported headaches, anxiety, a persistent sense of being watched. Absenteeism spiked. Interdepartmental communication broke down as people stopped trusting their colleagues' reports. The Hollow wasn't waiting for the containment to fail completely. It was reaching through the cracks, spreading its influence like roots through soil, and everywhere it touched, trust eroded. Harry watched it happen and felt the terrible irony of his situation. He'd spent 6 months proving that trust in authority was misplaced. Now he needed to rebuild it, fast, before the absence of trust destroyed everything. The planning sessions in the room of requirement expanded. Harry, Daphne, Ted, Remus, Neville, and, after a conversation that lasted 3 hours and ended with her making Harry promise things he intended to keep, Hermione. Ron was there too, steady and practical, the kind of presence that kept everyone else grounded when the theoretical became overwhelming. The horcruxes first, Harry said, at the first full meeting. Daphne's right, they're weakening the veil. Everyone we destroy slows the Hollow's advance. And brings us closer to being able to kill Voldemort, Neville added. His quiet intensity had only grown since the Hogsmeade attack. He'd been training with a focus that bordered on obsessive, dueling, combat magic, physical conditioning. Harry didn't ask what was driving it. He knew. Bellatrix Lestrange was Neville's serious. Where do we start? Hermione asked. Her analytical mind had locked onto the Horcrux problem like a heat-seeking spell. She'd read Dumbledore's research in a single night and come back with 23 questions, 14 corrections, and a revised theoretical framework that even Dumbledore had admitted was superior to his own. The locket, Harry said. Dumbledore believes it's Slytherin's locket, and he suspects it was hidden in a cave on the coast where Voldemort took 2 children from his orphanage as a boy. But I think it might be closer than that. How close? Ron asked. Harry looked at Creature's domain. The elf was not in the room, but his presence haunted every conversation about Grimmauld Place. Sirius told me that when his family was cleaning Grimmauld Place, they found a locket that no one could open. A heavy gold locket. They threw it away. Silence. Regulus, Hermione breathed. Sirius's brother. He was a Death Eater who defected. What if he found the locket and brought it home? Harry was already moving. Creature. The elf appeared with a crack, suspicious and resentful as always. But when Harry asked about the locket, described it, asked if Creature knew where it was, the elf's demeanor shattered. What followed was a story that no one had ever asked for and everyone should have. Creature told them about Regulus Black, Master Regulus, who had joined the Dark Lord and then turned against him. Who had discovered the Horcrux. Who had taken Creature to the cave, used the elf to drink the poison potion guarding the locket, replaced it with a fake, and ordered Creature to go home and destroy the real one. And Creature had tried. For 17 years, the elf had tried to destroy the locket, following the last order of the master he'd loved. And for 17 years, he'd failed, because a house elf's magic, powerful in its own domain, couldn't touch a Horcrux. The locket was in Creature's nest, under a pile of rags and treasured Black family mementos. Creature brought it out with trembling hands and held it up, a heavy gold pendant with an ornate S on the front, radiating a cold, oily malice that made everyone in the room flinch. "We'll destroy it," Harry said to Creature. "I promise. Regulus's last order will be fulfilled." Creature looked at him, really looked, with the full force of a house elf's ancient, deep-running emotional capacity, and burst into tears. They destroyed the locket that night, using the sword of Gryffindor that Dumbledore provided without comment. Neville made the killing blow. The sword sang through the air and struck the open locket, and the fragment of soul inside shrieked and writhed and died in a burst of black smoke that smelled like burning rot. Creature watched the destruction with an expression of transcendent relief. When it was done, he bowed to Harry, a deep, genuine bow that had nothing to do with magical compulsion and everything to do with gratitude. "Master Harry freed Creature," the elf said. His voice was different, lighter, clearer. Master Regulus can rest. From that moment, Creature was a different elf. The hostility vanished. The muttered insults ceased. In their place was a fierce, devoted loyalty that expressed itself primarily through aggressive overfeeding. Harry gained 3 pounds in the first week, and an insistence on calling Daphne the clever miss, with an approval that bordered on the fanatical. 1 horcrux down. The diary was already destroyed. That left the ring, the cup, the unknown Ravenclaw object, Nagini, and the fragment in Harry's scar. The ring they dealt with together, Harry and Dumbledore, side by side, in the ruined Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. It was the first time they'd worked as partners, and the experience was as uncomfortable and electric as Harry had expected. Dumbledore navigated the shack's cursed wards with the expertise of a century's practice. Harry watched, learned, and handled the physical extraction, pulling the ring from its hiding place in the rotted floorboards while Dumbledore held the curse at bay. The ring was set with a black stone that Dumbledore stared at with an expression Harry couldn't read, longing, maybe, or memory. Dumbledore reached for it, hesitated, and pulled his hand back with visible effort. "The stone," he said. "It has a particular power. A temptation. It's not relevant now." Harry filed that away. They destroyed the ring with the sword, and the shack collapsed around them as the horcruxes' death throes tore through the ancient structure's foundations. They operated out just ahead of the falling timber. Standing in the overgrown lane outside the ruined shack, covered in dust and magical residue, Harry and Dumbledore looked at each other. "Not bad," Harry said. "Not bad at all," Dumbledore agreed. And for one brief, surreal moment, they almost smiled at each other. It passed. The history between them was too heavy for smiles to hold. But the working relationship, grudging, guarded, built on necessity rather than trust, was functional. And functional was enough. The weeks that followed were a blur of action. The Hufflepuff Cup was in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Ironclaw handled this with the cold satisfaction of a goblin who had been given official authorization to breach a vault owned by a convicted criminal. Dark wizards who stored abominations in Gringotts vaults were, in the goblin legal system, guilty of breach of contract, which goblins considered a crime roughly equivalent to murder. The cup was extracted, the horcrux destroyed, and the Lestrange vault's contents inventoried and frozen pending legal proceedings. Ironclaw's report on the operation was 3 words long: "It is done." The Ravenclaw horcrux was Daphne's discovery. She'd been researching Hogwarts artifacts, anything of Rowena Ravenclaw's that might have been significant enough for Voldemort to use, and had found a reference in an obscure genealogical text to Ravenclaw's lost diadem. A crown. Said to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. Lost for centuries. "But it's not lost," Daphne said, sitting cross-legged on Harry's bed in the room of requirement during a late-night planning session that had migrated from the alcove when the castle's drafts became unbearable. "It's here. In the castle." "How do you know?" "Because I asked Helena Ravenclaw." Harry stared at her. "The Grey Lady. You asked the Grey Lady. Who is actually Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of Rowena? She's been floating around this castle for 1,000 years, and apparently no one has ever thought to ask her about her mother's artifacts." Daphne's tone carried the particular Slytherin exasperation of someone who found other people's lack of resourcefulness personally offensive. "She told me the diadem was hidden in Albania and then brought back to Hogwarts by a student. A student who later became Lord Voldemort. He hid it here. In the room of requirement. The room of hidden things, you know it. You've been in it." Harry did know it. The vast, cathedral-like space filled with centuries of hidden objects, broken furniture, confiscated items, abandoned possessions. A horcrux could hide in there for eternity. They found it the next day, a tarnished silver diadem sitting on top of a cabinet full of broken sneakoscopes, radiating the same cold malice as the locket. Harry destroyed it himself this time. The sword cut through the metal and the soul fragment screamed and the diadem crumbled to ash. 4 horcruxes destroyed. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. Nagini remained, bound to Voldemort himself. And the fragment in Harry's scar remained, an unsolved problem that none of them could address without more information than they currently had. But the effect was immediate. Ironclaw reported that the Veil's containment readings, which Gringotts was now monitoring through their own instruments, because goblins trusted no one's measurements but their own, had stabilized. Not improved, but stabilized. The decline had slowed. Daphne had been right. The horcruxes were feeding the hollow. Destroying them was buying time. The question was whether they had enough. March came. The days lengthened and the snow began to melt and the castle shook off winter like a dog shaking off water. Students emerged from their common rooms blinking in the unfamiliar sunlight, and for a few brief days, Hogwarts felt almost normal. It didn't last. The night everything changed started quietly. Harry and Daphne were in the room of requirement, ostensibly planning the next phase of the media campaign. The prophet was preparing a series on institutional reform, proposals for Wizengamot accountability, ideas for what came after the destruction, but the planning had stalled an hour ago and they'd been talking about other things. She was telling him about her grandmother, a French witch who had fought in the resistance during Grindelwald's occupation of magical France, who had taught Daphne to duel and to lie and to tell the difference between a negotiation and a surrender. She said the hardest part of war isn't the fighting, Daphne said. She was sitting on the floor, her back against the wall, close enough to Harry that their shoulders touched. It had become their default position, proximity without performance, closeness without declaration. The hardest part is staying yourself. Knowing who you are when everything around you is trying to turn you into something else. Do you know who you are? Most days. Today, yes. She was quiet for a moment. I know I'm someone who sits in hidden rooms with a Gryffindor and doesn't calculate the political implications anymore. I know I'm someone who chose a side, not because it was safe or strategic, but because it was right. I know I'm someone who, she stopped. Harry waited. Someone who is very tired of being careful, she finished. And she turned her head and looked at him, and her eyes were open in a way that he'd only seen in glimpses before, unguarded, unstrategic, completely present. Then stop being careful, Harry said. That's easy for you to say. You've never been careful in your life. That's not true. I've been very careful about one thing. What? You. Daphne's breath caught. Just slightly. A tiny hitch in the rhythm of her breathing that she couldn't quite control. I've been careful about not pushing, Harry said. About not confusing what we have with what I want. About making sure that every step we took was because you chose it, not because the political situation demanded it or because I don't know, Lord Potterblack with 2 Wizengamot seats and enough gold to make everything complicated. You think your gold is what makes this complicated? Doesn't it? Potter. Daphne's voice was half exasperation, half something much warmer. I am the heiress to the ancient house of Greengrass. I have been navigating political marriages and alliance negotiations since I was 12 years old. I know what calculated attraction looks like. I know what political convenience feels like. She paused. This isn't that. What is it? It's the most inconvenient, strategically indefensible, emotionally compromising thing that has ever happened to me. She was almost smiling now. Almost. And I don't want it to stop. Harry kissed her. It wasn't dramatic or performative. It wasn't the crescendo of a symphony or the climax of a story. It was quiet and real and a little desperate, 2 people who had been circling each other for months, drawn together by something that had nothing to do with politics or war or power, finally acknowledging what had been there all along. She kissed him back. Her hand found his jaw, cold fingers against warm skin, and she kissed him like someone who had made a decision and was done deliberating. When they pulled apart, she was breathing hard and her eyes were bright and her composure was thoroughly, gloriously wrecked. Well, she said. Well. That was, yeah. We should probably, later. He kissed her again. She let him. The room of requirement, which had an uncanny sensitivity to the needs of its occupants, dimmed the lights. They stayed in the room for a long time. Not all of it was kissing, some of it was talking, the quiet, intimate conversation of two people who had crossed a line and were exploring the territory on the other side. She told him about her fears, for her family, for the war, for the future she couldn't see. He told her about the horcrux in his scar, the possibility that defeating Voldemort might require his death, the weight of being responsible for everything and certain of nothing. "You're not going to die," Daphne said. Her voice was fierce. "I might. Then I'll find a way to bring you back. I'm very resourceful. I've noticed." She pressed her forehead against his. "Don't leave me, Potter. I've spent 16 years not caring about anyone. I finally care about someone, and I refuse to let the universe take that away. I'll do my best. Do better than your best." He held her. She held him. Outside the room of requirement, the castle slept, and the world prepared for war, and the hollow pressed against the veil with growing hunger. But in that room, for that night, two people chose each other. Not because it was strategic. Not because it was safe. Because it was real. And real, in a world drowning in lies, was the most revolutionary thing there was. The attack came 4 days later. Not on Hogwarts, on the Ministry of Magic itself. Harry was in transfiguration when the news arrived. A silver lynx Patronus burst through the classroom wall, Kingsley Shacklebolt's signature, and spoke in his deep, urgent voice, "The Ministry is under attack. Full assault. Death Eaters, Giants, Dementors. All available Order members to the atrium immediately. This is not a drill." McGonagall was on her feet before the Patronus faded. "Students will remain in the castle. Prefects, secure your houses. Professor Flitwick, activate the defensive wards." She turned to Harry. "Lord Potter, I'm going. You're a student, I'm also the target of a prophecy, the holder of 2 Wizengamot seats, and the person who's been destroying horcruxes for 3 months. With respect, Professor, I'm going." McGonagall's mouth thinned. Then she nodded once, sharp, decisive, and said, "Don't die. Wasn't planning on it." He moved. Neville was beside him before he'd reached the corridor. Ron appeared at the stairwell. Hermione was waiting at the entrance hall, her wand already drawn, her beaded bag, which Harry knew contained half a library of useful items, slung across her shoulder. "You can't go alone," she said. "I wasn't planning to." "Good. Because I've been practicing shield charms for 6 months and I'd like to test them on something more challenging than a classroom dummy." It was the most Hermione thing she'd ever said, and Harry loved her for it. Daphne caught them at the front doors. She'd changed into practical robes, dark, fitted, allowing full range of movement, and her wand was in her hand. "Don't even try to tell me to stay," she said. "Wouldn't dream of it." They reached the Ministry through the Floo network in McGonagall's office, the fastest route, though the connection was unstable, flickering with the interference of whatever was happening on the other end. Harry went through first, wand raised, ready for anything. He emerged into hell. The Ministry atrium was a war zone. The polished floors were cracked and cratered. The Fountain of Magical Brethren, already damaged by the Hollow's earlier manifestation, was rubble. Smoke filled the air, thick and acrid, carrying the smell of cursed fire and blood. Death Eaters were everywhere, not the 20 or 30 of a Hogsmeade raid, but dozens. 50 at least, maybe more. They'd come through every entrance simultaneously, a coordinated assault that had overwhelmed the Ministry's security in minutes. Among them, impossible to miss, were giants, 2 of them, their massive forms hunched beneath the atrium's high ceiling, swinging fists the size of cars. And Dementors. A wave of cold and despair sweeping through the building, draining the fight from the defenders, turning terror into paralysis. Aurors were fighting, scattered, disorganized, outnumbered. Ministry workers were running, stumbling, some fighting back with whatever magic they had and some simply trying to survive. The atrium's defensive wards had been breached, their anchor stones shattered by giant fists. Harry raised his wand and cast a Patronus. Prongs erupted from the tip, silver, blazing, enormous, and charged into the Dementor wave with an impact that lit the entire atrium in white light. The Dementors scattered, shrieking their unearthly shriek, and the temperature jumped 10 degrees in an instant. Neville, left flank, keep those giants off the evacuation route. Ron, Hermione, with me. Daphne, I'll coordinate with the Aurors. Someone needs to organize the defense, and it's clearly not going to be them. She was already moving, her wand tracing defensive wards in the air, her voice cutting through the chaos with the sharp authority of someone who had been trained for this since birth. Aurors. On me. Form a defensive line at the elevator corridor. Harry watched her go, 3 seconds, no more, and then turned toward the enemy. He fought. Not with the controlled precision of a classroom duel, not with the strategic restraint of Hogsmeade. This was survival combat, raw, brutal, and fast. He stunned Death Eaters and disarmed them, and when stunning wasn't enough, he used blasting hexes that sent masked figures crashing into walls and pillars and each other. Ron fought beside him like a man who had found his purpose, shielding Harry's left side with a tower shield charm that absorbed curses like a sponge, then dropping the shield to fire back with a savagery that made 2 Death Eaters turn and run rather than face him. Hermione was terrifying. She'd always been the most technically skilled witch of their generation, and 6 months of practice had honed that skill to a razor edge. She layered spells and combinations that shouldn't have been possible, a jinx wrapped inside a shield wrapped inside a transfiguration, each one building on the last, creating effects that left Death Eaters confused, disarmed, and occasionally turned into small woodland creatures. Neville took on the giants. Not alone, he'd gathered a squad of 6 DA members who'd followed Harry through the floor, but he led from the front. He didn't try to match the giants' strength. He used their size against them, transfiguring the floor beneath their feet into ice, conjuring walls that channeled their movements, casting blinding hexes that made them stumble and crash into each other. When one giant went down, slipping on the ice, crashing through the remnants of the fountain, Neville hit it with a full body bind powerful enough to hold a creature 10 times a human's mass. The second giant was harder. It grabbed a pillar and swung it like a club, scattering defenders and shattering the floor. Neville dodged, barely, and came up casting. A conjured rope caught the giant's ankles. A banishing charm sent a chunk of rubble into its face. And when it staggered, blinded and off balance, Neville hit it with a stunner so powerful that the giant's eyes rolled back and it toppled like a felled tree. Harry, fighting 30 feet away, saw it happen and felt something he hadn't felt in months: hope. Real, practical hope, the kind that comes from seeing the people around you rise to meet the moment. Then Dumbledore arrived. He came through the main flow with a burst of flame that was Fawkes's contribution to the entrance, theatrical, yes, but effective. Every head in the atrium turned. Death Eaters flinched. Giants paused. Even the Dementors seemed to recoil. Dumbledore was not the diminished, weary man Harry had seen in recent months. He was Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, and for the first time in Harry's life, Harry saw what that actually meant. Dumbledore didn't duel. He dismantled. 6 Death Eaters attacked him simultaneously, and he dealt with all 6 in 4 seconds, not with flashy combat magic, but with a casual, almost lazy precision that made their curses look like children's games. He turned their spells back on them, transfigured their wands into snakes, conjured chains from thin air that wrapped around their bodies and pulled them to the floor. Then he turned to the remaining Death Eaters and raised his wand, and the air in the atrium changed. Not physically, magically. The ambient magic thickened, compressed, oriented itself around Dumbledore like iron filings around a magnet. Every person in the room felt it, the weight of concentrated magical power, focused through a single point, aimed at the invading force. Half the remaining Death Eaters operated immediately. The others threw down their wands. It was over in 30 seconds. The most powerful wizard in the world had just demonstrated why he'd held that title for a century, and every person in the atrium, Harry included, understood, viscerally, why Dumbledore's loss of political power hadn't changed the fundamental calculus of magical Britain. Power wasn't political. Power was this. Harry found himself fighting beside Dumbledore as the cleanup began, not by design, but by the flow of combat. They ended up back-to-back in the corridor leading to the elevator shafts, dealing with a pocket of Death Eaters who tried to push deeper into the building. "On your left," Dumbledore said, deflecting a curse aimed at Harry's head. "Behind you," Harry replied, stunning a Death Eater who'd been circling for a flanking attack. They fought together for 90 seconds. It was electric, the tension of two people who didn't trust each other but needed each other, whose personal fury was subordinated to the immediate necessity of survival. Dumbledore was more powerful, but Harry was faster, and between them, nothing got through. When the last Death Eater in the corridor went down, they stood panting in the smoke-filled passage and looked at each other. "You fight well," Dumbledore said. He was breathing hard. For the first time in Harry's experience, the old man was showing physical strain. "You fight better. I've had more practice. You have something I don't." "What?" "Nothing to lose." A pause. "That was a compliment, Harry. Not a criticism." "I know." They moved deeper into the Ministry, following the path of the invasion. The Death Eaters hadn't attacked randomly. They'd pushed toward the lower levels with purpose, driving for a specific objective. The elevator shafts were destroyed. The stairways to the lower levels were blocked with rubble. All except one. A maintenance passage that few people knew about, leading down past the courtrooms, past the administrative levels, past the Department of Mystery's outer security zone. To the Death Chamber. Harry felt the cold before they reached the bottom of the passage. Not temperature, something deeper. A chill that lived in the bones, in the marrow, in the spaces between thoughts. The Hollow's presence, leaking through the failing containment like radiation through cracked shielding. They emerged into the circular corridor that led to the Death Chamber's entrance. The corridor was empty, the department staff had evacuated hours ago. The monitoring instruments that lined the walls were dark, their enchantments dead. And the Death Chamber's door was open. Harry and Dumbledore exchanged a look. No words. No discussion. They moved forward together. The Death Chamber was exactly as Harry remembered it, the circular room, the descending stone tiers, the dais at the center with the ancient stone arch. The veil hung in the arch, its tattered curtain moving in a wind that existed nowhere else. But the veil was different. Wider. Brighter, no, darker. The archway, which had always seemed a fixed size, appeared to have grown, its stone edges pressing outward as if something behind them was pushing. And the curtain, the thin, tattered fabric that had always seemed barely substantial, was rippling with purpose, bulging outward in slow, rhythmic pulses. The veil was breathing. And standing before it, arms spread wide, face upturned in an expression of terrible ecstasy, was Lord Voldemort. He had come alone. No Death Eaters, no Nagini, no protection. He didn't need them. Not here. Not now. The Hollow's energy was flowing through the weakened barrier and into him. Harry could see it, a darkness that wasn't visible but was nonetheless real, wrapping around Voldemort's thin frame like a cloak made of whispered fears. "Ah," Voldemort said, without turning. His voice was different, deeper, resonant, layered with harmonics that hadn't been there before. "Harry. And Dumbledore. How convenient." "Tom," Dumbledore said. His wand was raised, but he wasn't attacking. His eyes were fixed on the veil with an expression of horror that he couldn't quite conceal. "Don't call me that." Voldemort turned. His red eyes were brighter than Harry had ever seen them, not just red now, but luminous, casting their own light, as if something behind them was burning. "I came here because I felt it. The weakening. The cracks in your pathetic binding. He smiled. It was not a human smile. Thank you, Harry. Your little war with the old man, your righteous campaign of truth, cracked every ward he built. The door is open now. Tom, you don't understand what you're doing, Dumbledore started. I understand perfectly. There is power behind this veil. Ancient power. Power that predates your binding, predates the ministry, predates the founders themselves. And it's hungry. Voldemort's arms spread wider, and the veil pulsed in response. I can feel it. It wants to come through. It wants to feed. And his smile widened. I can be its door. It's not a tool, Harry said. His voice was steady. The fear was there, massive, primal, the fear of something that went beyond dark wizards and political games and into the territory of cosmic wrongness, but he held it at bay. It doesn't serve. It consumes. You're not its door, you're its meal. Spoken like a child who doesn't understand power. Voldemort's red eyes locked onto Harry. The Hollow and I have much in common. We are both creatures of will. We both refuse death. We both understand that sentiment is weakness and trust is a cage. The veil pulsed. The curtain bulged outward, farther this time, straining against the containment, pressing toward the chamber like a membrane about to rupture. Harry felt it in his scar. Not pain, resonance. The horcrux fragment in his head was responding to the hollow, vibrating at a frequency that made his vision swim and his thoughts fragment. He pushed through it. Focused. Raised his wand. Tom. Dumbledore's voice was different now, not commanding, not gentle. Desperate. The hollow cannot be controlled. I have studied it for 60 years. It consumed Grindelwald's ambition and fed it back to him twisted. It will do the same to you. Grindelwald was weak. I am not. Grindelwald said the same thing. Voldemort laughed. The sound echoed off the chamber's stone walls and mixed with the whispers from the veil, creating a harmony that made the stones vibrate. Then he spread his arms wide and pulled. The veil tore. Not all the way, not yet. A rent appeared in the curtain, a slash of absolute darkness that was blacker than black, a wound in the fabric of reality that leaked something that was not light and not shadow but the absence of both. The hollow's presence surged through the tear, not a creature, not a form, but a pressure, a weight on every mind in the chamber, a voice in every thought whispering you are alone, you are deceived, no one is real, nothing is true. Harry staggered. The pressure was immense, a force that attacked not his body but his belief. His belief in his friends, his cause, his own identity. For a terrible instant, everything he was, everything he'd built, every relationship, every conviction, felt constructed and false. A story he told himself to avoid the truth, that he was a weapon in a cupboard, a tool in an old man's hand, a boy who had never been loved because there was nothing in him worth loving. No. Harry pushed back. Not with magic, with will. With the memory of Ron's loyalty, steady as bedrock. With Hermione's fierce intelligence. With Neville's quiet courage. With Remus's grieving love. With Daphne's sharp truth, her cold fingers laced through his, her voice saying don't drown. With his mother's sacrifice. The one thing the hollow couldn't corrupt, because love was not trust, love was deeper, older, less fragile. Trust could be broken. Love survived the breaking. The pressure eased. Not gone, but bearable. Harry stood upright, wand raised, facing Voldemort across the death chamber. Impressive, Voldemort said. The hollow's energy was flowing into him visibly now, dark tendrils wrapping around his body, sinking into his skin, amplifying his magical signature until it was something beyond human. You resist. But you can't fight it and me at the same time. He was right. Voldemort attacked. The duel was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort, supercharged by the hollow, threw curses that bent the air, that cracked the stone floor, that left afterimages burned into Harry's retinas. The killing curse came not once but in rapid succession, green bolts that Harry dodged, deflected, survived through speed and desperation and the primal, animal instinct to not die. Dumbledore joined the fight. The old man's power was immense, but against Voldemort boosted by the Hollow, even Dumbledore was struggling. They fought in concert, Harry drawing Voldemort's attention with speed and aggression, Dumbledore striking at the flanks with spells of extraordinary complexity, but Voldemort handled both of them. Swatted aside their attacks. Pressed forward. Drove them back. The veil's tear was widening. The Hollow was pouring through. The whispers were becoming screams, not audible screams, but psychic ones, felt in the bone, in the blood, in the darkest corners of every conscious mind. Above them, in the Ministry's ruined atrium, the fighters felt it. Order members stopped mid-spell as sudden, overwhelming distrust hit them. Aurors turned on each other. The fragile cooperation that had held the defense together began to shatter. In the death chamber, Harry was running out of options. He was fast, but Voldemort was faster now. He was skilled, but Voldemort was channeling power that dwarfed anything a human wizard could produce. He was brave, but bravery didn't stop killing curses. He needed an edge. Something Voldemort didn't expect. He looked at the veil. The idea hit him like lightning. Insane. Suicidal. Exactly the kind of plan that Daphne would call reckless and Hermione would call impossible and Ron would call brilliant. Dumbledore, Harry shouted, ducking a cruciatus curse that scorched the air above his head. The binding. Can you reinforce it? If the Hollow's influence is cut off from Voldemort, I would need time, Dumbledore shouted back. His face was streaming with sweat, his wand arm trembling with effort. Minutes. And Voldemort would have to be distracted. I know. Harry dodged another curse, rolled, came up casting. I'll handle Voldemort. You handle the veil. Harry, you can't, I can. He looked at Dumbledore, really looked, past the history and the anger and the betrayal. You built the binding once. Build it again. I'll give you time. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Something passed between them, not trust, not forgiveness, but recognition. The acknowledgement that they were two flawed people in an impossible situation, and the only way through was together. Don't die, Dumbledore said. Everyone keeps saying that. Perhaps you should listen. Dumbledore disengaged from the combat and turned toward the veil. His wand arm rose, and the Elder Wand began to glow, not with light, but with power, a concentrated radiance that was visible on a spectrum beyond the visual, felt in the magical substrate of reality itself. Voldemort saw what was happening. His red eyes flared. And oh, Harry hit him with everything he had. Not a single spell, a barrage. Every combat spell he knew, fired in rapid succession, overlapping, combining, a wall of magical force that drove Voldemort back 3 steps. It wasn't enough to hurt him, Voldemort's hollow-enhanced shields absorbed the impact like a mountain absorbs rain, but it was enough to hold his attention. Come on, Tom, Harry said. His wand was blazing. His scar was on fire. The Horcrux fragment was screaming in his head, resonating with the Hollow, trying to tear him apart from the inside. He held on through sheer, bloody-minded stubbornness. You came here for me, didn't you? The prophecy. The boy who lived. Let's finish it. Voldemort snarled and attacked. The next 3 minutes were the longest of Harry's life. He dueled Voldemort alone, one-on-one, in a chamber filled with the screaming pressure of the Hollow, with a piece of his enemy's soul lodged in his skull and the most dangerous entity in magical history pressing through the cracks in reality behind him. He fought with everything. Speed, skill, creativity, desperation. He transfigured the stone benches into wolves that attacked Voldemort from the flanks. He conjured mirrors that reflected curses back at their caster. He used the Patronus charm, prongs, blazing silver, driving the Hollow's influence back, as both weapon and shield. He fought dirty, fought smart, fought like a boy who had grown up in a cupboard and learned that survival was the only skill that mattered. Voldemort hit him twice. A cutting curse opened a gash across his ribs. A blasting hex caught him in the shoulder and sent him tumbling down the stone tiers, crashing against the benches, his wand arm numb from the impact. He got up. He always got up. That was the thing about Harry Potter that Voldemort had never understood and never would. You could knock him down 100 times and he'd get up 101, because getting up was all he'd ever known. Behind them, Dumbledore was chanting. The Elder Wand's power flowed into the veil's structure, not sealing it, not yet, but preparing the framework. Strengthening the anchors. Building the scaffold that would hold the new binding. The tear in the veil was still growing. The Hollow was still pressing through. But slower now, Dumbledore's preparation was creating resistance, pushing back against the entity's advance. Voldemort felt it. His amplified power flickered, just for a moment, a stutter in the flow of hollow energy, and he turned toward Dumbledore with murder in his eyes. Harry hit him with a stunner so powerful it cracked the floor where Voldemort was standing. It didn't knock him out, nothing short of a miracle would knock out a hollow-boosted Voldemort, but it snapped his attention back. "Eyes on me," Harry gasped. His ribs were screaming. His shoulder was burning. Blood was running into his left eye from a cut on his forehead. "We're not done." Voldemort stared at him. And for one moment, just one, something crossed the Dark Lord's face that looked almost like respect. "You are your mother's son," Voldemort said. She wouldn't move aside either. "No," Harry said. She wouldn't. They dueled. Harry held on, not winning, not losing, just surviving, buying seconds, buying Dumbledore time. And then Dumbledore's voice rang through the chamber, carrying the weight of a century's accumulated magical power, Sigillum Veritatis. The Elder Wand blazed. A web of light erupted from its tip and struck the veil, not the curtain, but the stone arch itself, the ancient structure that held the barrier between worlds. The light sank into the stone, spread through it, ignited runes that had been carved 1,000 years ago and never lit since. The tear in the veil stopped widening. The Hollow shrieked. Not with sound, with pure psychic force, a wave of rage and hunger and denial that hit every mind in the building. Ministry workers 3 floors up collapsed. Aurors screamed. The Hollow had been so close, inches from freedom, seconds from pouring into a world ripe with discord, and the old man was shutting the door. Voldemort felt his power source falter. The Hollow's energy, flowing through the tear, was being choked off by Dumbledore's binding. The amplification stuttered, flickered, began to fail. No. Voldemort raised both hands toward the veil, pouring his own power into keeping the tear open. The dark tendrils wrapped tighter around him, the Hollow clinging to its conduit, refusing to be pushed back. Harry saw his chance. He didn't think. He acted. Raised his wand, channeled every ounce of magic he possessed, and hit Voldemort with a spell that wasn't a spell. It was a Patronus, not the stag, not the Silver Guardian. It was raw positive magic, love, trust, hope, everything the Hollow fed on the absence of, focused into a beam of white gold light that hit Voldemort like a battering ram. Voldemort staggered. The Hollow's connection shattered. The dark tendrils ripped free, whipping back toward the veil like severed cables. The tear in the curtain convulsed, and Dumbledore spoke the final word of the binding. The veil sealed. The curtain went still. The tear vanished, closing like a wound healing in fast motion. The stone arch's runes flared once, blinding, absolute, and then went dark. The Hollow was behind the veil again. Contained. Bound. Not permanently, the binding was new, untested, built on a framework of one old man's power rather than the social trust that had sustained the original. But it held. Voldemort screamed, a human scream, stripped of the Hollow's amplification, carrying nothing but rage and loss and the particular anguish of a man who had tasted unlimited power and had it ripped away. He looked at Harry. His red eyes were dimmer now, still inhuman, still terrifying, but diminished. "Mortal. This isn't over," Voldemort said. "No," Harry agreed. "It isn't." Voldemort disapparated. The crack of his departure echoed through the death chamber and faded into silence. Harry turned to Dumbledore. The old man was on his knees. The Elder Wand was in his hand, but it was dark, no glow, no resonance. Dead wood. Dumbledore's face was grey, his eyes glazed, his breathing shallow and labored. "Dumbledore, the binding," Dumbledore whispered. His voice was a thread. It required everything. Every drop of power. The Elder Wand amplified it, but the source, he looked at his hands. They were shaking. The source was me. Harry felt a cold understanding settle over him. "Your magic. Gone." The word was barely audible. "Burned through. Used up. The binding consumed it, all of it. The wand is dead because I am," he stopped. Breathed. "I am what the Muggles would call a squib." The silence in the death chamber was absolute. Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, the man who had defined magical Britain for a century, had sacrificed his magic to seal the veil. Not his life. Something arguably worse, his power. His identity. The thing that had made him who he was. Harry looked at the old man kneeling on the stone floor. Broken, powerless, reduced to the one thing he had never been, ordinary. He extended his hand. Dumbledore looked at it. Looked up at Harry. His blue eyes, still sharp, still bright, still carrying a century of intelligence even without the magic behind them, searched Harry's face. "This doesn't change anything between us," Harry said. "I know. I still haven't forgiven you. I know. But you did the right thing. Just now. You did the right thing." Dumbledore's hand, thin, trembling, mortal, gripped Harry's. Harry pulled him to his feet. They stood in the death chamber, facing each other. The veil hung motionless behind them, sealed, silent. The hollow was bound. The battle above was ending. No words. A nod. Two men who had been at war with each other, standing in the wreckage of a war that was bigger than both of them, acknowledging, not forgiving, not reconciling, just acknowledging, that they had survived it together. Dumbledore turned and walked toward the chamber's exit. Slowly, painfully, with the gait of a man who had lost the invisible support system that magic provided to every wizard's body. His robes, no longer buoyed by magical energy, hung limp and heavy on his frame. He looked old. Truly old. For the first time, he looked his age. Harry watched him go. Then he looked at the veil. It was still. Silent. Contained. For now. He turned and followed Dumbledore up the stairs, toward the ruined ministry, toward the aftermath, toward whatever came next. Behind him, the veil breathed, once, softly, like a sleeping thing turning in its dreams. Not dead. Not defeated. Waiting. Chapter 5, The Reckoning. The morning after the Battle of the Ministry, magical Britain woke to a world it didn't recognize. The Prophet's morning edition carried a photograph on the front page that said more than any headline could: "The Ministry Atrium, gutted. The Fountain of Magical Brethren reduced to rubble. Scorch marks climbing the marble walls like dark ivy. Horrors moving through the wreckage with the hollow-eyed focus of people who had just discovered that the building they'd sworn to protect could be breached." But the photograph wasn't what people talked about. What people talked about, in pubs and kitchens and shop queues and the hushed corridors of St. Mungo's, was the feeling. Every witch and wizard in London had felt it, the wave of paranoid certainty that had rolled out from the ministry like an invisible tsunami. Even those who hadn't been in the building had experienced echoes, a sudden, groundless conviction that their spouse was lying, their neighbor was dangerous, their own shadow was watching them. The feeling had passed. The certainty it had carried did not. Because it hadn't felt foreign. That was the part nobody wanted to say out loud. The Hollow's influence hadn't planted thoughts that weren't there. It had amplified thoughts that were, the small, buried suspicions that lived in every relationship, every institution, every unspoken agreement that held society together. The Hollow hadn't created distrust. It had removed the polite fiction that trust existed at all. And now that fiction was gone, people were looking at each other differently. Warily. Across kitchen tables and office desks and the aisles of shops, the question hung unasked, do I actually trust you? Did I ever? Harry sat in the hospital wing at Hogwarts, his ribs bandaged, his shoulder immobilized, and his mind running at a speed that made his body's complaints irrelevant. Madame Pomfrey had healed the worst of it, the gash across his ribs was closed, the shoulder was set, but she'd insisted on overnight observation, and Harry hadn't argued because the hospital wing was quiet and quiet was what he needed. Not to rest. To think. The binding had held. Dumbledore's sacrifice, his magic, the core of everything he was, had sealed the veil and pushed the Hollow back behind the barrier. But Dumbledore himself had admitted the new binding was weaker than the original. Built on one man's power rather than collective trust, it was a tourniquet, not a cure. And Voldemort was still alive. Diminished, stripped of the Hollow's amplification, his horcruxes destroyed one by one, but alive. Nagini survived, bound to him, carrying one of his remaining soul anchors. And the fragment in Harry's scar was still there, a splinter of dark magic lodged in his skull, connecting him to a man who would never stop trying to kill him. 2 horcruxes left. 2 problems with no clean solutions. Harry stared at the ceiling of the hospital wing and let his mind work. Daphne found him at dawn. She came through the hospital wing doors with the particular stride of someone who has been up all night and is running on willpower and fury in place of sleep. Her robes were still dusted with debris from the Ministry battle. There was a cut along her jawline that she hadn't bothered to have healed. She sat on the edge of his bed without asking permission and looked at him with eyes that were exhausted and fierce and full of something that Harry was learning to recognize as love, expressed in the greengrass fashion, which was to say, through competence and proximity rather than declarations. "Report," she said. Harry almost smiled. "I'm supposed to be the one giving orders. You're in a hospital bed." "I'm not. Chain of command has shifted." She pulled a folded parchment from her robes. "Casualty report from the Ministry battle. 14 Aurors injured, 2 critical. 23 Ministry staff with curse damage. 6 Order members wounded, none fatal. 41 Death Eaters captured, including Dolohov, Rookwood, and both Carrows." She paused. Neville broke Electo Carrow wand arm. "Personally. Good for Neville. He's been in the training room since we got back. He hasn't slept." Daphne's expression softened slightly. "He's ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. What's coming is Voldemort. He lost the Hollow, he lost most of his inner circle, and he's running out of horcruxes. He's going to be desperate. Desperate Voldemort is more dangerous than confident Voldemort." "Agreed." Daphne set the parchment aside. "But that's the military problem. The political problem is bigger. The trust collapse. The trust collapse. People felt the Hollow's influence. They don't know what it was, but they know what it did, it showed them their own fear. Their own suspicion. And now those feelings are out in the open and they can't put them back." She met his eyes. "This is the thing we talked about, Harry. The gap between tearing down and building up. You exposed Dumbledore's lies. The Hollow weaponized the distrust that created. Now you need to fill the gap with something real. Something people can hold on to." "Like what?" "Like the truth. The whole truth, not just the parts that serve your campaign, but all of it. The hollow, the veil, the horcruxes, the threat. What happened, why it happened, what comes next. Tell them everything and trust them to handle it. Harry looked at her. The woman who had spent her entire life being strategic, who had been raised on calculation and political maneuvering, was telling him to abandon strategy entirely and simply be honest. That's a very un-Slytherin recommendation. It's a very desperate one. We're past strategy, Potter. We're in the territory of, throw everything at the wall and hope something sticks. She paused. Also, I learned it from you. What? The honesty thing. Being honest when a lie would serve you better. You did it in our first meeting, told me you didn't have all the answers when a polished vision would have been more persuasive. It was the most disarming thing anyone had ever done to me. She reached out and straightened his blanket, a small gesture that contained more tenderness than a declaration. Do it now. For everyone. Harry lay in the hospital bed and thought about the prophet. His paper. The weapon he'd built to destroy Dumbledore's reputation, which had become, almost without his intending it, something else entirely. A real newspaper. An institution that people trusted because it had earned that trust through honest, sourced, verified reporting. It was, he realized, the only institution in magical Britain that still had credibility. The ministry was shattered. The Wizengamot was compromised. Dumbledore's authority was destroyed. But the prophet, the paper that had told the truth, consistently, for months, still had readers' trust. He could use that. Not as a weapon. As a lifeline. Get me parchment, he said. And a quill. And send an owl to Calliope. He wrote the editorial himself. It took 6 drafts and most of the morning, and Daphne reviewed every version with the critical precision of someone who understood exactly how words could build or destroy. The final version was not polished. It was not political. It was not the careful, strategic communication that Ted Tonks would have recommended. It was Harry. To the witches and wizards of Britain, my name is Harry Potter. Most of you know me as the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or more recently as the person who bought the Daily Prophet and used it to expose Albus Dumbledore's abuse of power. All of those things are true. This letter is about what I got wrong. I spent the past year tearing down a man I believed had betrayed me. He had. The financial manipulation, the sealed will, the systematic isolation of a child under his guardianship, all of it was real, and all of it was wrong, and exposing it was the right thing to do. But I did it in anger. I did it for revenge as much as for justice. And I did it without thinking about what would be left when the tearing was done. What was left was a gap. A void where trust used to be. And something found that void and tried to fill it. You felt it yesterday. The wave of paranoia that swept through the ministry and beyond. The sudden certainty that no one around you could be trusted. That feeling was not natural. It was caused by an entity that exists behind the veil in the Department of Mysteries, an ancient force that feeds on magical discord, on broken faith, on the dissolution of the bonds that hold our community together. This entity, the unspeakables call it the Hollow, has been contained behind the veil for centuries. The containment was strengthened in 1945 by Albus Dumbledore, using the power of the Elder Wand and the collective trust of a wizarding world united by victory over Grindelwald. That containment has been failing. Not just because of my campaign against Dumbledore, the cracks started long before that, with Voldemort's return, the Ministry's corruption, a decade of lies and institutional failure. But my campaign widened those cracks. I tore down trust in the most prominent authority figure in magical Britain, and the Hollow fed on every fracture I created. Yesterday, Voldemort attempted to use the Hollow to amplify his power. He failed, because Albus Dumbledore sacrificed his own magic, permanently, irreversibly, to reseal the veil. The man I spent a year destroying gave up everything he was to save the world he'd failed. I don't tell you this to absolve Dumbledore. What he did was wrong. It remains wrong. Accountability matters. But so does honesty, full honesty, including the parts that make me look bad. I was right about Dumbledore. I was wrong about what that would cost. The Hollow feeds on everything I helped create. The distrust, the fractures, the broken faith. And Voldemort is still out there, weakened but alive, and the threat is not over. So I'm going to fix it. And I need your help. Not your obedience. Not your loyalty to me or to any single leader. Your help. Your willingness to trust each other, not blindly, not without evidence, but genuinely. To believe that the person next to you is real when the whispers say they're not. To hold together when everything is pushing you apart. That's what the Hollow fears. Not power. Not magic. Connection. The thing it can't corrupt because it doesn't understand it. I am asking you to be brave. Not the kind of brave that fights dark wizards, the kind of brave that trusts your neighbor. The kind of brave that forgives someone who's failed you. The kind of brave that holds on when letting go is easier. I don't know if I've earned the right to ask this. I know I haven't earned the right to demand it. But I'm asking anyway, because the alternative is letting the darkness win, and I refuse to do that. I have always refused to do that. Harry James Potter Lord Potterblack. The edition went out that afternoon. Every owl the prophet could muster. Hand deliveries to locations that owls couldn't reach. Copies left in pubs and shops and post offices across the country. Harry had wanted to include something else in the same edition, something that required a conversation he'd been dreading. He found Dumbledore in the hospital wing's private ward, in a bed at the far end, behind a screen that gave the illusion of privacy. The old man was awake, staring at the ceiling with the unfocused gaze of someone whose entire sensory relationship with reality had just been fundamentally altered. Without magic, everything felt different. The castle's ambient magical field, the hum that every witch and wizard felt unconsciously, the background music of a magical life, was silent to him now. The warming charms in the walls provided heat he could feel but not sense. The portraits on the walls moved and spoke, but the magical connection he'd always had with them, the subtle awareness of their painted consciousness, was gone. He was, for the first time in 115 years, truly alone in his own mind. Harry sat in a chair beside the bed and didn't speak for a long time. Dumbledore let the silence hold. "I've written an editorial," Harry said finally. "For the Prophet. It tells the truth about the Hollow, the Veil, and what you did. It tells the truth about my role in weakening the binding. And about my role in creating the conditions that made it necessary." "Yes." Dumbledore nodded. Slowly, with the careful movements of a man still learning the limitations of a body without magical support. "Good. I want you to give an interview. For the same edition." Dumbledore turned his head on the pillow and looked at Harry. The blue eyes were the same, that was the strange thing. Without the magic, without the power, without the twinkle and the performance, the eyes were exactly the same. Clear, sharp, carrying the weight of a century of intelligence. "An interview," he said. "Telling the truth. All of it. The manipulation of my guardianship. The sealed will. The financial transactions. The Hollow and why you kept it secret. The reasons you did what you did, not as justification, but as explanation." Harry met his gaze. "I've spent months telling the world what you did wrong. Now I'm asking you to tell them yourself." "Why?" "Because the Hollow feeds on the gap between what people believe and what's real. Right now, the gap is enormous, people don't know who to trust, what's true, what's a lie. Closing that gap means getting everything into the open. All of it. From both of us." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The hospital wing was still, the light from the enchanted windows casting soft patterns across the floor. "I will do it," he said. "On one condition." "What?" "No editing. No review. No approval process. I will say what I choose to say, and it will be printed as spoken. If I'm going to confess, Harry, I will not do it through a filter. Harry considered this. Ted would have objected, the legal exposure was significant, the political risks enormous. But Ted wasn't here, and this wasn't a legal matter. This was two people trying to rebuild something they'd broken. Agreed. Calliope Folly conducted the interview herself. She arrived at the hospital wing with a dictation quill, charmed for accuracy, not embellishment, and a professional demeanor that allowed no room for sentiment. She asked hard questions. Dumbledore answered them. He admitted everything. The manipulation of Harry's guardianship. The financial transactions. The sealed will. The blocked correspondence. The decision to place Harry with the Dursleys despite knowing, not suspecting, that they were abusive. The reasons, the blood wards, which had been, he now admitted, less effective than he'd claimed, the desire to keep Harry away from the wizarding world's corrupting influence, a justification he acknowledged was self-serving, and the simple, indefensible truth that controlling Harry's environment had been easier than trusting other people to protect him. He talked about the Hollow. About discovering it in 1945, about binding it, about spending decades maintaining the containment through political control rather than public honesty. About the fear that had driven every decision, the fear that had started when his sister died and had never, not once in 100 years, let go. I was afraid, he said. His voice was steady but thin, stripped of the resonant authority that magic had always given it. I have been afraid since I was 18 years old and my fear killed my sister. I built a life around making sure no one else would make the choices I made. But I made them anyway, every day, in smaller ways. I chose control over trust. Harry Potter exposed that. He was right to do so. The consequences of my secrecy are here now, in the streets, in the Hollow's whispers. I own that. Calliope published the interview in full, unedited, beside Harry's editorial. The two pieces ran side by side, filling the entire front section of the Prophet's largest ever special edition. The reaction was unlike anything Harry had anticipated. He'd expected anger, recrimination, the usual political warfare of accusation and counter-accusation. What he got was silence. A day of silence, as magical Britain absorbed the twin confessions, the young man's admission of reckless anger and the old man's admission of lifelong fear, and tried to figure out what it meant. Then the letters started coming. Not angry letters. Not political letters. Real letters. From real people, writing about their own experiences with trust betrayed and fear weaponized and the terrible difficulty of believing in anything when the foundations kept shifting. A witch in Cornwall who had stopped speaking to her sister after the ministry's paranoia wave and wanted to know how to start again. A wizard in Manchester whose children were afraid to go to school. A muggle-born healer at St. Mungo's who had been wondering, since the wave hit, whether her colleagues had ever really accepted her. The Prophet published them. All of them. Pages and pages of ordinary people's voices, telling the truth about their ordinary fears, and in the telling, making those fears smaller. It wasn't a cure. The Hollow's influence lingered, the distrust it had seeded was real, rooted in genuine grievances and genuine fears. But the editorial and the interview and the letters did something that neither politics nor magic could do, they gave people permission to be honest about being scared. And honesty, it turned out, was the one thing the Hollow couldn't eat. The Horcrux hunt entered its final phase. With Dumbledore's complete intelligence, every scrap, every theory, every educated guess he'd accumulated over decades of research, and the combined resources of Gringotts, the Order, and Harry's expanding network of allies, the remaining pieces fell into place with a speed that bordered on terrifying. Nagini was the strategic problem. The snake never left Voldemort's side, which meant destroying it required getting close enough to Voldemort to strike, a proposition that no sane person would volunteer for. Neville Longbottom was not, by his own admission, entirely sane. "I'll do it," he said, at the planning session in the Room of Requirement. His voice was calm, his eyes steady, his jaw set in the way that Harry had come to associate with Neville at his most dangerous, which was to say, his most certain. "When the time comes, I'll be the one. Nev, don't. Neville held up a hand. Don't argue, don't try to protect me, don't do the noble Gryffindor thing where you insist on doing everything yourself. The prophecy says you have to face Voldemort. It doesn't say you have to do everything else too. He paused. Bellatrix Lestrange tortured my parents into insanity. She did it for fun. She enjoyed it. And she's going to be there, wherever Voldemort is, when the end comes. His voice didn't waver. I need to be there too. Not for revenge. Because it's right. Because someone has to stand up and say that what she did matters, and the Longbottoms matter, and we don't just disappear. The room was silent. Ron and Hermione and Daphne and Remus, all of them looking at Neville with an expression that was equal parts respect and heartbreak. The sword of Gryffindor will kill Nagini, Harry said. It's absorbed basilisk venom. It can destroy horcruxes. Then I'll use the sword. You'll need to be close. Very close. Within striking range. I know. Neville. Yeah. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when it's done. The scar was the other problem. The fragment of Voldemort's soul lodged in Harry's head, the accidental horcrux that no one knew how to destroy without destroying its host. Hermione had been researching it obsessively. She'd consumed every text on horcrux theory that existed, Dumbledore's personal library, the Hogwarts restricted section, obscure references in dark arts volumes that made her skin crawl, and she'd arrived at a conclusion that she delivered in the flat, precise voice she used when she was terrified but certain. The fragment can be destroyed, she said. But not by external force. The connection between the horcrux and its container, you, is too intimate. Any spell powerful enough to destroy the soul fragment would destroy you with it. So how? The fragment survives because it's anchored to your life force. It draws on your magic, your vitality, your emotional energy. It's parasitic. Hermione's voice wavered, steadied. But parasites need their host to be alive. If the host dies, even temporarily, even briefly, the parasite loses its anchor. You're saying I need to die. I'm saying you need to let go. Not permanently, the fragment isn't you, Harry. It's foreign. Invasive. If you can create a state where your life force is completely surrendered, no resistance, no fighting, no will to survive, the fragment will have nothing to cling to. It'll burn out like a flame without fuel. That sounds a lot like dying. It sounds like walking through the veil. The silence in the room was catastrophic. No, Daphne said. Her voice was sharp enough to cut diamond. Absolutely not. The veil isn't death, Hermione said quickly. Not exactly. It's a boundary, a transition point. People who go through don't come back because the hollow captures them. But if the hollow is contained, truly contained, with the binding holding, then passing through the veil would be like stepping through a door. You'd be in the in-between space. The place where the hollow lives. And if you go there willingly, without resistance, without fighting, the soul fragment can't survive the transition, Harry finished. Because it clings to life, and I'd be willingly releasing it. Yes. And then I come back. Theoretically. Theoretically. No one's ever done it, Harry. I can't guarantee. No, Daphne said again. She was on her feet, her hands flat on the table, her composure completely gone. This is insane. You're asking him to walk through the veil on a theory. On a Hermione Granger hypothesis, which, no offense, has never been tested because no one has ever been stupid enough to test it. None taken, Hermione said tightly. And if the theory is wrong? If he goes through and doesn't come back? If the hollow takes him, if the hollow takes me, you seal the veil behind me, Harry said. The room went very still. Daphne stared at him. Her eyes were bright, not with tears. Daphne Greengrass still didn't cry, but with a fury that was indistinguishable from grief. Don't you dare, she whispered. Don't you dare be noble about this. Don't you dare sacrifice yourself and call it strategy. It's not nobility. It's math. Harry's voice was steady, steadier than he felt. 2 horcruxes left. Nagini and my scar. Neville handles Nagini. I handle the scar. Without both of them destroyed, Voldemort can't be killed. Without Voldemort dead, the Hollow's binding doesn't hold indefinitely. Without the binding, everything falls apart. He paused. I'm not choosing to die. I'm choosing to go somewhere dangerous and come back. I've done that before. Through the Veil is not the bloody Triwizard Tournament. No. It's simpler. 1 task, not 3. Daphne made a sound that was half laugh, half something else entirely. She came around the table and stood in front of him, her face inches from his. If you don't come back, she said, I will follow you through the Veil and drag you out myself. And then I will kill you. Is that clear? Crystal. Good. She kissed him. Hard. In front of everyone. Ron's ears went red. Hermione looked away. Neville suddenly found the ceiling very interesting. Get a room, Ron muttered. We're in a room, Daphne said, pulling back. Now shut up and let's plan. The plan came together over 3 days. Intelligence reports, from Snape, from captured Death Eaters, from the Prophet's network and the Goblin's contacts, painted a clear picture. Voldemort was regrouping. His remaining forces were consolidating at Malfoy Manor, and the Dark Lord himself was preparing something. What, exactly, the intelligence couldn't say. But the magical signature emanating from the manor was growing, and Voldemort's desperation, stripped of the Hollow's power, his horcruxes falling one by one, was making him dangerous in new ways. Desperate men did desperate things. Desperate Dark Lords did apocalyptic things. Snape made his move on a Thursday night. Harry was in the room of requirement when the door opened and Severus Snape walked through it, and Snape was not alone. Behind him, pale and shaking and dressed in clothes that looked like they'd been thrown on in the dark, was Draco Malfoy. Snape looked like a man who had walked through fire, which, Harry would later learn, was nearly literal. His robes were scorched. His left arm was bleeding through a makeshift bandage. His face was gray with exhaustion and pain and something else, relief, maybe. The relief of a man who had finally stopped pretending. My cover is blown, Snape said. His voice was a rasp. The Dark Lord discovered my correspondence with Dumbledore. I extracted young Malfoy and left. Several Death Eaters attempted to stop me. He glanced at his bleeding arm. They were unsuccessful. Draco was staring at Harry with an expression of pure shock. Whatever Draco had expected from his desperate flight in the night, wherever Snape had told him they were going, it clearly hadn't been this. Potter, Draco said. His voice cracked on the name. Malfoy. Sit down before you fall down. Draco sat. He looked like a ghost, thin, pale, the arrogant Malfoy swagger stripped away to reveal a frightened teenager who had spent a year trapped in a house with a madman and had just been smuggled out by his godfather under threat of death. Harry looked at Snape. What do you have for me? Everything. Snape lowered himself into a chair with the careful movements of a man cataloging his injuries and deciding they could wait. The Dark Lord's remaining forces. His current location. His plans. A pause. He intends to attack Hogwarts. When? Soon. Days, perhaps. He has been, Snape's jaw tightened. He has been attempting to contact the Hollow. Reaching for it through whatever connection remains after Dumbledore's binding. He believes he can reopen the channel. He believes Hogwarts, with its concentration of magical energy, will serve as an amplifier. Can he? I don't know. The Dark Lord's magical knowledge is vast and his will is unmatched. If anyone could breach a binding through sheer force, it would be him. Snape's dark eyes met Harry's. He is coming, Potter. And he is coming with everything he has left. Giants, dementors, Death Eaters, and whatever desperate magic he can conjure. He has nothing left to lose. Harry absorbed this. Then he asked the question he'd been carrying since his conversation with Snape in the dungeon corridor months ago. Why did you do it? All of it, the spying, the risk, the years of pretending. Snape was quiet for a long time. The room of requirements fire crackled in the silence. Your mother, Snape said. The words cost him visibly, each one dragged from somewhere deep and protected, a vault that had been sealed for decades. I loved your mother. Not in the way the stories tell it, not Romeo and Juliet, not some grand romantic tragedy. I loved her the way a drowning man loves air. She was the first person who ever looked at me and saw something worth saving. He stopped. Breathed. Continued. I made choices that destroyed any chance of, he stopped again. I called her a mudblood. I chose the dark arts. I chose power and belonging over the one person who had ever belonged to me. And when my choices got her killed, Dumbledore offered me redemption. Spy for me, he said. Protect her son. Pay the debt. And you did. I did. For 15 years. Because the debt was real, and because Dumbledore knew how to use guilt the way a conductor uses a baton, precisely, consistently, and without mercy. Snape's voice was bitter. He held my guilt over me. Used it to keep me in place. I was his weapon, his intelligence asset, his double agent, and he rewarded me with the continued privilege of feeling responsible for your mother's death. You are responsible. I am. No flinch. No defense. Just acknowledgement. And so is Dumbledore. And so is Voldemort. And so is Peter Pettigrew. And so is a world that decided Muggle-born witches were lesser beings, that pure-blood ideology was worth killing for, that a young man's hatred was more useful than his love. He paused. Blame is not a finite resource, Potter. There is enough to go around. Harry looked at Snape, this gaunt, brutal, complicated man who had spent 15 years paying for a mistake made at 16, who had been cruel because cruelty was the only currency he had left, who had loved Harry's mother with a desperation that had shaped his entire miserable life. Dumbledore used your guilt to own you, Harry said. Same thing he did to me, just a different leash. Something shifted in Snape's face. A loosening. The faintest exhalation, as if a weight he'd been carrying for decades had been fractionally reduced by the simple act of being understood. End it, Potter, Snape said. For all of us. I intend to. Draco, who had been listening with the white-faced stillness of a boy whose entire world had just detonated, spoke for the first time in 10 minutes. My mother, he said. His voice was small. Is she? Narcissa Malfoy is being contacted by the Order, Harry said. She'll be offered protection if she wants it. She'll take it. Draco swallowed. She never wanted any of this. She went along with my father because family is complicated. I know. Harry stood. Malfoy, listen to me. Whatever happens in the next few days, you stay in this castle. You stay safe. Your mother will be safe. That's a promise. Draco looked at him, really looked, past the rivalry and the years of petty cruelty and the fundamental incompatibility of their worldviews, and nodded. Thank you, Potter. Don't mention it. Seriously. If anyone asks, Snape forced you to come. I can corroborate that, Snape said drily. They were out of time. Voldemort attacked Hogwarts on a Sunday morning, at dawn. The sky was pink and gold and the lake reflected it like a mirror, and the castle's ancient stones caught the early light in a way that made Hogwarts look, for one perfect moment, like something out of an illuminated manuscript, timeless, beautiful, inviolable. The giants came first. 20 of them, erupting from the tree line of the Forbidden Forest with a ground-shaking rumble that woke every student in the castle. They carried clubs the size of trees and wore crude armor hammered from stolen metal, and they headed for the walls with the single-minded determination of creatures who had been promised something they wanted badly enough to die for. Behind the giants came the Dementors. 100 of them, a wave of cold and despair that rolled across the grounds like a black tide. The temperature dropped 30 degrees in seconds. The lake's surface began to frost. Students waking to the sound of giants looked out their windows and saw their breath hanging in the air and felt the first touch of the hollow's residual influence, the whisper that said no one is coming, no one can help, you are alone. And behind the Dementors came the Death Eaters. 30 of them, what remained of Voldemort's inner circle and their most fanatical followers. They moved in formation, wands raised, firing curses at the castle's defensive wards with coordinated precision. Voldemort himself was not yet visible. He was waiting. Saving his strength for the breach. Harry was dressed and armed before the first giant reached the wall. He'd slept in his clothes, Snape's warning had made rest impossible, and his wand was in his hand before his feet hit the floor. The castle's alarm wards were screaming, a sound like 1,000 bells rung simultaneously, and the corridors were filling with students in various states of panic and preparation. McGonagall took command of the castle's defense with the crisp efficiency of a woman who had been waiting her entire career for this moment. The defensive wards, ancient, layered, built by the founders themselves, activated at her command, wrapping the castle in a shell of protective magic that turned the walls to diamond and the gates to steel. She deployed the older students, 6th and 7th years who'd been trained by the DA, to defensive positions along the walls. She evacuated the younger students through the tunnel to the Hogshead. Everyone below 5th year, out now, she announced, her sonorous amplified voice cutting through the chaos. Prefects, you have your routes. House elves will assist with the evacuation. Go. The evacuation was fast, organized, and almost completely calm, because Minerva McGonagall had been running fire drills since September and the students knew exactly what to do. The Hogshead Tunnel, the same tunnel Harry had used to bring Dumbledore's army into being the year before, swallowed 400 students in under 20 minutes. Aberforth Dumbledore was at the far end, gruff and impatient, herding children through his pub and into the street beyond. Move, 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 he barked. This isn't a field trip. The defenders assembled. Harry looked at them, the people who had chosen to stay, to fight, to risk everything, and felt a swell of something that the Hollow could not touch. Neville Longbottom, the sword of Gryffindor strapped across his back, standing at the main gate with 6 DA members who'd volunteered for the most dangerous position. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, shoulder to shoulder, their wands drawn, their faces set. Ron caught Harry's eye and nodded. No words necessary. Daphne Greengrass, commanding a squad of Slytherin and Ravenclaw students who trained with her in secret for months. Her tactical mind had been the foundation of the castle's defense plan, and her fighters moved with the discipline of soldiers rather than students. Remus Lupin, gray-haired and hollow-eyed and steady as stone, leading a group of Order members who'd responded to the emergency Patronus call. Flitwick, tiny and fierce, orchestrating the ward maintenance from the top of the astronomy tower, his wand tracing patterns in the air that kept the castle's magical shields intact. Snape, his wounds barely healed, positioned in the dungeon corridors with a cold, focused expression that suggested he had every intention of meeting his former colleagues in combat. Kingsley Shacklebolt, at the head of a detachment of Aurors who'd arrived by emergency portkey. Amelia Bones had sent them without waiting for ministerial authorization. Authorization can catch up, she'd said, which was the most Bones thing Harry had ever heard. And behind them all, invisible but present, Dobby, leading a force of house elves who had volunteered en masse for the defense of their castle. Nobody had asked them. Nobody had ordered them. They'd simply appeared, armed with kitchen implements and cleaning supplies and a fury that was primally terrifying. House elves protected their home. This was their home. Even Gringotts had sent representatives. A squad of 12 goblin warriors, Ironclaw's security detachment, arrived by portkey and took positions along the eastern wall without a word. They wore full battle armor, carried axes of goblin silver, and regarded the approaching army with the professional contempt of beings who had been fighting wizard wars since before the founders were born. Harry looked at this army, this impossible, patchwork, completely inadequate army of students and teachers and aurors and house elves and goblins, and felt, against all reason, that it was enough. Because it had to be. The first giant hit the castle wall at 6:47 a.m. The wards held, barely. The impact sent shockwaves through the stone that rattled every window in the castle and knocked 3 students off their feet. The second giant hit. The third. They were battering the walls with clubs and fists, and the wards flexed under the assault like a drumhead under a mallet. Return fire. McGonagall's amplified voice rang out. Conjured boulders, launched from the battlements by 7th years who'd been practicing the spell for weeks, crashed into the giants. 1 went down. 2 more staggered. But the rest kept coming. The Dementors swept over the walls. The wards were designed to block physical intruders and hostile magic, Dementors were neither. They flowed through the defenses like smoke through a screen, and the cold hit the defenders like a physical blow. Patron uses erupted. Harry's stag. Hermione's otter. Luna Lovegood's hare. Luna had refused evacuation with a serene smile and a comment about Raxburts in the giant's ears. 20, 30, 40 patron uses, blazing silver, driving the Dementors back in a display of collective light that was visible from Hogsmeade. But the Dementors were a distraction. While the defenders fought the cold, the Death Eaters reached the gates. The ward breach came at 7:15 a.m. 3 Death Eaters, working in concert, hit the main gate with a curse that Harry didn't recognize, something old, something that shouldn't have existed in any modern spellbook. The ward screamed, an actual sound, a high keening wail that made everyone's teeth ache, and then fractured. A crack appeared in the magical shield, running from the gate to the battlements like a fracture in glass. Through the crack came the Death Eaters. And through the crack came the Hollow's influence. Not a wave this time. A seepage. A slow, steady infiltration that crept through the breach and into the castle's ancient magical framework. Hogwarts had been built on trust, the founders' trust in each other, in their students, in the idea that magic should be taught and shared. That trust was woven into the stones, the corridors, the moving staircases, the very fabric of the building. The Hollow began to corrupt it. A suit of armor on the 3rd floor turned and attacked a student. A portrait screamed a warning about enemies approaching from the north, but the enemies were to the south, and the warning sent 3 defenders running the wrong way. A moving staircase shifted mid-step, dumping a squad of DA members into a corridor full of Death Eaters. The castle itself was turning against them. The wards. Flitwick's voice crackled through the communication charms. The Hollow is in the ward network. It's corrupting the castle's defenses from the inside. Harry felt it, in the stones under his feet, in the walls around him, in the air he breathed. Hogwarts, his first home, his sanctuary, the place where he'd found magic and friendship and purpose, being twisted, infected, turned into a weapon against the people it was supposed to protect. No. He reached for the castle. Not with his wand, with something deeper. The connection he'd always felt with Hogwarts, the sense that the building knew him and cared about him and wanted him safe. The connection that had summoned the Sword of Gryffindor in the Chamber of Secrets, that had made the Room of Requirement open for him, that had made the castle feel like home when nowhere else did. He poured his will into that connection. Not fighting the Hollow, pushing back against it. Reminding the castle what it was. What it was for. You are Hogwarts. You were built to protect. You were built on trust and teaching and the belief that magic makes the world better. You are not the Hollow's weapon. You are my home. The castle shuddered. The corruption hesitated. The suit of armor froze mid-swing, its enchanted joints grinding as 2 competing commands fought for control. The staircase locked in place. The portraits went silent, then began speaking clearly, real warnings, real information, the building's ancient intelligence reasserting itself. The Hollow's corruption didn't stop. But it slowed. Enough. Harry turned his attention to the battle and ran. The fighting was everywhere. In the corridors, in the courtyards, on the grounds. Death Eaters dueling students, Aurors fighting giants, house elves ambushing invaders with the terrifying creativity of beings who knew every secret passage and hidden room in the castle. Harry fought through 3 encounters in 5 minutes, a Death Eater in the entrance hall, stunned, a pair of masked figures on the staircase, disarmed and bound, and a running duel through the corridor leading to the Great Hall that ended when the Death Eater tripped over Peeves, who had been dropping chandeliers on intruders with the gleeful precision of a poltergeist who had found his calling. He was heading for the grounds, for Voldemort, who was somewhere out there, waiting, when Bellatrix Lestrange found Neville. It happened in the courtyard between the castle and the covered bridge. Neville was leading his squad in a fighting retreat, pulling back from an exposed position near the lake, when Bellatrix materialized out of the smoke and chaos like a nightmare-given flash. "Baby Longbottom!" she shrieked, her voice carrying over the din of battle. "Come to play. Come to follow Mummy and Daddy." Neville's squad scattered. Not from cowardice, from training. They'd planned for this. Daphne's tactical doctrine was clear: if a high-value combatant engaged, clear the field and let the designated fighter work. Neville was the designated fighter. He drew the sword of Gryffindor in a single, smooth motion. The blade caught the morning light and blazed ruby-red, goblin-forged silver humming with magical resonance. Neville held it like a man who had been born to hold it, which, the Sorting Hat might have argued, he had been. "Bellatrix," he said. His voice was calm. Steady. The voice of a man who had spent a year preparing for this moment and was ready. "I've been looking for you." Bellatrix attacked. She was fast, vicious, and completely unhinged. Her dueling style was a tornado of dark magic, curses thrown with wild abandon, each one carrying enough force to kill. She fought the way she lived, without restraint, without mercy, without any consideration for her own survival. Neville fought differently. He fought like a wall. Solid, immovable, absorbing her fury without flinching. His shield charms were impenetrable. Hermione had helped him develop them, layered defenses that redirected curse energy instead of simply blocking it. Bellatrix's attacks hit his shields and bounced, dissipated, or, in one memorable instance, reversed direction and hit the castle wall behind her, showering them both with stone fragments. He didn't try to match her magical power. He waited. Patient, disciplined, watching for the opening that he knew would come because people like Bellatrix always overextended. They couldn't help it. Madness demanded escalation, and escalation created gaps. It came 40 seconds into the duel. Bellatrix threw a Cruciatus Curse, her favorite, the spell she'd used to destroy his parents, and the rage of it unbalanced her stance. Just slightly. Just enough. Neville moved. Not with magic, with the sword. 3 steps forward, closing the distance that Bellatrix had kept between them, getting inside her curse range where her wand was less effective and the blade in his hand was everything. The sword of Gryffindor sang through the air and struck Bellatrix's wand, shattering it at the midpoint. Sparks erupted. The wand's core, dragon heartstring, whipped free with a crack that sounded like a breaking bone. Bellatrix screamed. Not in pain, in outrage. In the specific fury of a predator who had been disarmed by prey. She reached for a second wand. Neville hit her with a stunner so powerful it lifted her off her feet and drove her backward into the courtyard wall. She hit the stone and slid to the ground and did not move. Neville stood over her, the sword in one hand and his wand in the other. He was breathing hard. His face was flushed. His eyes were bright with something that was not triumph and not revenge but something quieter and deeper, the closure of a wound that had been open since he was a baby. "That's for my parents," he said. Then he bound her, confiscated her wands, and turned away. Because Neville Longbottom had more important things to do than linger over a defeated enemy. He had a snake to find. Voldemort entered the castle grounds at 8 a.m., walking through the breach in the main gate with the unhurried stride of a man who owned the world and was merely coming to inspect his property. He was diminished, Harry could see it immediately. Without the Hollow's amplification, Voldemort was still the most powerful dark wizard alive, but he was human powerful. Terrifying, yes. Overwhelming, yes. But mortal in a way he hadn't been in the death chamber. Nagini was coiled around his shoulders, her massive body draped across him like a living mantle. The snake's yellow eyes swept the battlefield with cold intelligence. Voldemort stopped in the center of the courtyard. Around him, the battle paused, combatants on both sides pulling back, creating a natural arena. The effect was instinctive, primal. When the apex predator entered the field, everything else gave way. "Harry Potter," Voldemort called. His voice carried without amplification, cutting through the smoke and noise with unnatural clarity. "I have come for you. End this." Harry walked out of the castle's main doors. The morning sun was behind him, casting his shadow long across the damaged courtyard. His wand was in his hand. The scar on his forehead was burning, a slow, deep burn that had nothing to do with pain and everything to do with proximity. They faced each other across 30 feet of broken stone. Two boys who had grown up unwanted, one in a cupboard, one in an orphanage. Two weapons forged by other people's choices. Two sides of a prophecy that neither of them had asked for. "Tom," Harry said. "Don't call me that. It's your name. The one truth you've been running from for 50 years. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "You presume to lecture me about truth? You, a child who bought a newspaper and played at politics while the world burned around him?" "I did play at politics. I was good at it, too. But that's not why we're here." Harry raised his wand. "We're here because you're afraid of dying. And I'm the only one who can make it happen. You cannot kill me. Your horcruxes are gone, Tom. The diary, destroyed. The ring, destroyed. The locket, destroyed. The cup, destroyed. The diadem, destroyed." Harry watched Voldemort's face as each item was named. The reactions were tiny, micro-flinches, flickers of the red eyes, but they were there. "You've got the snake. You've got the piece in my scar. That's it. That's all that's keeping you alive." Voldemort's composure cracked. Just a hairline, a tightening of the lipless mouth, a flare of the slit nostrils, but Harry saw it. Fear. Real, human fear, the one emotion Voldemort had spent a lifetime pretending didn't exist. "Nagini," Voldemort hissed. "Kill." The snake launched from Voldemort's shoulders like a spring-loaded trap, 6 feet of magical serpent striking toward Harry with lethal speed, and Neville Longbottom stepped out from behind a ruined pillar and swung the sword of Gryffindor. The blade caught Nagini mid-strike. Goblin silver, infused with basilisk venom, forged 1,000 years ago by a smith who understood that some things needed killing, it passed through the snake's body like light through glass. One stroke. Clean. Final. Nagini's head separated from her body. Black smoke erupted from the wound, the horcrux screaming as it died, and the snake's remains hit the courtyard stones and dissolved into ash. Voldemort screamed. The sound was barely human, a howl of rage and loss and something deeper, something that sounded almost like grief. The last anchor, the last protection, the last barrier between himself and the mortality he feared above all things. One horcrux remained. The one in Harry's scar. Harry didn't hesitate. He'd known this moment was coming, had planned for it, feared it, accepted it. He turned from Voldemort, ignoring the Dark Lord's scream, and ran. Not away. Down. Into the castle, through the corridors, down the stairs, not to the dungeons but to the room of requirement. He needed the room. He needed it to give him a door. "I need a passage to the Department of Mysteries. I need the veil. I need it now." The Room of Requirement had never provided access to locations outside Hogwarts. It wasn't supposed to be able to. But Harry was lord of two ancient houses, bound to the castle by blood and magic, fighting for the survival of everything the founders had built. And the castle, the real castle, the intelligence woven into its stones, wanted to help. A door appeared. A door that shouldn't have existed, carved from stone older than the castle itself, inscribed with runes that predated the founder's birth. Harry didn't question it. He opened the door and stepped through. The death chamber was cold and dark and exactly as he'd left it 2 weeks ago. The stone benches descended to the dais. The veil hung in its ancient arch, the curtain still, the binding holding. Harry stood at the top of the stairs and looked down at the veil. He could hear the whispers, faint, muffled by Dumbledore's binding, but present. Names. Always names. He descended the stairs. Each step brought him closer to the veil, and each step made the scar burn hotter. The fragment in his head knew what he was about to do. It was fighting, clinging to his life force, digging its hooks deeper, screaming in a frequency that only Harry could hear. He reached the dais. The veil was 3 feet away. The curtain moved, barely, a slow pulse, the breathing of something vast and patient on the other side. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about his mother. The sacrifice she'd made, not a calculated decision, not a strategic choice, but pure, instinctive, overwhelming love. She'd stood between him and death, and she'd chosen him over herself, and that choice had woven a protection so powerful that the greatest dark wizard in history couldn't break it. He thought about Sirius. The godfather he'd barely known and lost too soon. The laugh, the reckless bravery, the way he'd looked at Harry and seen James and loved the difference. He thought about Ron and Hermione. Loyalty and intelligence. Courage and principle. 2 people who had walked into danger beside him again and again, not because they had to but because they chose to. He thought about Neville. Standing over Bellatrix's unconscious body with a sword in his hand and peace in his eyes. He thought about Daphne. Sharp and fierce and terrifyingly competent. The way she looked at him, without illusion, without performance, seeing exactly who he was and choosing him anyway. He thought about Dumbledore. Broken, honest, kneeling on the floor of this chamber with his magic spent and his mask finally down. A man who had done terrible things for reasons he believed in, and had given up everything to make it right. He thought about himself. The boy in the cupboard. The student who found magic. The lord who bought a newspaper. The fighter who wouldn't stay down. The person underneath all the roles and titles and prophecies, the actual Harry, whoever that was. He let go. Not of his life, of his resistance. The fighting, the clinging, the desperate will to survive that had kept him alive through 16 years of danger and loss. He released it. Not because he wanted to die, but because some things were more important than not dying. He opened his eyes and walked into the veil. The curtain parted around him like water. Cold, impossibly cold, the cold of the spaces between stars, washed over him. His vision went white, then black, then something that was neither. He was in between. The space beyond the veil was not a place. It had no dimensions, no geography, no physical reality. It was a feeling, vast, empty, and waiting. The Hollow's domain. It was here. Everywhere. The darkness around him wasn't darkness, it was the Hollow itself, a presence so enormous that his mind couldn't process it except as absence. An absence of light, of warmth, of connection. The entropy of trust, given form and hunger. It spoke. Not in words, in concepts. In feelings. In the direct injection of meaning into the deepest part of his mind, bypassing language entirely. You came. I came. I know what you are. I know the fragment in your mind. I know every broken thing inside you, the grief, the rage, the betrayals. I have tasted them through the cracks you made in the old man's binding. I know. You have so much anger. So much justified fury. Your guardian stole your childhood. Your government slandered you. Your mentor manipulated you. Even now, standing here, you carry the weight of every lie ever told to you. Yes. I can make it matter. Your rage can be more than rage, it can be power. Real power, the kind that reshapes worlds. Not the pathetic political games you've been playing, true dominion. Give me your anger and I will give you everything. Harry stood in the void and felt the offer's weight. It was real, not a trick, not an illusion. The Hollow could do what it promised. It could take his fury at Dumbledore, his grief for Sirius, his resentment at a world that had used him since birth, and transmute all of it into power that dwarfed anything a human wizard could achieve. All it wanted was the anger. The broken trust. The wounds that hadn't healed. All it wanted was him. No, Harry said. Why not? The anger is justified. The betrayals were real. You have every right, I do have every right. That's not the point. Then what is? Harry thought about this. About the year he'd spent waging war against Dumbledore, the truths he'd told and the damage those truths had done. About the gap between being right and being helpful. About the difference between justice and vengeance, which he'd spent months learning and was only now, standing in the dark between worlds, beginning to understand. You feed on distrust, he said. On broken faith. On the certainty that everyone is lying. I spent this year proving that the most powerful wizard in Britain was a fraud. I was right. He was a fraud. And the proof of that nearly destroyed everything, not because the truth was wrong, but because truth without trust is just noise. And noise is your native language. Truth destroys. It always destroys. Every relationship, every institution, every bond between living things, truth will find the flaw and crack it open. I am the truth that lives in the cracks. No. Harry's voice was steady. Truth reveals. What you build after, that's the choice. He felt the soul fragment in his scar, a cold, dark presence, clinging to his life force with desperate tenacity. It was afraid. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lived in him was afraid, because it existed on rage and pain and broken things, and Harry was choosing to let those things go. Not to forget them. Not to forgive them. To release them. To acknowledge that the anger was real and justified and his, and then to set it down. Not because it was wrong, but because carrying it was costing more than it was worth. He thought of Dumbledore. The old man's face, grey and honest, kneeling on the chamber floor. I was afraid. I have been afraid since I was 18 years old. Harry had been afraid too. Afraid of the cupboard, afraid of Voldemort, afraid of being used, afraid of being ordinary, afraid of being loved and having that love taken away. Fear had driven everything, his campaign against Dumbledore, his desperate accumulation of power and allies, his need to control the narrative because the alternative was being controlled by someone else's. He let the fear go. Not gone, released. Acknowledged and set down, like a heavy bag carried too far. The muscles still ached where they'd carried it. The marks were still there. But the weight was off his shoulders, and he could breathe. The soul fragment screamed. It was losing its grip, the hooks it had driven into his life force were pulling free, one by one, as the rage and pain and fear that anchored them dissolved. It fought, desperately, savagely, the last desperate convulsion of a parasite being expelled from its host. Harry felt it die. A burning in his scar, not pain, but transformation. The sensation of something breaking that had been part of him for so long he'd forgotten it was foreign. A liberation so complete that it felt like loss. The scar went cold. Silent. Empty. The fragment was gone. The hollow recoiled. Harry could feel it, the vast, hungry presence pulling back, flinching from something it hadn't expected. Not power. Not magic. Not the force of an ancient weapon or the strength of a legendary wizard. Just a boy. Letting go. You cannot stop me. The cracks in the binding are still there. The distrust is still real. I will find other ways through. Maybe, Harry said. But not through me. And not through the cracks I made. Those are closing. Because I'm going to build something in the spaces where the trust used to be. Something new. Something honest. Honesty is another word for vulnerability. And vulnerability is another word for food. Maybe. But I'm going to try anyway. He turned his back on the hollow. He walked toward the veil, toward the light on the other side, the dim, cold light of the death chamber, the world of the living. The hollow screamed behind him, a vast, frustrated, impotent shriek that shook the void like an earthquake. It reached for him. Tendrils of dark influence, grasping at his mind, trying to find purchase. They found nothing. The anger was gone. The fear was gone. The pain was acknowledged and released and no longer a weapon that could be turned against him. Harry Potter walked out of the void carrying nothing but himself. And for the first time in his life, that was enough. He emerged from the veil. The death chamber was not empty. Daphne was there. She was standing at the top of the stone tiers, wand in hand, face white, eyes blazing, looking like she was approximately 3 seconds away from following him through the veil exactly as she'd promised. She saw him and froze. Her wand arm dropped. Her composure, the Slytherin mask, the political armor, the calculated control, shattered completely. She ran down the stone steps, nearly tripping on the last one, and crashed into him with a force that drove the breath from his lungs. "You absolute bastard," she said into his chest. "You unbelievable, reckless, noble, insufferable, I came back. You almost didn't. I counted. You were gone for 11 minutes. 11 minutes, Harry. Do you know what 11 minutes of standing in front of the veil wondering if the person you," she stopped. Pulled back. Looked at him with eyes that were wet and furious and vulnerable in a way she had never allowed anyone to see. "The person you what?" Harry asked softly. "Love. Obviously. The person I love. Don't make me say it again, I'm terrible at it." "You're not terrible at it. I'm a Slytherin. We don't do declarations. We do implications and subtext. I love you too. I know. Now let's go kill a Dark Lord." They went back through the door the room of requirement had provided. They emerged into chaos, the battle still raging, the castle still fighting, the sounds of combat echoing through every corridor. But something had changed. Harry could feel it, a shift in the magical atmosphere, a lightening of the oppressive weight that the Hollow's influence had been pressing on the defenders. The binding was stronger. Not because of new wards or additional power, because Harry had walked through the veil and come out the other side carrying less darkness than he'd walked in with. The soul fragment was gone. The rage was gone. And in their absence, the binding had tightened, pulling closed the cracks that the Hollow had been exploiting. The corrupted castle systems were righting themselves. Suits of armor returned to their posts. Staircases locked into their correct positions. Portraits stopped lying. The castle's ancient intelligence, freed from the Hollow's interference, reasserted itself fully, and Hogwarts became what it had always been, a fortress, a sanctuary, a home. They reached the Great Hall. The battle center had shifted here, the final defenders holding the heart of the castle against the last wave of Death Eaters. Ron and Hermione were fighting back to back, covering each other with a coordination that spoke of years of partnership. The goblin warriors had formed a shield wall across the hall's main entrance, their axes cutting through curses and combatants with equal efficiency. Kingsley Shacklebolt was dueling 2 Death Eaters simultaneously and winning. And in the center of the Great Hall, standing amid the wreckage of the house tables and the shattered remnants of the enchanted ceiling, was Voldemort. He felt Harry before he saw him. The connection between them, the horcrux link, the scar, the bond that had defined both their lives, was gone. Cut clean. And Voldemort felt its absence like an amputated limb. He turned. His red eyes found Harry across the length of the Great Hall. And for the first time, Harry saw Voldemort without the filter of the soul fragment, saw him clearly, completely, as a human being rather than a mythic monster. He was terrified. Tom Riddle, brilliant, broken, abandoned Tom Riddle, who had spent a lifetime running from death, was standing in a ruined room with his snake dead and his horcruxes destroyed and his army falling around him, and he was afraid. Afraid in the way that only people who have never been loved can be afraid, absolutely, to the bone, without any memory of comfort to hold against the dark. "It's just you and me now, Tom," Harry said. He walked forward. The battle around them seemed to recede, fighters on both sides pulling back, creating the space that the moment demanded. No horcruxes. No hollow. No anchors. Just you and me. "You cannot kill me," Voldemort said. But the conviction was gone from his voice. The certainty that had powered his entire existence, the absolute refusal to accept mortality, had cracked. He could feel it. The vulnerability. The mortality. The terrible, ordinary fragility of a human life without magical insurance. "I don't want to kill you," Harry said. "But I will. Unless you stop. Stop. Stop fighting. Stop running. Stop trying to cheat death." Harry's wand was at his side, not raised, not threatening. Just ready. "You've spent 50 years trying to live forever, and all it's done is make you less alive. You've cut your soul into pieces. You've destroyed every connection, every relationship, every human bond you've ever had. You're the most powerful wizard in Britain and you're the loneliest person I've ever met. Loneliness is strength." "No, it isn't. It's just lonely." Voldemort's wand arm trembled. The red eyes blazed, but the blaze was unsteady, flickering, like a fire running out of fuel. "I am Lord Voldemort," he said. But he said it like a prayer. Like a ward against the thing he feared most. "You're Tom Riddle," Harry said. "And it's over." Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. The spells met in the center of the Great Hall. Green against red, death against disarmament, hatred against the simple, stubborn refusal to become what you were fighting. The beams connected, merged, fought, and then, because Harry was not fighting with rage or power or the desire to destroy, but with the clear, calm certainty of a man who knew exactly who he was and why he was here, the Elder Wand. Even dead in Dumbledore's hand, it recognized its master's defeat. The wand's allegiance, its mystical loyalty, passed from conqueror to conqueror across centuries, had been Dumbledore's. Dumbledore had been disarmed by Harry in their confrontation at Grimmauld Place, months ago, not physically, but magically, when Harry had stood his ground and Dumbledore had yielded. The wand had felt it. And when Voldemort had taken the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's office, thinking it still held power, he'd taken a weapon that answered to someone else. The killing curse rebounded. Green light struck Voldemort in the chest. He fell backward, no dramatic explosion, no supernatural dissolution. Just a man, hitting the ground. The wand clattered from his hand. His red eyes went wide, then dim, then dark. Tom Riddle died on the floor of the Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, surrounded by the ruins of a castle built on the principles he had spent his life denying: trust, community, the belief that people were worth more together than apart. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Then the Great Hall erupted. The aftermath was louder and messier and more emotionally complicated than any battle. Death Eaters surrendered en masse, without Voldemort, without the Hollow's influence, without any remaining reason to fight. The Dark Army collapsed. Aurors bound prisoners. Healers rushed from room to room. Students found each other and held on and cried and laughed and did all the things that living people do when they've survived something they didn't think they'd survive. Harry stood in the center of the Great Hall for a long time, looking at Voldemort's body. A small, thin man in black robes, his face already losing the snake-like distortions that dark magic had imposed on it. In death, Tom Riddle looked almost ordinary. Almost human. Daphne appeared at his side. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, her shoulder against his, solid and real and alive. Ron and Hermione found him next. Hermione was crying, openly, without embarrassment, the tears of someone who had held everything together through sheer force of will and could finally let go. Ron's arm was around her shoulders, and his eyes were red, and he looked at Harry with an expression that contained every word they'd never needed to say to each other. Neville came last. He was carrying the sword of Gryffindor in one hand, his wand in the other, and he had a cut across his cheek and blood on his robes and the calm, settled expression of a man who had completed the most important task of his life. "It's done," Harry said. "It's done," Neville agreed. They stood together, 5 people who had walked into the impossible and come out the other side, and watched the morning sun break through the damaged enchanted ceiling and flood the great hall with light. The weeks that followed were a study in reconstruction. The prophet covered everything. The battle, the hollow, the horcruxes, Dumbledore's sacrifice, Harry's walk through the veil. All of it, reported honestly, sourced carefully, with the professional integrity that had become the paper's defining characteristic. Harry gave one interview. Just one. To Rita Skeeter, as promised. It lasted 6 hours. He told her everything, the cupboard, the Dursleys, the Gringotts revelation, the campaign against Dumbledore, the hollow, the soul fragment, the walk through the veil. He held nothing back. When Rita asked the hard questions, do you regret the campaign against Dumbledore? Do you believe you contributed to the Hollow's awakening? What would you do differently? He answered honestly. I regret the anger, he said. Not the truth. The truth needed to be told. But I told it in anger, and anger made me careless. I used Ariana Dumbledore's name as a weapon before someone reminded me she was a person. I widened cracks in public trust without thinking about what would fill them. I was right, and I was reckless, and both of those things are true at the same time. The interview ran as a full supplement. It was the most read piece in the prophet's history. Rita, to her credit, didn't embellish a word. Harry restructured the prophet's governance the following week. He retained ownership, the paper was profitable and growing, and its credibility was unmatched, but he established an independent editorial board with the authority to override the owner on any editorial decision. Calliope Fawley chaired the board. Ted Tonks drafted the legal framework. The result was a newspaper that was genuinely free, owned by Harry, directed by journalists, accountable to its readers. This is insane, Rita said, when she saw the new charter. You're giving up control of your most powerful weapon. It's not a weapon anymore, Harry said. It's a newspaper. Same thing, in the right hands. That's why the right hands shouldn't belong to one person. Rita stared at him. Then she laughed, a real laugh, not the theatrical cackle she deployed in public, and shook her head. You are the most infuriating person I have ever worked for, Lord Potter. Thank you. It was not a compliment. I know. The Wizengamot elected a new chief warlock, Amelia Bones, who accepted the position with a brisk nod and immediately began pushing through the accountability reforms that Harry's campaign had made politically inevitable. Term limits for the chief warlock. Mandatory oversight for magical guardianship. Transparency requirements for institutional decision-making. Harry took his seats and voted. He didn't lead the reforms, he supported them, used his votes to break deadlocks and his influence to keep the process moving, but he deliberately avoided becoming the center of gravity. When Minister Scrimgeour offered him the position of Minister for Magic, youngest in history, Potter, and you've certainly earned it, Harry declined. I just spent a year proving that too much power in one person's hands is dangerous, he said. I'm not going to become the next example. Scrimgeour looked disappointed. Daphne, who had been present for the meeting, looked relieved. Good, she said afterward. Minister's hours would have been terrible for our schedule. Our schedule? Don't play coy. It doesn't suit you. Dumbledore retired. Without magic, he was no longer qualified to serve as headmaster, and the position, along with the weight of a century of decisions, passed to Minerva McGonagall, who accepted it with the particular combination of pride and exasperation that defined her response to most things. Dumbledore moved to Hogsmeade. Aberforth, in a gesture that surprised everyone except Harry, offered his brother a room above the Hog's Head. The arrangement was not warm, the brothers' relationship was too damaged for warmth, too old for easy healing. But it was something. A proximity. A possibility. Harry visited once before the school year ended. He climbed the narrow stairs above the Hog's Head and knocked on a door that had been painted an ugly shade of green and found Albus Dumbledore sitting by a window, reading a Muggle novel, an actual Muggle novel, a paperback with a creased spine, with the slow, careful attention of a man who had all the time in the world and no magic to fill it with. Without magic, Dumbledore looked different. Smaller. His robes had been replaced by simple Muggle clothes, a cardigan, trousers, slippers. His beard, untrimmed by magical grooming, had grown slightly wild. His hands, resting on the book, were steady but fragile, the hands of a very old man who could no longer rely on magic to compensate for the body's decline. But his eyes were the same. Clear, blue, carrying the weight of a century of intelligence and a lifetime of mistakes. "Harry," he said. "Professor." A pause. The room was small and clean and smelled like old books and the faint tang of Aberforth's questionable cooking. "I don't forgive you," Harry said. "Not yet. Maybe not ever." Dumbledore nodded. "I would not ask you to. But I understand. Not everything, maybe never everything. But the fear. The control. The belief that you were the only one who could hold things together." Harry paused. "I felt it too. When I was running the Prophet, making the political moves, fighting the Wizengamot, I felt the pull. The certainty that I knew best. That my version of the truth was the only one that mattered. And you recognized it. Eventually. With help." Harry thought of Daphne, of Aberforth, of Hermione's agonized questions and Ron's steady loyalty and Neville's quiet example. "The difference between us is that I had people who told me when I was wrong. You didn't. Or you did, and you didn't listen." "Both," Dumbledore said softly. "I had people. I chose not to hear them." They sat in silence for a while. Through the window, Hogsmeade's main street was visible, rebuilt after the attack, its shops open, its residents walking in the spring sunshine with the cautious optimism of people who had survived something terrible and were learning to live with what came after. "Did I help?" Dumbledore asked. "In the end?" Harry considered the question. The man who had stolen his inheritance, sealed his parents' will, locked him in a cupboard, manipulated his entire life, and then sacrificed his magic to save the world he'd failed. "You helped," Harry said. "You also made it necessary." A pause. "That's going to have to be enough," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. Not the twinkle, not the performance, not the grandfatherly mask. A real smile, sad and small and honest. "Yes," he said. "I suppose it is." Harry stood. He extended his hand. Dumbledore took it, carefully, with the deliberate grip of a man who could no longer feel the magical resonance of physical contact but could still feel the human warmth of it. They shook hands. Two flawed people, bound by history and damage and the terrible, shared knowledge of how easy it was to become the thing you were fighting. Harry left. He didn't look back. But he didn't need to. The conversation was what it was, unfinished, imperfect, honest. Like everything that mattered. Spring turned to summer. The school year ended. Students went home to families that were shaken but whole, carrying stories they'd tell for the rest of their lives. Harry didn't go back to Privet Drive. He went to Potter Manor, the house in the Welsh marches that he'd never known existed until 6 months ago, the house where the Greengrass family had sheltered through the worst of the crisis. The Greengrasses had moved back to their own home by the time Harry arrived, but traces of their occupancy remained, Astoria's drawings on the library wall, goats, inexplicably, which Aberforth would have appreciated, Helena's reorganization of the kitchen, Cyrus's pipe tobacco lingering in the study. A family had lived here. The house felt lived in a way that Harry had never experienced in any place he'd called home. He spent a week alone. Cleaning, exploring, learning the bones of a house that his grandparents had built and his parents had grown up in. He found his mother's room, preserved exactly as she'd left it the last time she visited, before the war, before the prophecy, before everything. A Muggle novel on the nightstand. A photograph on the dresser, James and Lily, young and laughing, arms around each other, waving at the camera with the unself-conscious joy of people who didn't know what was coming. Harry picked up the photograph and held it and didn't cry. He'd done enough crying. But he let himself feel it, the grief, the love, the terrible waste of 2 lives cut short by a prophecy and a madman and an old man's fear. He put the photograph back. He went downstairs. He made tea, badly, because he still couldn't figure out the enchanted kettle, and sat in the kitchen and looked at the garden through the window. The garden was overgrown. Decades of neglect had turned it wild, and the result was chaotic and beautiful, roses climbing the stone walls, herbs running riot through the paths, a massive oak tree spreading its branches over a lawn that was more wildflower than grass. Harry looked at the garden and thought about what he wanted to build. Not just politically. Not just institutionally. Personally. The life he wanted, now that the wars, all of them, were over. The answer was simple. Simpler than anything he'd done in the past year. He wanted this. A home. A garden. People he loved, close enough to touch. Morning tea and evening conversation and the ordinary, unremarkable miracle of a day where nothing tried to kill him. He wanted normal. After 16 years of extraordinary, he wanted normal so badly he could taste it. Daphne arrived 3 days later. She came by flu, emerging from the fireplace in the drawing room with her trunk floating behind her and an expression that suggested she had already formed several opinions about the house's decor and was restraining herself from sharing them. "The wallpaper in the entrance hall is an abomination," she said, by way of greeting. "Good morning to you too. I'm serious. It looks like someone hexed a floral pattern and it died in pain. My grandmother picked it out." "Your grandmother had questionable taste. In wallpaper. In everything else, she was apparently brilliant." Daphne set her trunk down and looked around the drawing room with the appraising eye of someone who was already mentally redecorating. Then she looked at Harry. Her expression softened. Not a lot, Daphne's face didn't do a lot, but enough. "You look rested," she said. "First time in a year. It suits you." She crossed the room and stood in front of him. Close enough to touch. She reached up and straightened his collar, her default gesture of affection, the one that contained multitudes. "My father sends his regards. He's already drafting the alliance terms for the autumn Wizengamot session." "Of course he is. And my mother wants to know if you eat properly, because the last time she saw you, you looked, and I'm quoting, like a young man who has been living on toast and determination." She's not wrong. She's never wrong. It's a family trait. Daphne's hand lingered on his collar. "Potter. Greengrass. The Greengrass-Potter alliance is going to be the most boring political marriage in Wizengamot history. Nothing to scheme about." Harry grinned. "I'm sure we'll find something. Undoubtedly." She kissed him, briefly, precisely, with the particular Daphne combination of efficiency and warmth. "Now show me this garden. I'm told there are roses. Wild roses. Completely out of control. I like things out of control. Within reason. That's a contradiction. I'm a Slytherin." We contain multitudes. They walked into the garden together. The summer sun was warm on their faces, and the wild roses were blooming, red and white and pink, climbing the old stone walls in a cascade of color that no one had planned and no one controlled, and that was, because of that, more beautiful than anything a gardener could have designed. Harry stood in the garden of the home he'd never known he had, with the woman he'd never planned to love, and felt something that he'd been chasing his entire life without knowing what it was. Not safety. Not power. Not the vindication of being right. Peace. The Daily Prophet's morning edition arrived by owl while they were still in the garden. Daphne picked it up, out of habit, checking for editorial bias, and scanned the front page. The headline was ordinary. Boring, even. Wizengamot approves accountability reform package. Below it, coverage of the new Chief Warlock's agenda, a report on rebuilding progress at the Ministry, and a human interest piece about a witch in Glasgow who had invented a new type of broomstick wax. Just news. Honest, sourced, attributed news. The kind of journalism that should have been unremarkable and was, in the context of everything that had come before, quietly revolutionary. Daphne set the paper down. No bias. Clean coverage. Your editorial board is doing good work. It's not my editorial board anymore. You still own the paper. I own the building and the printing press. The journalism belongs to the journalists. Daphne looked at him. The morning light caught the sharp planes of her face and the softness that lived in the spaces between them. You did a good thing, Potter. I did several bad things first. Yes. But you learned. That's more than most people manage. They went inside for breakfast. Harry made tea, still badly, the enchanted kettle remained adversarial, and Daphne made toast with a competence that suggested she'd been secretly practicing domestic magic and would deny it under oath. They ate at the kitchen table, reading the paper, talking about nothing important. The garden outside the window was green and wild and full of bees. Later, Harry would go to Diagon Alley and walk past the Prophet offices and see the morning edition on the stands, clean, honest, just news. A witch buying a copy would look at the headline, then at Harry. Recognition, but not awe. Not fear. Just the ordinary awareness of a person who read the paper and knew who published it. You're him, aren't you? She would say. The one who bought the paper. He would nod. She would look at the paper again, then back at him. Thank you, she would say. And she would walk away, into the morning crowd, one person among hundreds, carrying a newspaper that told the truth because someone had decided the truth was worth telling. Harry would watch her go. The sun would be up. The street would be full of people, imperfect, fractious, complicated people, living their lives without a single old man pulling the strings. And for the first time since he was 11 years old, Harry Potter would feel something that wasn't grief or rage or obligation. Hope. Not the desperate hope of a child in a cupboard, dreaming of rescue. Not the fragile hope of a teenager, clinging to a future he couldn't see. Something stronger. Something earned. The hope of a man who had looked at the worst of the world, the lies, the betrayals, the ancient hunger that fed on broken trust, and had chosen, deliberately and with full knowledge of the cost, to believe that people could be better. Not because they always were. But because sometimes, given the truth and the freedom to choose, they surprised you. That was enough. That was everything. The sun was up. The paper was out. The world was imperfect and complicated and full of people who would make mistakes and hurt each other and forgive each other and try again. And Harry Potter, Lord of two houses, owner of a newspaper, veteran of wars both political and magical, survivor of a cupboard and a prophecy and a walk through the veil itself, went home, and made tea, and sat with the woman he loved, and read the morning paper. Just another day. The best kind. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.